씨, 당신은 눈을 감고 게임을 하고 있습니다.
이 섬에 있는 사람의 목적은 하나죠. 죽이고 속이고 살아남는다.
나 죽인다고 이 게임이 끝날 거라고 생각하나?
이 섬에서 믿을 수 있는 사람이 있다고 생각해.
다 끝났다. 너 이 섬에 왜 왔어?
Thunder 1, the situation has evolved. Saber's rise has caught the attention of other nations. I trust you are ready, but your tools need to be modified accordingly. The armory is open. Any weapon, any option, whatever you need. It's getting dangerous out there. Feel free to get creative. You'll need to, because you won't be the only operatives out there. Don't let them threaten the mission. Secure the sector and repel counterattacks. Extract or retrieve the package. And remember, Thunder 1, put down anything that stands in your way.
Can I lower volume? 저기요, 저 알트 눌러 설정도 되나요? 언어 설정 좀 할게요. 내 대상화 L이었냐?
L, A죠?
N.
언제 저걸 다 외울까?
뭐지? 여기서?
몇 번 알려줘.
아, 노래 잘하는데? 진짜? 어.
무슨 노래 부르는데?
I'm gonna get in PO jersey and Jake's not.
와 킥스 나한테 그 포즈를 달래.
진짜 댄드러스가 아니다.
시작합니다.
Но не разлетается.
Нет, как-то разрозненно. Да. Давай
Окей,
фейкнем.
скип.
Фейкнем. Я в дерево упал.
Тебя можно спасти?
Если, ну, только зацелишь просто. Он пытается, возможно, найти.
Не будет придушен.
Да, не будут хромать рикоши.
Можешь убегать.
Я могу, да.
Убегай.
Добьете?
Мы тачки можем найти на метке.
Нет, не могу. Не могу убегать.
Мы можем успеть, кстати.
Звук, саунд.
Нормально, 4 поинта есть.
Нет, блядь. Они
Нормально
лучше
падают?
летят мейн. Нет, они лучше летят мейн.
Не, они хуже.
Давай.
나 AK 먹었다.
나총 먹었어.
나내쪽 통 먹었어. 통 먹었네 기절. 여기 내쪽 개피야. 여기 3.5. 민준아 와봐. 계단에 강전. 내려간다. 고총이야. 가가가가.
Но мы лучше падаем потом.
쭈해주고 있어 고민 형을.
많이 아쉬웠지? 오늘
네.
이번 매치 우리가 4대0 완승 거뒀어라는 걸 좀 보여주는 것 같은데요.
Right now, hold stay show presence. Come up the hill with me. I'm gonna get out of my car for a second, okay?
Out. I can't see dick.
Wait, watch out.
Yo, no way.
I'm dead.
Holy man.
Why are we pulling up right on top of people?
There's a solo somewhere.
You sure?
It's 8 alive.
You sure
That
they're
is-
free?
No, you're 3.
Yeah, we're free, yeah, so. We got
Good, so.
We need to hold the
pushing. Knock one.
Nice knock.
In farmen.
2 guys. Nice.
Remember we have a solo somewhere.
3v2v1.
Yeah. You guys are blue rocket. One low.
Oh. Yeah, let him shoot. He's on orange somewhere. Last
Fury one up.
Put an orange.
Don't throw
He's
it.
at the smokes.
Yeah, play. Go and get angle.
On the 3, on the 3.
Nice.
Easy game.
I'd want to.
2. So 10 kills. That's good. Like we said, just end off with a good game and we're good for tomorrow.
Chicos, se le pegaron en amarillo.
Ahí está, de tu árbol.
Lo tengo.
Landing, están atrapados, ¿ok? Ahí, otra.
Izquierda.
Me puso. No quiero.
Una. Ahora, vamos juntos, ¿ok? De tono.
En el humo.
¡Vamos! Bien.
Holding far right. Yep. If we have stuns, use them maybe.
Just spin guns.
Take it, baby.
Nice.
One up.
I'm healing. Yeah, I'm healing.
I got tagged.
I'll kill him in a sec.
Middle smoke, baiting smoke.
Let's go, boys. We're a team, bro. We're a team
How much
now.
kills? I
Look
got
at
3.
us. We're playing.
I had like 5.
I got 3.
I do.
12 kills. 12 kills.
Good job.
22 points.
Save nades, friend game.
Nice. Win the game. Save all nades in util now. Don't smoke us off. Don't focus off any. Stop smoking our angles.
That might be them.
There's hella people alive.
We can see through the smoke, southwest. You wanna let them
You can
fight or
jump
kill
on the
them?
light pole too, okay?
I'm gonna do it.
Jump on the light pole late.
Jumping across.
I got an instant in the guy in smoke southwest.
Watch out. I'm jumping across to get me.
There's someone under. I'm nading it.
Knocked another guy in smoke. I'm nading that.
Molly's down. Throw Molly's down. I'm jumping on the light pole.
I'm right under us.
Don't fall down. Jump light
I'm
pole.
going with you.
Move.
Go.
I fell off.
Right on you.
I'm healing.
Another one.
He's
Same spot.
smoke.
Can't
Prone
kill
on
him.
me. I'm
I
blocking
can't kill him.
Go down to blue.
He's
I'm blocking this guy. He's blue.
Shoot my body.
They are.
당신은 눈을 감고 게임을 하고 있습니다. 나 죽인다고 이 게임이 끝날 거라고 생각하나? 너 이사에 왜 왔어?
Team Liquid find themselves in a little bit of a struggle here. Oh, he's going back for the res.
In the meantime, Buriram moving up here towards New Haven. They both want to play from the same position, and Ming able to find the first one, almost get the second one, does get the second one. They are ready and waiting for the pull-up, and Edie, in a split second, the only player that's alive, but he's gonna find the first one, almost gets the second as well, but no, Ming.
But you don't hear the engine, you have no idea he's there. You're focused on another direction. To the best of his ability. As he'll find Ian. Still alive, Deva. Trying to work the other side.
Gibble is going to have a line of sight. They're trying to run through it. Lambu picks up, gets a little bit of damage. It's going to be Rimba that gets down. Oh, a little bit of a knock on the other side of it. It's going to be Alo that at least manages to get something out of it. Burron picks back over, roll up everything right now. God, now, what can you do? Picks back into it, does get the knock on the one, but it's not going to be enough in the end.
From Gen G, you know they will try.
Oh, this is go time for Sonics. Again, if they can win this position, absolutely massive for Sonics. And Onyx, though, actually gets the opening knock onto Mime, gets a second one, gets a third one! Shuts down the Sonic stream just like that in one quick...
All onto just Batulin. Running around the outside of it. See if maybe he can...
Needs to deal with, so a 1-1
is there?
Imagine a world where it happens. Why kick a Mook out?
Forever young, I wanna be forever young. Batulins, when I met you, you were so beautiful. But then I saw you on the battlegrounds. You killed my whole team. They were sad. So was I. I felt betrayed. But it's okay because you're beautiful.
It was great.
That was brilliant. Kamsahamnida.
Ты заранее подготовил эту песню для меня?
Batchins, when you walked in here, I said to myself, wow, that's a 2-time weekly final champion sitting right there. And I'm not. And I wanted to let him know that he hurt me. Batulins, what are the similarities between you and this bear?
Я думаю, что у нас, у меня и у медведя очень милые ушки.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah. I agree. Very cute ear.
Спой, пожалуйста, еще раз для меня.
For you, anything. Batulins, my friend. You've now shown me your true colors. Yeah.
У меня к тебе такой серьезный вопрос. А почему вообще Фурия и ВП соперники?
Batulins, you know that you, Virtus Pro, and me, Fury, have some of the most handsome members on our teams. I think it only makes sense that we be rivals.
Мне 21 год, а тебе?
Oh, I'm 24, Batulins. 24.
О. Я думаю, что у нашей команды больше опыта на мировой арене. Ты видел нашу игру на PGS?
I feel like you just flexed all over me, bro. I think you stated a pretty fair fact. He definitely has. So I feel like I can't say anything against that. You are the true idol, the champion to my dreams. I watched every game. You're an inspiration.
У Кика Мукоу. Прямо сейчас я буду тебя допрашивать.
I understand, sir. Please, be gentle.
No. Юкика Мукау.
Oh yeah.
Скажи честно, ты думаешь, что ты лучше всех Фурия? Ты лучше всех?
Да.
Да?
Да. Не.
Не.
Yeah. But best, you mean most handsome? Yes.
Ты лжешь. Потому что прямо сейчас я покажу тебе, почему ты лучший игрок Фурия.
They already used their smokes to leave toward Armada itself. They know they have a soul on the south side that they need to deal with. It's so hard for them to focus.
One kill.
Why didn't you find the first one? Really get the second
I
one?
got 5. And my team owe me like at least a couple of cookies after that because, man, I gave them a lot of points.
В общем, дело такое, то есть Фурия на Эрангеле играет неплохо. Однако на Мирамаре вы просто по жести всем, ну сам понимаешь, что да, происходит. Вопрос, почему?
I think the only thing that we need to do differently on Miramar is get goggles. Sometimes the sand gets in our eyes and we can't see where we're going. If we fix that, we fix everything.
Toolins is my time!
Okay.
Batulins, I've seen you on Miramar. You love motorbikes. You love going up the rocks.
They are just, they're so stubborn in a good way. Like, sometimes it works against them as well. For the most part, it works when you go forward. There's so many times. The tool tutorial stream. This is how you do it. The tool stream. He knows his way around that mountain very well. You can always just wait and see next serve and see if it's even necessary. In the meantime, here a...
That was that close to going wrong.
Or a wingsuit, I should say.
I mean, that looked awesome, Batulins. How do you do it, son?
Когда мне был 1 год, мой дедушка научил меня кататься на велосипеде. Потом я упал в канаву и решил, что я должен доказать всему миру, что я умею делать абсолютно все на двухколесных транспортных средствах.
This clearly shows that the puddle will no longer happen again. To help me interrogate you, I brought in a witness. Witness, come forward! Come join. Come join.
I know this field very well, Martin, is potentially walking into yet another high. Wow, they brought up, oh my gosh, they brought a polar bear.
Oh.
This is great.
You've seen Bartolins. How do you feel?
이 곰처럼 좀 귀엽다.
So, to really get the true reaction of Batulin, can you do that reaction for us one more time? Oh. Oh.
Я почувствовал, что это любовь.
Is this really love? Is that what it was all about?
아니면 사랑은 아니고 미운 정이라고 하죠.
Это все натуральная ложь. Ты ничего не знаешь о нас.
Oh! Awesome!
유클리 파이널 때 랜드마크를 이제 자키로 옮기고 바로 치킨을 먹었잖아. 근데 우리랑 랜드마크전을 안 했더라면 더 많은 치킨을 먹을 수 있었을 텐데.
Дело в том, что просто выиграть игру для нас легко. Однако убить Данаву и выиграть игру для нас гораздо сложнее и интереснее. Дело в том, что нам очень сильно не повезло на контестах, и мы просто приняли решение набрать очки в последних играх.
그러면 우리가 이긴 거네?
Увидите в гранд-финале.
Ouch!
내가 두 사람을 위해 좀 준비한 게 있거든? 이제 밖으로 나가자. Let's go. 한국에 왔으니까 한국 전통 게임의 이제 제기차기를 할 건데 너네 제기차기 아니? 혹시?
No, I don't know about it, but I will win.
오케이. 그럼 내가 한번 시범을 보여줄게. 나도 못하는데 이거? 집중 포커스. 오케이? 오케이? 너네 둘이 이걸 대결을 할 건데
더 많이 차는 사람한테 한국의 슈퍼푸드를 코리아 슈퍼푸드를 선물할게. Патрулис, you first.
First? Дело в том, что я сейчас в носках «Зенита», а это мой любимый футбольный клуб. New work. Okay, 3, alright?
I got this.
You're so bad.
승자는 파툴리스고 김이 굉장히 한국에서 유명하거든. 이걸 선물로 줄게.
감사합니다.
But like good seaweed. Premium seaweed. Premium stuff.
Oh, try it.
Try it.
Try it.
No, that's the best seaweed I've had today.
На самом деле было очень круто. Я очень рад лично познакомиться с Юкика Мукол и с тобой, Сол. Очень классно провели время, спасибо.
I hope that one day you come to Australia and you jump in that kangaroo pouch with me. We can feel what it's like to feel safe, comfort, and happy.
1, 2, 3.
Fighting!
I don't usually see people play in phase 2, but maybe it's gonna work. They're pushing forward. They still have their players back inside the garage. Top on Jesus.
Liquid pushing on to BBL here already. Again, early fighting from Liquid.
Exactly, and this is the exact same team that were fighting off early as well. This is the result of what we saw happen just before. Metralius was the one to run over Mert. Now he had to go out, get the rest.
I think he'd be in a lot of trouble, but that's a good grenade.
That first place, you know they've already done the math. They know the way to be. Are going to spell out Americano. It's very, very close. James takes a lot of damage, but
But here they are, up close attention.
Nice little trade with Ixel. Ming's going to come up over the top. He'll trade. We'll find Clip, but James will return that and go flush that kill out as well. Ixel now. Get on out of there. GNL going to wrap right around. And oh, there's two in the open top. Mings.
vision there, you go for it. smoke that is. It's going to fall just a little bit short. Zone is now coming in right back behind them. Oh, the follow-up from Blue connects. Now Na'Vi, they were in a struggle.
Blue up close, but if Blue goes down here, that's trouble brewing all over. Again, let's see that. Again, let's see that nade should be absolutely perfect. Yes, it is.
Example came to provide some support. Ollie are going to go down to salute, and now Example goes down as well.
My lord, straight to the face, doesn't find the kill, but now fortunately they managed to get it anyway.
Early game danger. Yeah, if a bullet is shot within 100 meters of him, he has a really high percentage chance it's going to hit him. Right now, Donovan trying to make this crash onto Genie accuracy as they can pull off the defense. Yan Lee has gone down. Zanan will hold, though. Salute doesn't make his way through. He'll get that flush as well. And now Donovan, Soul inside the building. Zanan just kind of holding for the time being. He doesn't land the shot. Soul
Was the cavalry to arrive, but not gonna happen. Oh my lord, Soul is gonna be fine for this. Push on it, yes, it's gonna be fine for this. Gotta push on it, yes, thank you so much.
Oh, there you go.
Legend doesn't push out the
안녕하세요. 다들 알고 계시는 젠지 펍지 팀입니다. 반갑습니다.
이번 대회의 최종 목표는 식상하겠지만 당연히 우승입니다.
떡도 먹어본 놈이 더 잘 먹는다고 저희가 좀 많이 먹어왔기 때문에 이번에도 맛있게 호로록 먹겠습니다.
저희 젠지만의 장점은 노련한 노련미와 도전에 있어서 힘이 세서 강하게 빠르게 적을 제압할 수 있는 능력이 출중한 팀이라고 생각합니다. 저희가 제일 견제되는 팀은 저희들 자신인 것 같아요.
저희 젠지 만나면 3초 만에 다 박살 내드릴 테니까 조심하십시오. 픽댐 챌린지 젠지를 뽑는다면 우승할 거니까 꼭 뽑아주세요.
젠지 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, here to PGC 2021, as we have narrowed it down once again to only 16 teams who are going to be able to bag themselves points moving through into that grand final, and most importantly for a lot of these teams, avoiding grand survival, which will be an absolute bloodbath after this weekly final has concluded. My name's Kyle Lawrence, your host here, and joining me to get things going for our weekly final, we have ourselves Clover as well as Froz here. Froz, I haven't seen you in what feels like ages, but we're here again. How are you feeling, fella?
Finally, you know, it's always good to be here with you. I like you as you're a good host. Right, so yeah, it's pretty decent. Now, loving it being here. Of course, coming in here for last weekly finals. I'm just super excited to see what's gonna happen. Of course, we have a lot of teams that already, you know, kind of secured himself a spot, but there's still a lot on the line here.
Definitely so. Clover, I've seen you plenty recently. We have been together a lot here for the final days, and coming into this final week here and figuring out who's going to be moving on, it's going to be tough for a lot of these teams.
It is. I mean, as you say, we've been working together. We've been watching these stories unfold, especially through this week, all the work that these teams put on to get to the weekly final. And for many of them, their first chance at a weekly final. So as we move forward, getting ready for the grand final, it's really going to be a lot on the line for everyone.
Yeah, definitely so. There's a lot to talk about before we actually get into the full proceedings of all of this. So you know what, Froz? I'm just going to get down to the nitty-gritty really fast here. Of course, yes, we have our 16 teams coming into this weekly final. If you win the weekly final, you are guaranteed a spot in that grand final. And already we have a slight elephant in the room here, because Team Liquid is back and they did win a weekly final already. Now talk to me about the situation here.
Right, so if Team Liquid would win this weekly final as well, that guaranteed spot would not go to the second place of the weekend. Instead, that spot will go to the 9 teams that already, you know, the top 9, but it's going to be top 10 instead. So we're going to see Team Liquid, we're going to see KPI, and we're going to see the top 10 in terms of points from the weekly finals that will be moving to the grand finals if Team Liquid wins, that is.
Yeah, and for them to win, if they win 2 weekly finals here, that will be ridiculous here, I think, Clover, is fair to say. But they are one of the teams that, technically speaking, I think really hasn't slowed down, in your words.
No, there's really been, I think, very few moments in which Team Liquid's made mistakes, and they've been really quick to qualify week after week. They've been doing great when it comes to the weekend. It just seems like they're adjusting to every situation that's thrown in them and every style of play that's been kind of, I guess, there's the meta of this tournament, and that's what's been making them scary. But you know, there's a couple of teams that I want to talk about a little bit later that I think are in a similar position as Team Liquid.
Yeah, definitely. So we got a lot.
I just want to touch a little bit there on Liquid as well. Like, I think one of the big things with Team Liquid coming into PGC here is also that they changed their drop spots on both the maps, but still being able to perform to this kind of level. Because we know that normally they would go Picado, they would go Pochinki, but those are taken by other teams and they are forced out because they don't want a hot drop. But still being able to perform to this level is just amazing to see.
Yeah, definitely. Me, Clover, I think Elvish, we were talking about the ebbs and flows of like all of the stages that we've gone through, be it the hot drops, be it the kind of leaving those locations, and across the entire schedule, we have seen that go up and down here for some of these teams that have been in the more contested areas. And currently, we find ourselves in our 3rd weekly final, as you can see right in the middle there. 12 teams. At the end of this, we will know 12 teams going into that grand final, and then later on, grand survival. Clover, are you as excited for grand survival as I am?
Absolutely. We alluded this week to it being a complete bloodbath, and that red right there, it couldn't be more perfect, right? Because it is going to be crazy. Only 4 teams are going to move forward of the 16 playing in the grand survival. So that's a lot of heartbreak for a lot of the work that the teams have been putting in so forth for PGC. And it's a tight race. I mean, the overall leaderboard is so close right now.
Yeah, definitely. If I don't see tears in grand survival, I'm going to go away unsatisfied because I want to see these players suffer. But anyway, we'll figure that out down the line. Here's our overall prize pool as well. Of course, we have Froz. I think what is important here, yes, we have quite a nice amount of prize money for the weekly final winner. However, there are dynamics here at play that, you know, a lot of teams might just be aiming. We want the win and the win only in the overall tournament. So pushing for that $600,000, very important.
Yeah, that is the main goal, right? The 30K, it's nothing if you can get that 600 instead. And that's, I think, it's a big thing when it comes to the teams. Sure, winning the weekly finals is not just going to guarantee you a spot into the grand finals, but also those 30K, it's a nice bonus.
Yeah, definitely so. Here are our current positions and our current standings so far. KPI and Team Liquid have already guaranteed themselves a spot in that grand final. You can see them highlighted in gold. And technically speaking, as I said, at the end of the weekly final, we will have our top 12 that we know will be moving through into that grand final. But I think it's fair to say here, Clover, there are a few chasers that are looking to rise up the ranks and get themselves in those spots.
I mean, Oath is right now tied for Buriram, who's sitting out this week. They've got a good opportunity to take a big leap today. And then when we look at the bottom half of the leaderboard, Gen G in 19th place with 43 points.
Yeah.
They've got a long way to go, but we have seen crazier things happen from them. I mean, even just PGC 2019 comes to mind for the performance that we can expect from that team. And so anything is possible. And as you said, if somebody wins the week, they're guaranteed that spot. So even if they're looking to be in a really poor position right now, they could potentially pop up here.
Crazy as well to think that they qualified in the last game of weekly survival despite the last 4 games. I mean, you look at this roster here of the 16 teams that are going to be playing. For Kaishit, E36 and AAA, they're going to have insane weeks or win it here to try and get to the grand final guaranteed. But for us, I want to continue on this Gen G point that Clover brought up here. I think those last 4 games that we saw in weekly survival were absolutely insane and do fit the coming format here when it's just points rule.
Oh yeah, would that have been points rule? They would have gathered 70 points in the last 4 games. Of course, they only got to win in the last one, making sure that they got here to the weekly finals. But if it was 70 points in 4 games, if they can reproduce that here in this weekly final in the first 4 games, they're gonna be sitting in a pretty good spot to actually make themselves qualify for the grand final straight away, passing through that grand survival. So we can just hope, but at the same time, you also got to put in the facts that people or the teams do play differently when it comes to win a chicken dinner versus point rule.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. You got to be careful about that. Clover, do you want to touch on Gen G here, or?
I mean, I do think that this is a potential. The big problem right now for Gen G, when you look at this lobby, you've got Team Liquid, Virtus Pro, Oath, a bunch of other heavy hitters that are known to pop off and frag. So the issue for Gen G really becomes if they've got the breathing room to be able to kind of run away with the lobby. If all of these teams start to bully each other and kind of keep things a little bit even, then we could potentially see a winner with sub 100 points from this weekend. And so if you're a team like Gen G, you've got to make sure that you handle your threats accordingly, that you stay up late to every game. I mean, this last week, we saw Gen G with 10 plus kills almost every single match, and that's really the kind of performance that we need to see from them this week.
Definitely, and some of the chases for the secured spots, I want to say here, continuing on that thread that we were talking about before here for us, are teams like Danawa, GEX, New Happy as well. The positions that they're in, some are inside the bubble, some are outside the bubble, so there's going to have to be some making up of room here.
Yeah, I'm going to keep my eyes on GX. Honestly, I feel like they've been showing such a good performance lately that they could actually pop off here, and they sit in a good spot right now to secure themselves a spot into the grand finals. And looking at that team, I mean, you have, of course, I feel like Xavier is the big fragger, but also Yanli and SSR is doing good. And then you have Senan with all those clutch kills. Time after time, I kind of feel like we're seeing Senan coming in with those real impact and clutch kills for the team itself.
Almost enough to put it in your fantasy team, Froz?
Maybe a dark horse pick, you know?
Maybe. Okay, all right. Well, let's take a look at some of the back at some of the moments here from this. Actually, this from Danawa here, Clover, was fantastic to hold down this compound as well as they did. And I think it was FaZe that came in at the end, but they held on to this like a fortress. So good.
This was the Danawa that we'd been wanting to see the whole event. I mean, I think we were even worried that they were going to keep their heads down and just wait for everybody else to kill each other, but they were actually quite proactive in keeping the pressure for every team that came to push here. I think they actually managed to hold out 5 teams ultimately at the end of the push. And on the flip side, I do want to touch on what Froz said about Gex as we're watching them here, because this was a prime example of a really good game for them that we saw this week. This clutch win out versus Gen G. I think that they're finally getting the point where they're making smart plays. They're having the engagements when they need to, but they're not overextending. In the past, though, we've seen so much inconsistency from GEX. So that's kind of the thing that I've got my eye on to see if we can see that still level of brilliance from them.
And likewise, on the flip side of it all, New Happy started off this tournament, Froz, like an absolute firecracker. It hasn't quite lived up to that just yet, though, and they're looking to improve, I think, here in some of the final stages.
Yeah, and I feel a little bit disappointed looking at that team, because I was putting them as like one of the big favorites coming into PGC, but they haven't really performed to that level. Of course, we saw a little bit in the ranked decision, we saw a little bit in the last weekly finals, but I'm looking for more from this team. They should be looking like one of the grand finals teams, and right now I feel like it's not really there yet. They still lacking a little bit of that, making sure that they pick the right fights, but also making sure when they're picking the right fights, they can't lose people. That's what we keep on seeing. They just keep on losing people on the fights they don't need to take, but that's kind of their playstyle, right? They like to go super aggressive, they like to go for the kills, and that's what we want to see, but it's not working out for them.
And respectively, those teams sitting in 12th, 13th, and 14th. We take a look at Ming versus Inonix at the moment. And Clover, we had one of the most amazing plays, maybe the play of the tournament from Inonix in the previous day of games.
Yeah, I think so many times that the conversation revolves around PO, but really, I think the underdog, and I'm just saying underdog lightly because if anything, Gen G have been underperforming, but has been Inonix kind of bringing up that saving grace of play. And to me, too, what Froz said about New Happy. I mean, right now we're seeing Ming. These are not bad stats by any means, but the problem has just been that they are being a little bit too loose and wild. I mean, I constantly think about the fact that they crash compounds without scouting and seem to be making really rushed plays. And so the two differences, at least for me on those two teams, is that we do tend to see, I think, Gen G gather information, send a player out. Sometimes PO can be in a little bit of a crazy spot, but things feel more calculated with Gen G. And that's where I think that's going to make them deadly this weekend.
I feel like when we're watching this back here, Froz, it's just such a textbook play. Just watching Inonix being able to go for this 1v4, it was like a different scenario for each kill as well as it moved on.
The whole thing with looking at Inonix here is looking at his movements and how he's taking it, making 1 versus 1 time after time. He's not peeking the same spot a single time. Every time he's moving around, letting Sonics needing to guess where he's going to be peeking next time. And that's what's so great with Inonix. He's such a good player when it comes to that. Not just like, you know, going honest and taking one peek and just keep on moving that way, but always making sure that the enemies need to guess what is his next move.
It's a little bit of a shame for Ming here as well, looking at this play, because this was a fantastic play as well, just slightly overshadowed by what we saw from Inonix. But I mean, when you see this kind of caliber as well coming out from Ming, this is what we think, Clover, when we think to ourselves, New Happy, this should have been one of the teams that is rivaling towards the top for that championship.
Yeah, absolutely. And even this game, the heartbreaking not win for MCG, right? Because it was done so well by New Happy. They didn't really overextend compounds. They were information gathering. They were watching multiple angles of different teams coming in from different positions. And it just seemed like things had really come together. And I mean, again, when teams rush, when teams seem like they're making really rash decisions without plans, is when oftentimes it can fall apart. You know, it's that high risk, high reward, right? Just send it. Are you going to get rewarded for that? New Happy, when they slow down, kind of perform at the level I think we were expecting this whole tournament. And that's kind of something that's been a struggle for some of these teams.
Frost, talk to me quickly here. Currently, the cutoff is Danawa's at 77 points in 12th. GEX is 68 points in 13th. Where are you anticipating the cutoff being potentially down the line here for these teams to be in 12th or otherwise higher?
So looking back a little bit on what has happened in week 1 and week 2 weekly finals and trying to calculate on what's going to happen this one, I'd say the cutoff is around 110 points. Of course, it's going to be plus minus. It comes out to how the teams are going to be performing, but that's around the mark that we're looking for, I feel like.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. And if you're a team that's currently kind of like at half of those points, still at Clover, what we've seen, we have seen teams pop off in the weekly finals. We have seen triple digits kind of come in from the likes of KPI, the likes of Ghibli in that first week. But then we've seen kind of the ups and downs, right? Ghibli didn't even qualify for last week. So there is maybe still a little bit of room for them to push up the standings here and get themselves completely solidified.
Yeah, I mean, only a small handful of teams have been here every single week, so they're in a position where they've got a lot of points, they're comfortable. There's even a handful of teams that aren't here that we'd even argue are comfortable, right? So the big problem is that this week of all weeks is the one where a lot of teams who haven't yet made an appearance are here, and mathematically it's a little bit improbable that we might see them hit that triple point kill. Some of the teams that have a tendency to play more passive and kind of keep their head down, they don't quite have huge frag kill wins even when they do, you know, and I don't want to call them out by name, but I suspect that they'll end this weekend maybe in like a comfortable upper 60 points, and that's where you start to wonder, if you're not a team that is in the running to qualify, what do? Do you play that game anyways? Do you play your best? Do you play to see if you can win the weekend, or do you start having a little bit of fun with some of your rivalries?
Is this the first time Genji has not been #1 in the Pick'em Challenge for us? Because it feels like
it is. I think it is actually.
Yeah.
And it just shows you how strong VP is looking right now, taking 26.8% of the Pick'em Challenge here. That is a fourth, more than a fourth, and. Go on.
I mean, actually, Froz, when you look at it, obviously Clover was saying that, you know, there aren't many teams that have been here in all 3 weekly finals, and I don't want to be the one to wave the EU flag here for a moment. So if you could do that, that'd be great.
I'll do it. I'll do it. So,
no, cast the curse it, jinx it by all means, because I've got NA in this lobby. There's hope. There's hope.
There's always hope. Hopium is always there, but you know, there's also copium. But let's go to the facts, right? This is the 3rd weekly finals so far. Only 4 teams have made it to all 3 of them. One of the team is, of course, Danawa.
Yes.
3rd time here. But then, of course, we have 3 EU teams, and it's gonna be Team Liquid, Virtus.pro, and Heroic. Heroic being one of the new guys on the street here. First time on an international stage, being able to perform to this kind of level and make sure that they're getting into the weekly finals time after time after time. That is huge. That is a huge win. I don't care that they had a really rough weekly 2 finals last week with only 26 points. Just make it here 3 times. That kind of shows you, that puts a statement into the other teams, the other players, to show you how good of a team they are.
I mean, that's the funny thing, Clover, is that especially Heroic, if we focus on them here briefly, it's I was saying in the past week that they are a team that can either be 1st or 16th, and actually the weekly finals kind of showed that. They were 5th and then 16th. So, but they are back a 3rd time, which I think is great for them and probably going to be safe down the line.
Yeah, and you know, God, I feel like the word of the day is always consistency, and that's the track record, right? Whenever we tend to talk about a lot of teams, it's because we know that consistently they're up in the late game, consistently they get kills, consistently they seem like they figure out the lobby. And as you said, Heroic either just really, really good, or they just disappear. We're like, where did Heroic go? What happened? Did they die already? Like, it's a bit of a head scratcher, because you feel like, especially knowing this team, that they should be in a little bit more of a comfortable position. But I think, as well as Frost said, you know, there's a lot of elements here, both in the mental game as well as the physical game at hand, that some of these teams are really going through.
All right, well, before we get into our weekly final games, let's hear from an interview before we get to those.
Qualifying for every week so far has made us feel extra confident. It's super nice for us knowing that we can win a game every week and doing it consistently, so it feels good.
We kind of are confident now that we will have enough points to qualify for the grand final, so everything will ease up on the last weekend.
그래도 우리가 좀 못하는 팀은 아니구나. 우리 잘한다. 좀 자신감을 얻게 된 것 같아요. 우리가 잘하는 거, 우리가 실수하면 안 되는 것들만 좀 되새기면서 게임에 임할 것 같습니다.
젠지 위기인 것 같습니다.
젠지가 마지막 세킬의 주인공이 됐습니다.
3주차에 저희가 빠질 순 없죠. 저희는 슬로우 스타터니까요. 팔도 많고 너무 힘들었지만 그래도 1주차, 2주차보다는 게임 플레이나 이런 게 다 보완돼가지고 기분은 상당히 좋습니다.
이거 위험해요. 이거 위험해요.
우리 조금 밀고 올 거라고 생각은 했지만 진짜 와서 좀 놀랐어요. 근데 저를 아무도 안 쳐다보더라고요. 가볍게 이겼습니다. Из планов, конечно же, показывать нашу лучшую игру, грамотно использовать наши проработки ошибок, в лучшем случае выиграть неделю. 저희가 위클리 파이널 포인트가 높지 않기 때문에 이번 주 파이널이 정말 중요하다고 생각하고 있고 그래서 이를 갈면서 좀 준비 중입니다.
So seeing other teams do well in the finals and just get points while we didn't qualify, it definitely like hurts to see. You guys had an easy week in week 2 since we weren't there, but now that we're back in week 3, you better watch out.
아무래도 소닉스가 잘한다 생각했었는데 뭐 한 번도 못 만난 건 좀 아쉽고 그리고 페이지 클랜도 좀 잘하는 팀이라고 생각을 했는데 좀 생각보다 많이 부진한 것 같습니다.
Во всех играх проходят команды, которые вообще не ожидали увидеть на какой-то высокой стадии турнира. Я думаю, это просто магия мажоров, так сказать, глобальных турниров. Поэтому, как по мне, это неудивительно, но необычно видеть их в топе.
I don't think we're worried about any other teams anymore because I think we know that we're one of the best here, and if we play to the best of our ability, then we'll actually have good results. We're the only team so far who's been in top 4 in both weeks. This time it's our time to win a big event, and
평생 느껴보지 못한 상위권의 향기 달콤했죠? 이제 저희가 다시 뺏어가겠습니다.
Some great thoughts there coming from the players. Soul, with some big words, I think, to say from Danuwa there, saying he thought that Sonics and FaZe were good teams, but, you know, where are they at the moment? It's really cool to hear from them. And also, Team Liquid, clip at the end here, Froz, saying that, you know, they're one of the only teams, or the only team, right, so far, that has got themselves top 4 in each of these weekly finals. And they're here again. You can't question the consistency here from Liquid.
I mean, also they always secured themselves a spot to the grand finals.
Yeah.
So basically, they can do whatever they want to do, and that's a scary point as well. Once a team is free to roam around like that, usually they would just go super aggressive. They're just having a fun time, and when you're having a fun time, you do some stupid stuff. But those stupid stuff usually lead to them actually winning fights.
Yeah,
very wrong.
And that,
very wrong.
I mean, it's just gonna be. It's just gonna be madness, and you gotta be afraid if you're not Liquid in this weekly final here.
No, definitely.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, Clover, when you look at Liquid here as well, they don't even have 17 to deal with in this weekly final, so they're going to be free as birds.
No, I think the only team that could potentially maybe be a threat is Attack All Around. I mean, they're the only ones who have even kind of dabbled out there in Pachinki. But, I mean, if you're Attack All Around, you know you're kind of in the chase, you could mess with them. But at the same time, I mean, Attack All Around is one of those teams that I called out that's a little improbable that they're going to get through. They're most likely going to have to move forward to the grand survival. So then if you're Attack All Around, do you waste that time with Team Liquid? Because again, they're already qualified.
Right.
And so there's so many layers to this. We could really break that down, you know, cue the numbers gif. But it's the things that we're kind of looking for, right? Is the people who are making plays already thinking about the grand finals today.
Yeah, definitely so. As Clover says here, Froz, Attack All Around, they have to go somewhere else. Surely you can't. If you've got to have the most ridiculous week, and that is not going to come off the back of a hot drop.
No, definitely not. And I mean, they're not gonna get anything from going there, but probably where I think they would go is probably Fairy Pier, because it's gonna be all open. You don't have Petrichor Road, and Liquid is gonna move out from Fairy Pier. They're gonna go back to Pachinki. I mean, everybody knows that because they've said it so many times. They're like, well, we're going back to our spots, which is a good thing. And so Fairy Pier is going to be very open. Attack All Around probably want to go there because that's close to Pachinki, meaning that you kind of have the similar rotation route, similar rotation timing, and so on from what you're used to when you normally play Pachinki.
And to loop back on what you were saying at the early stages of this pre-show here, Clover, you obviously kind of thought that some of these teams, you know, might have themselves a decent week. We brought up one, but you had others that you wanted to bring up, if I recall.
Yeah, I really have my eyes set on a couple. I mean, obviously, as we're saying, Team Liquid, they're still primed. Virtus Pro looking phenomenal. I mean, aside from the very beginning of this tournament where they were also locked in with hot drops, the moment that they kind of stopped that engagement, they were able to play their strong game, and it has not stopped since then. But I mean, additionally, with Genji really needing the points and I think having the potential to have a 3-figure day, And then lastly, Oath. Oath missed last week. We know that they're capable of having an 80-point week. And I think that right now, I believe they're sitting in the upper 70s in terms of points. I see Oath having an 80-plus point weekend as well. So the big problem, though, becomes is that when you have that many teams that play aggressive, that have high kill wins, that constantly find themselves up in the late game, they run the risk of stealing points from the other teams that also need it, but also potentially from each other. And so with that, especially if you're Gen G, who really does need to have a fantastic weekend to move forward, you've got to make sure that you stand your ground.
Yeah, definitely. I think a lot of these teams now are in a position where they know that for the most part, they're not going to be playing MC rule anymore if they're able to avoid grand survival. They're just going to be playing points now and points in that grand final here. So they'll probably take a bit of solace in that and just kind of completely focus all of their game plan on just that single mode. Here, Froz, though, likewise, I mean, in terms of who you think is going to be having a good weekend here, who are you looking at?
I'm actually looking at Heroic. From what we've seen from them, I feel like they can pop off. We haven't really seen them pop off that much yet. Of course, we saw them in week 1 getting that 5th place with 66 points, but they can do better than that. What we've seen from Heroic so far is that they've been super passive throughout the whole tournament. They've basically been playing winner chicken dinner format the whole tournament, even when it's been point game. And that's not what we used to see them do. We used to see them being super aggressive, basically taking every fight on the edges. They like to play on the edge a lot and basically taking a lot of fights, even when they're under pressure, when the blue is just on their backs and pushing them in. That's how they thrive. That's how they play best. And I want to see more from that. And I mean, them making it to 3 weekly finals, it's a statement itself, and I want to see more of them.
Definitely so. Fury is another team that is also kind of in this danger zone here in 21st place with only 42 points here, Clover. But I'm looking forward to seeing how Fury's going to play in this weekly final.
I mean, if there's a team with a potential to just absolutely pop off and come out of nowhere and pull off some crazy plays, I still have a lot of confidence in Fury. I think that they've struggled a little bit in certain aspects of this lobby where they've maybe been punished or kind of lost a few players early and then don't quite make it up to the late game. So that said, I mean, if they can put all their mindset into the mentality, I have no doubt in my mind they can definitely have a few good games. The question is if they're going to have enough. And on that same thought, I have a very similar opinion about that with Dignitas. Dignitas is a very, fight aggressive, heavy kill team when they can be. But sometimes, especially depending on where the circle goes, if they get really cut out of some rotations from their early drops, they can struggle a bit. So I want to see maybe if Fury can, or excuse me, not Fury, Dignitas can also have that breathing room. But again, I mean, there's so many good teams in this lobby. There's so many different teams that have different things to play for. And that's going to make for a really intense weekend.
Yeah, Dignitas is one of the teams that obviously in week 2 qualified extremely fast into the weekly final. It took a little bit of time here in the 3rd week survival, but I mean, still, Froz, they didn't have the best week 2 weekly final, only with 28 points. But do you think that they can do more than that here?
What we've seen is the uprise of Dignitas from the start. It was not good. It was not looking good. They got themselves that 32nd place in the ranked decision, but they've been rising up since then. And that's what we want to see from the teams, right? You want to see them rising up because we're not at the end yet. And it's all about getting to the end and then being on the top by the end of the tournament. So there's still a little bit of time. There's still a little bit of hope. And even if they don't make it to the grand finals through this weekly final here because they don't have enough points, they're gonna be having a lot more games played from this weekly final itself, because we haven't seen them play that many games yet, more or less. They're one of the teams who played least amount of games because of how they played out with their ranked decision, how fast they've been able to qualify themselves into the weekly finals.
Definitely so. We're just waiting a few more minutes before we actually get into our first game here, just so everybody is updated at home. We're about 4 minutes out of the first game, so thank you very much for your patience, and thank you for listening to our musings about what we think is going to be happening here, because again, Clover, it's a very important moment for a lot of these teams. Again, if you really want to be avoiding grand survival, because it will be hectic there, but at least now here in the points rule, you really do have everything in your own control. You can go aggressive, you can go for those kills, you can earn your points via that method.
Yeah, and if you have a bad game where maybe you lose half your team or you get down to just a solo early, the points rule is still rewarding because you can get yourself to a strong position in the late game, play for placement points, maybe get 1 or 2 snake kills. We've seen so many brilliant plays like that, and this is the time where it gets rewarded. So there's so much opportunity for these teams this weekend to get themselves points. And I have no doubt, Froz talked about the cutoff potentially being 110 points. Last weekend we had to go to a tiebreaker to determine the winner. I feel like after this weekend, it's going to come down to the wire, potentially a single point for whether or not a team qualifies. And so that mentality, that pressure is definitely there on the teams. And again, it's just, there's so much on the line. If you were to ask me who I thought would win this weekend, I don't think I could give you a solid answer because I think that so many teams are going to really come out and surprise us today.
Right, definitely so. And here are, apparently, according to the pick'ems, the fan favorites, Virtus Pro, or as we were calling them in PGIS, Virtus Prone. But that is not the case here. They have been looking feisty, Froz. Despite the hot drops at the beginning, now kind of all of that has alleviated itself for the most part.
I kind of like the hot drops.
Yeah,
they trying to make a statement early on, but also just so determined that we're not gonna let this go. This is our spot. But okay, in the end, they did let it go. And in those 2 games in the first weekly final, when we saw Virtus Pro actually letting go of apps, they got himself a 3rd and a 1st place, and basically got himself 30 out of the 40 points from the 10 games just from those 2 not hot dropping. And that's the thing is, right now they're sitting in such a comfortable position compared to Danawa, which are the 2 teams that has been dropping on apps against each other, that there is no reason for Danawa to go to apps right now. Virtus Pro can have it all for himself if they want to because of how the standings is. But at the same time, do Virtus Pro want to go back there? Because we've seen them playing so good on their old spots, the old 4 corners of the map where they like to play from. And they're probably the only team, I'd say, that is so phenomenal playing from all 4 corners, all 4 sides of the map, no matter where they drop.
No, definitely. The amount of times we saw them in Europe, just again, as you say, dropping in all these locations means that they have such a good awareness of how to rotate from every single angle. Never mind dropping in the middle of the map, but for Danawa, it's a scary time here going into this. Any final thoughts, Clover, before we jump into our game?
I will say one thing, Oath, I think this is a good lobby for them because you've got FaZe, Buriram, and Petrichor Road not here, and those are teams that oftentimes give them a lot of pressure on the eastern side. So I think that they're going to have the movement that they want this weekend. So I'm gonna take the Oath a little bit. I have faith that this is going to be a good weekend for them.
Definitely so. It is going to be cool. I am excited here to get into this weekly final. And before we actually do that as well, you guys at home can become the lone survivor when PUBG Battlegrounds goes free to play on January the 12th. So you can pre-register now over at prereg.pubg.com. So make sure to check that out as well. Free to play, fantastic stuff. But now we are getting into this. Froz, final thoughts, quick.
Oh, we're gonna go into a bloodbath here, and it's gonna be amazing. I just want to see what's gonna happen, who's gonna come on top. The first game is gonna determine so much for the whole weekend here.
All right, let's do it. We are getting into Erangel to start things off here. It is points rule. Kills are going to matter. Placement is going to matter as we have all of these teams colliding to find out who moves on to the grand final once again. Let's head over to Porosaurus and Toby for all the action.
Thank you so much, Claris, and welcome back to PGC 2021, presented by Alienware and Toomey. I am Porosaurus. Joining me once again is Toby for this final week of weekly finals. It works out pretty well there. Right? You can see over there the Pick'em Challenge VP up in the top spot, 26.8%. Toby, do we think VP's got it this week?
I hope so. I would say I take that for granted, but I'm not going to take anything for granted. But the fact that they got 116 already should be through, pretty much guaranteed. Having said that, please don't hot drop anyone. Just, for the sake of my mental health, please don't do it. The only team I'd want to see, I'd allow C doing it would be Liquid in terms of them being very,
Sure,
very
yeah, that would
guaranteed
make
to already
sense.
being through. Of course, Virtus Pro, with the amount of points they've been able to accumulate, pretty much guaranteed to be through as well. But we've seen crazier things than a team that qualified before. But of course, Liquid already written that they're going to be making it on into the finals. But they are not going to hot drop either. They're going to take a chill, and VP going to hop out late up towards Sarki. They will go.
Yeah, it looks like Liquid deciding that they want to go for the money. And why not get an extra 30K for getting another win and get the bragging rights, essentially, of saying that you won 2 of the weekly finals when only 4 teams have been able to make all 3 weekly finals. If Liquid could come in here and win 2 in a row, that would be absolutely stunning, as we see Interforce 36 landing a little bit close to heroic, but they're just going to steal some cars. Never mind, Beamy already popping off.
Oh, that is a dangerous turn there. I don't think he saw exactly where he is shooting from, fortunately. Fortunately for Amanat, Beamy not able to connect. Oh, does he? Oh, imagine! I was gonna say he's only gonna have a bullet or 2 to shoot there. Imagine if the headshot was connected. Not gonna happen though. Interforce 36 gets to live with the scare.
You almost, I didn't even see the shot hit, and your reaction, I thought it did. I was getting excited for you there in about a second there. The first circle has popped, and it is going to be one of those, I guess, a northern circle. It's not necessarily 50-50. It's kind of maybe 40-30. It's most likely going north, right? Mad in a decent position. You got VP up in Zarki, and then you got, of course, the 2 teams that we just saw in North George. Everybody else going to have to cross the river as we see the Danawa Esports entry changes as Rex is being replaced.
Ooh, okay. Replacements coming in here for
we'll sub in YJ.
Final week. What is the final week? Of course, I mean, if you're Danawa right now, sitting at 77, I believe, coming into this week. Yep, 77. Again, by no means guaranteed, but in a very good spot coming into the weekly finals here. In order to, of course, looking to make it all the way through to the grand finals. And yeah, I mean, if that's what you got to do here in the final week to get everyone some playtime, that's what you got to do.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely an interesting decision. Making those mid, well, actually, it's not even mid-tournament, really, is it? It's kind of late tournament at this point, but making that late tournament substitution. Danawa during weekly survival only took them 4 games to get here. They managed to get that first place finish with 17 kills on the first day. So YJ coming in here very fresh, as are the rest of the boys, as they've had plenty of time to sit around and kind of relax and relieve some of that stress that we know builds up over those weekly survival series.
In the meantime, Navi gonna get looted on up, and New Happy, they're already up here. I mean, in this circle, to me, this is one of those that looks so calm and well controlled. I mean, there's plenty of space, obviously being phase 1 and all. There's plenty of spots for people to play from, but this is also one of those circles just in the second shift can turn brutal. It's one of those. It looks so calm and well controlled now, but it can so quickly become an absolute living hell to have to play out. And I mean, we've seen a fair share of games go up into this territory, so it makes perfect sense if this is when you have your planning on splitting around. Ghibli making their way up now here as well. Of course, off of their massive split, they have time to go out and take pretty much what they want. And it makes perfect sense to me that this is where teams prioritize to go at this point. Not only is it center circle, but again, as I said, we've seen so many games end up in this area.
Yeah, we have. And to be fair, a lot of these games lately, you say that we'll even wait till Circle 2 to start seeing things pop up. But I feel like on the northern Erangel circles, the things that have gone north of the river, everybody's been getting involved in fights really early. At least that's how it was kind of playing out during the weekly survival. We'll see if this lobby plays out any differently. Is Donald going to head for that bridge? We saw New Happy in that 2-2 split just on the other side. You can just see them as Donald was making their way over. Leklo going to be the first one across the water. We'll see if he takes any shots here.
That's going to be a pull-up to something.
You think so?
I mean, are they going to turn left around? Are they not going to go for the first one? Is Jan even going to shoot? Yep, well, someone is shooting. Now they're all going to be shooting. Do they call the bluff and pull up on it? Nope, not going to happen. They're going to turn left around, but they're going to be running into Ghibli if that's the direction they're headed in.
Yeah, Ghibli already at the top of the mountain here just a little bit. Yeah, looks like Danawa will be able to get to the top. Will they stop there? Yeah, okay, so they're going to get the compound just off the top. Ghibli just off to their west a little bit. You can see Lambu kind of creeping around on the mini map there, looking over in this direction, but he's going to take some shots from New Happy as well, so might force Ghibli to pull back, and they won't be able to really respond to that.
Exactly. In the meantime, Navi wrapping north around the garden compound, trying to see what they can scout from here. They timed it pretty evenly with Kaishin, and of course Kaishin spotted the vehicles pulling up the compound, saying, yeah, you know what? No, we're not gonna want a piece of that. And it's kind of interesting to me how, you know, with weekly survival, you always think this is where you want to play safe. I mean, you want to stay alive to the late game, but as you said as well, Poro, we have tended to see teams fight early in weekly survival. I think that's because people, while they don't want to take casualties, they also know the value of quote-unquote catching 9 and being in one of those center spots from the very get-go. If you lose one, but you get to sit around and do absolutely nothing for the next 30 minutes of the game, just wait for the final fight to come to you, you might actually be all right. And I mean, Liquid pulling up here on Rozhok, that's one of those where we've seen it before. We've actually seen them fight BBL in Rozhok early on, and it's something I haven't seen Liquid do prior to this tournament, where they hard commit to, like, obviously they scouted first, but pulling up to Rozhok this early on. I like the idea of them sitting in the city, but usually we would see them try and flank around on either the eastern side or the western, but they're like more center approach this early. I think it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, we did see Renba was kind of being the southern scout there for Ghibli, left in Rozhok while the rest of the team was off north of the river. He managed to get out of there as Liquid was pulling up, so no harm, no foul, free and clear for Ghibli. And now they know that Liquid is just below them. They know Danawa is just off to their east. May have an idea of what's going off to the west, but we haven't seen him take any shots over there, as it looks like pretty much everybody's starting to get into the circle with the exception of Dignitas and Oath. Oath just creeping in over there by Stalber. Dig just going to take their time.
Yeah, not in a hurry. Out of military and all. They know that everyone's going to be playing, or not everyone, that the vast majority of teams have opted for positions on the northern side of the water. So not in a hurry to go anywhere, because it should be all right. Lose spots 1. Oh, if he only knew. Starlord, you're a lucky man. Not to be shot up by Lucas. I think it's pretty safe to say that Luke probably would have hit that one, but I'm liking that he's not going aggro on it either. He's split off from his teammates. You know the cavalry ain't there to respond immediately should someone else come out of nowhere, and he hurt more than one car. So really wise from Lou to hold his fire in there instead of going aggro to potentially be backstabbed.
That was a really good trigger discipline there from Lou. And you see he will kind of pull back just a little bit. The rest of the VP boys over at Plane Crash, although Batulin's going to the north side of Severny. So VP scouting out here, seeing where the next rotation might be should this circle cut a different way. Meanwhile, Gen G, they've left 2 in Cube. Nobody really going to be crossing the river anytime soon, so those 2 should be fine. Meanwhile, Esther and Pio crept a little bit farther over to the east here.
I like their play. I mean, Gen G, one of the best teams at splitting. They also sometimes do have to pay the price for doing so. But for example, what they do here is them having people both on the north side and inside of Cube. They are in a position from where they can scout south from the center position in the garage compound. And from Cube, they can also, I mean, not only can they play the toll booth role if they want to, try and kill teams coming through, but they can also get us like free transition on the southern side. In the meantime, now Clip spots Spear. That's further up towards the north. I don't think a flush will come of it, but that's got a bit of a distance to it. Nice knock from Clip. Able to knock one all the way up on the hillside. That's rooftop to rooftop fighting. And Spear, I'm not even sure if he knows where he got shot from.
He might have a pretty good idea that it came from Rozhok somewhere, but that's about it. Meanwhile, looks like Virtus Pro going to spot out Fury. Actually, Spiro going to be holding down the western side of that airplane wreckage. Fury should avoid that for the most part. I think they've got this whole northwestern side really kind of move around, and they should be pretty okay. So, you know, as we were talking about, it's been violent early games a lot of the time on these northern circles. This time, everybody kind of playing it closer to the vest here.
I don't think anyone's really going to hard commit to fighting for terrain before we know if we're going to go north or south of the water, and we won't know at least for a while. Oh my lord. And while, again, this circle, playable. You got Rozhok, you got Ruins, you got Water Sound and all that good stuff in there. You can even play School if need be. But this is, I mean, the water is so center on this one that we're reaching a point now where you can't really play for control on both sides. The same that the way that we just saw Gen G do before. This is where you need to commit, and if you got it wrong next circle, you are going to be in all kinds of trouble.
Yeah, you really got to roll the dice here. I mean, looking at Gen G. I mean, looking at Liquid over in Rozhok, looks like they're going to do a 2-2 between the north side of Rozhok and the flat top just by the bridge. Meanwhile, Oath, they did that long wraparound on Stalber. They're coming in from the northeastern side, but they've got company all around them. GEX Heroic all kind of like making their way around. Kaishin maybe backfilling them a little bit here. Donawa just going to move slightly off to the west on the riverbank, avoid LOS for the most part, and it looks like they'll get the bunkers. Now that will be in vision of Team Liquid, so they'll have to be careful about how they play that.
That is an interesting phase 2 commitment. I mean, it is dead center, so can't argue with that, but it's extremely open. And as you said, as long as the southern side of the circle, like southern side of the water, is in, you're gonna be exposed literally non-stop. You can't scout anything northward, so in case a team pulls up on you, you can't really do anything to prevent them from doing so, other than trying to lob a nade on over. But even then, you're probably gonna get shot in the back by Liquid. So dangerous position to take this early. Don't mind the spot, but it's just very early to commit to an area like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head. You can't really flex out and kind of control your position because you always got to be worried that Liquid's going to be shooting out over you. So heads will be ducking down here. Meanwhile, Kaishin, they're trying to find somewhere to go. Yuran going to be making his way through. Yuppie very, very low. He's going to have to stop it down here and try to get a heal off. But T-Bone just above him. Yan Lee going to be taking shots in the back of Kaishin as well. Page will come up over the top, find Yuran, and that's going to be him going down. No res likely coming out there, as Yan Lee still taking shots in the back of Kaishin.
This is an interesting pathing from Kaishin. I mean, they came from the northeast side. They try and wrap center, but then they go back towards the north to want to wrap around. But at that point, everybody knows exactly where they are.
No.
They run straight in to not just Heroic, but other teams as well. Now, actually, Heroic taking casualty off of that as well. Ian spotting one as they tried to find a kill, but this is going from a decent circle, a decent approach to the circle, to now sitting on the far northern side outside the circle, having taken 2 casualties already. A very suboptimal rotation.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Heroic to lose Beamy like that as well. And now they're 3 deep, holding down shooting range, but GEX is kind of hovering around them like sharks in the water. Fury, meanwhile, we're on that northwestern side. They're going to start creeping back in. They do know that Virtus Pro was hanging out at that airplane crash, so they're going to avoid LOS of that for the time being, although it looks like they might start creeping that way. Meanwhile, New Happy going to move up from the gas station and just backfill the position that Donawa was in.
Exactly. They heard Donawa move early. They haven't heard any vehicles up there since then, so pretty clear indicator that spot should be safe. It's hard for them to scout from down the hill, so they kind of had to just full-on commit to it. But again, having heard the vehicles leave, you at least take for granted that that the spot is open at that point. Heroic in the meantime looking for GX on that north side. I mean, GX has to make a move here as well. And Heroic, while they don't, they would want to start scouting inward rather than spend their time looking outside the circle right now. But then again, Heroic edge team, not in a hurry to get circle center. This circle, while next one would be expected to go north, I gotta say, Paul, before chat goes, oh, but Toby, of course, is gonna go north. There's more space. I have seen my fair shares of what the actual swear word moments where this one banks down into Russock.
We'll see how it plays out, man. I mean,
this is a wild one.
It looks like everybody is starting to make their way up to the northern. Avi was kind of hanging out on that south side. They're going to come up in Liquid, regrouping in the north side of Rozhok. You also got AAA down in the very south, just coming out of ruins. So AAA and Team Liquid, the only 2 teams south of the river right now. In Liquid's defense, they've probably had plenty of time to scout out each and every one of these bridges. They know exactly where everyone is. They probably have a perfect rotation line picked out already. We'll see how long it doesn't look like they're making a move though, so we'll see if they sit there. Dignitas meanwhile wrapping through, and they're going to run past VP as Fury and VP going to do a little jousting, and Kaishin finds Dignitas again. Kaishin just running into the no, and they're done.
Not a whole lot more to do when Dignitas start off the day like that. Solid spray coming through. They do lose Honey Badger, unfortunately, still able to find one there. And Virtus Pro taking Cube off of it. So Genji regroups. Dignitas try to make a run, but because they had the little skirmish with Kaishin, their VP beats them to it, gets Cube. It's still outside the circle, so not a perfect spot to be in. But this is where, if you're VP, you might actually want to just, tank blue for those 3-4 seconds. When you see the circle pop, then you tank blue a bit extra, should it go south. Then you can make the safe rotation. Rather sit itch trying to wrap on him, because it's still not guaranteed. Again, very likely to go north, but I've seen enough circles go south on these ones that I would be hesitant to hard commit to it early as well.
Crazier things have happened.
Exactly.
GEX do manage to break away from that fight with Heroic as they're wrapping around on this western side. Looks like they get close to Fury. Wakakamukau gonna hop in the US and dip on out. I think he may have heard them creeping up on their on their northern side here, but Fury not. I'm looking at their little mini map Doritos, and they're all looking south. They're not looking at GEX. I think GEX maybe made this push on foot, and Fury's about to get a very rude surprise as SSR comes over the top. Pull out your gun, man.
Viking Muko is making his way up in this direction, so he will. Yep, you can see SSR's hurt the vehicle, but he's also looking the other direction. They're even tanking blue for this too, not shooting initially. They want to make their way in.
So dirty.
I like this play. I mean, they're not in a hurry. They know that they're like, again, expecting the circle to go north, but when do you take your shot? You want to be able to line up a double. I think that's what they're waiting for. They want to be able to get 2 knocks in an instant, not just 1.
They're
because they
counting
are
heads.
still playing. Yep, they are still playing outside the circle, so waiting, saying, come on, Fury. You know you have to make a way. Fury, get the hell out of here. One more car comes in. That's the buggy. That's the slow accelerator, and that's going to be flood down early.
Oh, Jan Lee will find Flood, but Zenon immediately gets traded back. Flood is going down insight, taking shots back up, but he's in the middle of the open. Not a ideal position for him. And meanwhile, VP hears this going on. Look at them. They're starting to wrap back up in this direction as SSR hits the nasty sniper onto Waikikamuka. It's down to Insight and Ronin.
Look at VP. Situation for both these teams. And VP, I mean, they know that there's something going on here. If there's a team that ain't holding back on a like pretty much free third-party opportunity, that would be Virtus Pro. We're back in point system. We're back on the edge, making the flank around here. VP know that they can't commit to a center position early on anyway. You might as well sweep the side. And Heroic actually looking to do the exact same thing from the other side.
So unfortunate for Fury. GEX makes that transition on foot. They had no idea that they were getting pushed on from the north side, and then immediately VP in a perfect position to respond as Savior going to try to survive a little bit longer. He's got his one first aid left, but VP is just sitting here waiting. They know somebody's down there. Savior, that's doing a little bit more than tickle it, buddy.
Yeah, but he's in trouble now. I mean, obviously, Spatulins wants to get more info, but might as well just want to go for the first shot he sees. As I say that, he is creeping on forward. Of course, 50 alive. That's going to be troublesome placement points. Now Batulin spots him, but not going to happen. He's going to go down. Spiro is there to trade, but it's going to be too little too late. I'm afraid maybe he goes in the vehicle, might be able to go for a rest. Heroic are going aggro on it. Playing over the hillside, want to get the info, of course. Trying to clear their back. Come next circle. They have a spot on the very edge of the current circle, so no reason for them not to try and at least force Virtus Pro down on the southern side, which is what happens here.
And while all this is going on, the circle did pop. It is going north of the river, so we're at least safe in that regard here as VP has to hop everybody in. Looks like they're going to get Spiro gets shot out by Anonix. Gen G, we haven't really had a chance to talk about them. They have a compound in the dead center here on the north side, and that is a team that is coming in here absolutely red hot after their victory in the final game of Weekly Survival. Bing goes down, and New Happy is down as Oath cleaning up on that northeastern side.
Kipler trying to hold off here as well. Of course, all these teams want to make sure they're playing backs free come next circle. Attack all around. They were alongside Liquid on the southern side. The only 2 of 16 who decided to stay south, at least for longer. Now they're coming into an area they haven't had a chance to scout whatsoever, realizing, well, everything is taken here, so let's just drive around until we get at least 2 or 3 seconds where people ain't shooting at us. Page connects a few, not going to be enough to find the knock, though.
Can't lose a fight if you never get involved in a fight in the first place. Now, James gonna get spotted out by example as Liquid has. Well, they sent. I feel like they sent Ibby to watch that bridge. I guess they must have swapped out with James at some point. But Liquid's still hanging out in that northern side of Razak. Unfortunately, they do lose James there, so they're gonna have to make a decision about what to do now as a trio. As we see Heroic doing heroic things. They have been a hard fragging team. And again, another one of those teams, a surprising team, I would think a lot of people would say, to make all 3 of the weekly finals.
Yeah, it's been an interesting development of Heroic over the course of this tournament. They've had some really, really great shining moments, and then they've had moments that they, alongside their fans, would probably want to forget more than anything.
That's just about everybody, isn't it?
Yeah, it sure is. In the meantime, Dignitas knew they had to make their way somewhere, and they're running straight into... I should say the other way around, attack all around, running straight into Dignitas here, but they see them, they catch them off guard, they get the double, and there might actually be 2 knocks up for Resia Jayers, though kind of exposed in that hillside.
A little bit exposed. They're still going to go for it, though. Heroic going to start wrapping down that way as we check in with Team Liquid as they are repositioning their vehicles. Make sure that you keep those tires healthy, boys. You've got a long way to go. And you are just getting stared down by Navi. Navi having absolutely nothing else to worry about right now. And there you go, Heroic gonna make the drive by. Page gets knocked pretty low though. T-Bone actually going down as well. It's down to just Glooms here for AAA.
If they can get the flush here real quickly or the final kill onto Glooms, there could be a res opportunity for them. But look at the HP of the heroic players, under 100 combined. 11 though for Glooms, not gonna make things any easier either. That nail bounces a bit far. Is it gonna be enough? No, not gonna happen.
Just outside. Just outside. You go ahead, Glooms. 3 kills for him already, and Heroic gonna have to stop down and get those heals off. Gloom's just gonna hold the hard angle here, wait for the push from Heroic. The grenade comes through, not gonna find him. I think they maybe lost track of him here. They need to be careful about how they push this, and they're gonna be back to back. They finally spot him out. Glooms gets one, but he can't get the second, and he does get cleaned up, but Heroic has taken the damage.
Yeah, they sure have. Fortunately, T-Bone was first, knocked second for Page there, but able to get back on his feet, I would assume. And T-Bone, while all this has gone on, has actually been crawling towards the circle. So I would assume, unless if Liquid on the far, like you can see them on the south of the minimap here as well, unless if they get to do something about it, I would assume that Heroic should be able to get back to 3 alive. But surprised they actually got to make the transition. Thought Navi were going to commit harder to try and keep them from crossing the water, but they've made landfall on the other side. Having said that, though, there's still quite the journey to safety here.
Yeah, they've made one part of the journey, but the hardest part's still yet to come. They are in circle, but I mean, Navi still just can hard peek them and not have to really worry about anything. And it looks like Heroic will get that res on a T-Bone, so they're back up to 3 strong. Meanwhile, Gen G, they've got the compound. They're fine. Donawa has a nice little dip for themselves as well. E36 in a compound, Mad in a compound, and Oath creeping around on that north side. Still 4 up, looking for whatever they can spot out.
Right now, Navi, I mean, they know there's no center position for them to take, so all they can do from that position is try and put as much damage towards the center circle as possible, so that when they eventually have to make a play forward, that fight becomes that much easier. Let's see next circle. Where are we headed? Danawa and Gen G looking prime with the position there, and Heroic, I would assume to see push south around, but now they just got shut up by Danawa, so they would know for sure that there's a team on the cliffs. Their issue is if Liquid gets into the same position from the other side, Danawa could be the ones in trouble here.
Yeah, we're gonna have to keep a close eye on Navi and Liquid, see how that plays out, and see if Heroic actually gets involved from range onto Liquid as well. Is Quizzy gonna spot out Remba? That's gonna be one of the Gibbles boys going down. They're down to 3, and they've got to make the push through the blue. E36 holding down the edge of that circle as well, so more damage could come in. And Donawa, YJ, the sub, gonna find T-Bone, and opens things up here for Donawa.
Yeah, we can see Gen G trying to get an angle from a top floor of that garage building. Unfortunately for Donawa, well positioned YJ there, just exactly not visible. And Liquid would really want to find the knock here. I mean, Navi, their only kind of purpose right now is try and hold out Liquid from making an approach. If they take them down, they know they have a southern side to play in.
Liquid doing their best to survive right now. That is an easy rock to grenade though, and Ibby gonna take some big deeps, but we'll stay alive for now. Navi still focused down, but let's see if they can find out the Liquid guys. As Oath now will spot out Ghibli, spear down, adder down. It's down to just Lambu, but Oath has to put things on pause, go for the res, but the grenades are coming out. E36 in a good position to gatekeep here, and Perfectix and Lou, keep an eye on them from VP as well. They could get involved.
Now finally Gen G getting an angle onto Heroic. 2 will fall pretty much in an instance. That should be them down and out soon. In the meantime, Oath actually pushing forward here. They know they have to make a play. They have Virtus Pro around still. They got Interforce 36 and they're pushing into Ghibli as well. So a 4-way fight essentially up on that northern side. In the meantime, Liquid knew they had to make a play, and they sure do. Ebi finds one with the nade, gets the second one instantly after, but Aaliyah is there to trade it in return, and Mexi now all on his own, trying to make a play out of here. It's going to be practically impossible. And if Navi do this fast enough, if they can fight Mexi fast enough, they might just be able to get all the knocks up as well.
Yeah, it doesn't look like anybody's pushing Navi right now. So even though this fight is going on and somebody could third party, Donawa doesn't want to leave their ditch. Gen G doesn't want to leave. So everything's pretty free here for Navi. Mexi, though, needs to be taken care of. He's going to be able to make the run. As somehow Navi going to pull away long enough just to afford him a way to break the LOS here, but he is right on the footsteps of Navi and Donawa, and Navi needs to be careful. If they overcommit to trying to commit Mexi here, they could engage Donawa here.
Spots one
There you
over
go.
the top. Easy
Nice,
peasy
Quizzy.
for Quizzy. Gets him down. And this is exactly what Na'Vi wanted. They set up on the top. They held their horses. They waited for the fight to escalate on the north side. And they knew we can't take a fight downhill to Liquid before we know our bag is safe. Once they heard Enterforce 36 and Ghibli get into it, they knew they have to focus on what they're doing right now. That should mean we're playing with our back practically free. Now we can force the fight, but we got to execute it fast. They did. They get the edge of the circle, and now they get the new circle as well.
And while Na'Vi was cleaning up, Liquid, Oath, and Ghibli both get taken care of on that northern side. You can see Lou still up for VP, and T-Bone, well, T-Bone gets spotted out. Looks like he's going to go down, so that's going to be one snake taken care of. Meanwhile, E36 going to have to make their way in from the north, but they have some pretty decent cover to work with. It's kind of a waiting game with Mad. Meanwhile, Na'Vi landed some dirty shots here. They're going to spot YJ, get the knock and the flush.
Did you see him too? Behind the tire?
Oh, Licklo trying to hide his best.
If they can get him down there, like if they can
That's a
take out
beautiful spot
Dano's
for Na'Vi.
position, exactly. If they get the instant on him knowing that spot is completely up for grabs, look at the circle. That's completely on the dot. The thing is, I don't know if Na'Vi wants to commit center that early on, because if they do, that would leave the position they're currently in up for another team to try and take, and then they could be the ones finding themselves in what is currently Dano's position, being shot at from both sides. So I like the fact that they do the damage, but that they don't overcommit to the center position yet, because as you see now, Aliyah up over the top trying to get info. In the meantime, Lou trying to crawl forward, but they're spreading out on their side of the circle. They play off of what they already have info on. Look
Absolutely.
at this. Lou sneaky
Oh,
peeky
dear.
forward 1v4 against E36. Look to the right, Pure Boy. There's a snake in your midst.
Where have we seen a VP snake before? Was it Lou last time too? I think it might have been. It was a few games back. Aliyah will take the shots down towards E36 through the smoke. Gonna find Amanat, and that's gonna lay them down as Lou opens up. He finds Pure Boy, and now E36 down to just Star-Lord and the other name because it's in gray and it's hard to read. I'm sorry. Star-Lord and Indigo. There it is. Okay, our two former Korean players. Mad gonna make the crash, and they're gonna pay the price. Gen G is lighting him up, and Star-Lord will finish him off. Star-Lord staying alive for E36.
What a hold off there. Him and Indigo working well with both utility and solid aim coming through. Madclan thought they had a play to make on the west side of the east side of the circle, sorry, but they get butchered in just a matter of seconds. And just like that, down to 4 teams, a lot of them battered and bruised. Genji, Na'Vi still 4 alive on both sides. Genji's been able to play the compound for a while, but now they're starting to make the move on out as well.
Yeah, and part of me wonders if Na'Vi didn't take this position specifically because they knew that Gen G most likely would be looking down here, and Na'Vi has just a ton of throwable utility, offensive utility that they can work with. And that is just such an easily grenadable position there. If you're Na'Vi, especially from where Gen G was coming from. So Na'Vi just holding down their line right now. They like that line a little bit better, and it's opening up to shots onto Gen G. So so far, a lot of damage coming through on that squad. Na'Vi 7 kills. We'll see if they can wrap this thing up.
You've got to watch out up on that rooftop because you're all alone up there, buddy. If they get a knock, it's going to be real hard for anyone to commit to getting a rest onto you. Melman does find Indigo. So, I mean, if they can get down into Force 36, there might be a play for them to make. There you go. That's one down. Need to find Star-Lord as well. But this angle, I mean, you can see how well positioned Gen G are right now. The thing is, Na'Vi has to make a move, and the edge of the compound is just exactly enough that I think Pio is going to stay on the roof until the circle is closed all the way in. But Na'Vi can't really make an aggressive play before they put down the player on the top. But Starlord does it for them. Just 3 HP left for Starlord, but he finds it, gets a headshot confirmed down towards Est as well. He's going to go down in return. But this, if any moment at all, should be when Na'Vi tries to make a play.
Absolutely, they've got to open up the gates. They see the knock in the kill feed. Melman going to spot out Esther trying to make the run with P.O.'s body in his hand. Quizzy going to hop in the U.S., try to get for the flanking angle. Asura will spot him out, and Onyx going to nail him out of the car. I like the idea from Na'Vi, but it doesn't pay off as Aliyah now going down, and Gen G turning things around here while P.O. is still knocked.
Yep, such a hard play for them to make. They knew they had to make a run eventually. Esther, 1 HP Melman finds him through the smoke. Now it's a 2 versus 2. Example is up close. Unfortunately, doesn't really have any utility to utilize, trying to take him down at a distance. As I say that, no, what am I saying? 4 nades, make them 3 nades, now 2. Trying to throw one forward. That one couldn't bounce. Solid damage coming through, down to 41 HP.
Oh, these nades, if these nades can land, they're going to try to go for the res on Aliyah. Well, while the push comes through from Melman. He will clean up Esther. Now it's 100% down to Isura and Inonix. Inonix knows that they're right down below him, but he can't see. He doesn't have an angle on this, but he is going to slowly creep up, try to see if he can take advantage of Melman. Now, Example going to get spotted out. Inonix making the push here. Melman gets knocked low. Aaliyah going to have to pull up. He's going to find Inonix, and now it's a 1v1.
Such a hard position for Masura to play in. This is going to be, as you said, a 2v1. And they're not taking anything for granted here. They want to get the rest of Anonix crawling for Enter. They want to deal with the top player. They want to get the hills up under control. Melman still not to be hit by that molly, just yet able to play on the backside of it. Doesn't have a vest. He has no clue that Asura's made his way up this close. And there you go, one person down now. 1 versus 2. Asura holds the hilltop, but he has to get downhill in order to win this one out, should it come to it. Up over the hilltop, up against Example and Aaliyah. 11 kills for Na'Vi so far.
Oh, this has been a hell of a game for Na'Vi, and now if they can wrap this up, that'd be absolutely beautiful. Gen G also looking good so far. Asura gonna reposition, use whatever of that high ground ridge line he has left, but it's so hard for him. Every time he peeks, his little head is gonna pop up, and that's the only thing that Na'Vi is looking for. And they spot him out. Aaliyah gonna make the push, try to get a little bit closer, while Example watches from range. They've got him pinned down. They just got to see him peek. The smoke's coming through for Asura.
He doesn't see Aaliyah. He has made it up 1 level further. Now he does spot him out over the top. And as you said correctly, there you go. There's the kill. Example will find a 12-kill win for Na'Vi here in the first. Such a hard position for Masura to play because, I mean, at this level of play, they will get the 1-2 bullet advantage seeing his helmet before he spots them, and they take perfect advantage of the low ground position. Hard game for Na'Vi, helped out a little bit by Starlord there in the end, but they get themselves the win.
Yeah, it's a beautiful game from Na'Vi playing from that eastern side. That's the Na'Vi that we've been expecting to see for quite some time. They've shown it in flashes. Let's see if they show it for the entirety of these weekly finals here. They show it in match number 1. Let's throw it over to the analyst desk to see what they have to say about game number 1.
Oh, Na'Vi getting themselves that win with a 4v4 towards the end. What a brilliant way to start the day in terms of crazy circle, annoying circle for some of these teams, and then 2 4-man squads crashing at the end. I've got Clover as well as Froz here to talk about this one. You know what? EU. Froz, we'll start with you. Come on.
Oh. So gorgeous.
Yeah, of course, Clover, looking at that, how it played out here. Na'Vi, brilliant win.
Absolutely. I mean, Na'Vi is probably one of my favorite teams to watch. When we have circles like this, they're such a dominant edge team. They really have the room and comfort to play their game. And I know Froz was absolutely excited. You joked a little bit about EU. I've got my eyes still on some of the NA boys, but it's a great opener. And I guess, Froz, did you have that thought that you wanted to fill?
He was choked up. He couldn't speak. Go on, Froz. You can do it now.
I was too excited, let's be honest. I mean, Melman getting that knock on Esther through the smokes, that was the winning play right there, because not only did he get the knock on Esther, but Esther was carrying around on Pio as well over there and was going to get the revive on Pio. So basically he was denying not just Esther, but also Pio, making it into them having the upper hand against the last 2 members of Gen G. And I mean, it just went their way from there on. Actually, just went their way the whole game, let's be honest.
Well done by Na'Vi. Gen G, of course, holding that on that compound as they did. I mean, the thing about that compound here, Clover, is they got a lot of kills off that compound, so plenty of points coming in from Gen G too.
Oh my gosh, and so many teams are really concentrated up into the north, so as the circles kept shifting and holding onto the waterway, that really funneled everybody into their line of sight. So even though they didn't win, they really set themselves up for a good position to start on the leaderboard in terms of overall placement points. But yeah, I mean, you could just even see right there on the minimap, the way that Na'Vi is completely stacked around the eastern side. They're keeping eyes on Donoa, they're kind of keeping an eye across the circle, and they're able to keep this pressure onto onto E36. This was such a wild play. I mean, for a moment, Starlord looked like everything was not going to go his way, but actually managed to keep up it alive through the very end as well.
Inonix keeping an eye on those potential flanks, taking out Quizzy exactly when he needed to in these final fights. But still, as you were saying, Froz, these few shots, jeez Louise.
Yeah. Oof. Oh my, that's such a good shot. But also, one thing I'd like to see there is that how Inonix is actually pushing up here. He's basically taking Pio's spot when Pio was knocked out and just flushed out. So he was trying to make that play, and I mean, it was a good play. He got the first knock. If he could get one more, it could have been the win there for Gen G. It would be the equalizer, but it never happened. He only got that one before he got caught out by the rest of Na'Vi.
Yeah, comes as a bold play, but Na'Vi will take the first chicken dinner here in the weekly final. Big points going their way as they need them, as they were previously not in that top 12. 22 points for them, Gen G 17 points, Interforce 10 points here, Clover, but it's crazy to say, yes, you get your double-digit points here in this game, but if you're Interforce, you need so much more down the line.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Interforce, you need to start getting some 20 points games, you know, a chicken dinner or two, and that's the work that they're going to have to put forward. But we want to talk about work. Obviously, PO for Gen G, we saw those kills, but again, Melman, example, Na'Vi just looking so primed. And I think oftentimes, too, we see them start strong. We could see them finish strong. So it'll be interesting to see if they can take that momentum. As you said, I mean, they're really not in a safe place. And so this could be a huge play for them starting the week off this way.
Yeah, definitely so. Definitely. Lots of damage coming on in as well here. I have to reiterate what you said, Froz, about Inonix pushing up the way he did. I mean, if anybody sees him making this extremely bold play, he's dead in the water. He's gone down. But the fact that he can and Gen G does make those bold plays in those moments shows why they're such a confident team at being able to flex out in these spots.
It's also a unpredictable move. No one is going to predict you to do that because it doesn't make sense to make that move. But because you're making that move, you can catch people off guard. You can get one knock, maybe two, and you can turn the whole game around for your team, even if you go down after that. You might even be in a safe spot going down after that. If he was on top of the ledge there, if he got Ali on the top there, he would have been safe, and he could even have been revived later on, maybe, for the last fight there.
Yeah, and we saw it throughout this game, obviously. I mean, the circles start off kind of rough for all of these teams, right, Clover? You've got a circle centering around that river, and actually we saw huge swaths of teams up in the north compared to the south, and, well, thankfully for them, it did go north.
Yeah, especially, I mean, you know, I think, too, like, up through the mid-game, my eyes were often on Team Liquid because they really had themselves a good position to rotate out of that spot, but it was actually the pressure from Na'Vi that kind of pushed Team Liquid in a rough position, and so that 12 kills, you see the 20 grenades, 13 smokes, it's just all the work and effort that they did to really secure not only the edge, but that final circle there against Gen G, just the work that they were able to put in, because, again, that north with so many teams banking that circle was going to go, I actually, you know, typically we see that the water is the decider for those who don't quite understand. When we get to phase 4, it's going to pull away from the water. So teams have to decide in those first few phases if they want to play the north or if they want to play the south. And so for Na'Vi to be really close to the waterway and get themselves that good position, should it swing either way, really helped them in that win as well.
Yeah, definitely so. As Clover's mentioning here, Team Liquid's kind of not necessarily 50-50 play, but at least having one anchor on the north is always a smart thing to do, Froz, when you've got yourself the majority of your team down towards the bottom. But it is just a shame that Na'Vi was sweeping so well, and that's where Na'Vi usually thrives when they are having good games, right? Sweeping on the edges, coming in, finding the fights, and just keep taking them.
But Liquid played that totally correct as how they played that out. They were one of the few teams on the south side. There are always going to be few teams on the south side on a circle like that, because on the north side it's so much rougher to get. It's rougher to get to later on. So a lot of teams want to be there, and it's easy to get to the south side, driving straight into Rostock and stuff like that. So people don't want to be on the south side if they don't need to. But Liquid being on the Rostock, they were one of the only teams that were looking on the backs the whole time. They knew they were kind of free down there. So them playing there, even though they knew that the circle was going to go up on the north side, they kept on playing there because they could have got themselves a few kills on the north side there, spotting people out in the open, but also from there you can put yourself into a better position. You can play the riverbank like we saw them do. So they played that totally correct, and it just didn't work out this time. But I mean, you always kind of want to play like they did there.
Yep. For Liquid, they can be testing out some things as well. Like, right, they can just be, you know, effectively throwing caution to the wind and just doing what they want. So it's not too that bad. Speaking of other teams that kind of threw caution to the wind, I can understand, Clover, why you see teams like Mad absolutely just Hail Mary bombing it towards the middle of these situations. Unfortunately, it doesn't go well. But when you're caught on the edge like that in an area like this, sometimes you don't have many options, I think.
Yeah, and I think as well, I mean, seeing that kill feed light up, right? Lose prone attack. I mean, we're going to bring the Virtus prone meme back for this because it's the second time this tournament that we've seen Lou along the edge. Last week it was GNL, I believe. This week, obviously, I was E36. So, Mad thinking, all right, this is the time to push. Let's get engaged. And it didn't work well for them because ultimately, we saw Star-Lord was in good form. But, that is kind of, as you say, when you don't have very many options, you just got to send it. On the flip side of things, though, that also opens up the opportunity for them to start and kind of toy with or maybe even mess up things for the teams that are potentially chasing. As we brought up at the top of the show today, there are quite a few teams that are very mathematically improbable of getting into the grand final in points alone this week. They'd have to win.
Yeah, and actually you bring up, Star-Lord and E36, and we were even talking about him during this game, right? For us, like, if you look at a guy like Star-Lord, and it's funny because in interviews at this tournament, he has even gone on record to say that he felt like his name didn't have any value anymore, right? Like, obviously, when we look at him previously on VSG back in the day, then transitioning to T1, now here on E36, and I think they're trying to solve an interesting conundrum in not only how they're going to play, but also the communication in terms of the Korean to Japanese thing. So it's an interesting notion because they're still going to have to put up huge points here in this weekly final if they want to avoid grand survival.
I think the whole team is putting too much faith into Star-Lord itself, and Star-Lord see himself more like a team player nowadays. He's not the big star anymore. He is going to be one of the team players and just making sure that, it doesn't matter what happens to me as long as the team can win. I'm down to sacrifice myself. I've had that glory time already. Now I just want to win more. And that's kind of the mentality you want to have. But at the same time, you need to make sure that everyone is on the same page when it comes to that. And as we saw it, of course, he was holding down the ground against Mad coming in there late in the game there. But at the same time, Indigo also got two of the Mad guys with nades, which helped out enormously to make sure that Solo could survive that situation.
Definitely so. Na'Vi with that victory. 22 points means they're on 80 points right now. Means they've pushed into the top 12. Of course, it's very early days here, Clover, but they've got to be elated with that situation, with that game, because they are a team that can roll with momentum. Once they get a good game, sometimes they can continue on to the next one with another one.
Yeah, and again, I mean, the teams that are in the lobby, there's quite a few that are chasing here. So the better that they can get off to start, I think it's going to look good for them. And now, in that mindset, though, if you're Na'Vi, you've got to make sure that you keep that consistently up through the rest of the game. You need to find the scoring opportunities. When you've got them, you need to look for the placement points. And so that is going to be the pressure that they've got going on them, as well as denying teams like Gen G, who we talked about, is really in the chase. Gen G was only in 40-something points for the week. I can't remember the exact number off the top of my head right quick, but 43, thank you. And the thing with Gen G now is that they need to have that game quite a bit this weekend, just about every match. And as we saw their performance through this week, I think it's very, very probable that we could see them, if not win the week, then be in the top 3.
I mean, we were talking about Gen G before the game started and how successful the last 4 games of the weekly survival was for them, basically averaging 70 or getting 70 points if it was a point rule, but it wasn't. It was winner chicken dinner, and we was hoping that they could bring that kind of performance in here, and that's what they need to do if they want to make sure that they get into the grand final straight away, skipping through that grand survival. And right now, them getting that second place and 11 kills, that is exactly what we were talking about. If they can keep this going to 1-2 more games, that's going to put them into a very good spot for this weekly finals here to put themselves into the grand finals.
I think, actually, Froz, I want to stick with you here for a moment. I think what bodes well for them as well is that if you look at that game and the puzzle that's put in front of them, right? Like, early on, they have the 2-2 split along the compound that they ended up in, as well as Cube, right? Which facilitates the opportunity to move to the south if they need to. So I think there's the building blocks there of them knowing exactly what to do in some of these annoying situations, which I think is just, prime championship play.
Yeah, 100%. They're taking 2 very good spots to start things off with, but also 2 spots where you can easily leave if you need to. And you know that if you're getting crashed, you can see that from far away from both of these spots that they were trying to play. But also, of course, them dropping in South George, I was a little bit confused why Heroic was not dropping there with them, because Heroic is sitting sitting in a better spot than Gen G coming into this weekly finals here, and they both like South George. They both want to drop there, but Heroic didn't want to contest for it, and Gen G just got it for free since TSM is not in here either. And it's all good for them, and they can basically just play their own game like they want to play it. And one good thing with them playing there is also, we know a lot of times, almost every time, they would send someone up on Everest. It didn't happen this time, but they do tend to scout a lot from the high ground of Everest. Just look around all over the map, basically.
And speaking of contested drop spots and people that like to scout from high grounds, I mean, Virtus Pro did not go anywhere near the app's location, Clover. They decided to go... Were they up in Zaki? I think...
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, they were all the way up there. So it looks like they're not looking to contest or kind of throw spanners in the works here for Danawa, who might just be a little bit free on Erangel.
And, you know, maybe that just might be what Danawa needs. And the not contesting, the not hot dropping, that's what we really need to see from the teams that are making the push to qualify for the grand finals. Teams like Na'Vi, teams like Gen G, because you don't want to see them waste their resources and waste their opportunities. Every single game, they need to be putting down 5 to 10 points minimum so that they can have that chance at not having to go to the grand survival next week.
Alrighty, it's time for game number 2 then. So far, so good for Na'Vi as well as Gen G that need points and are already starting to rack them up. Will they continue on that path here, or will somebody else step up, as we are going to have ourselves a handy, nice playing path for all of these teams to be able to get where they need to go and then figure things out. Hopefully for some of these teams as well, they don't end up with another river circle, which can always throw extra spanners in the works, regardless of if Na'Vi or Virtus Pro are going to drop on one another. But we are heading over to our commentating team to bring you our second Erangel of the day here for our first day of the weekly final as Porosaurus and the name is Toby are going to bring you all of the action.
Hello, everybody. Once again, it is PGC 2021 presented by Alienware and Toomey, and we are getting ready to go into game number 2. I am Porosaurus. Joining me once again is Toby, and Na'Vi get the first win of the weekly survival, and they follow that up with a first win in the weekly finals. So no rust there at all for the Na'Vi boys, Toby.
I absolutely love to see them get off to such a good start. They're a team. I don't know if it's a EMEA thing for these parts or what it is, but they're a very momentum heavy team. I mean, obviously other regions can be the same, but I mean, them similar to Heroic, if they get off to a tough start, they tend to also have a hard time bouncing back. So seeing them get a win early and knowing that they started off, you know, in the low 50s coming into today, they know they have to perform well this weekend in order to guarantee themselves a spot in the weekly final, or in the grand finals, not having to play through the survival, and them getting a solid 11 kill, 12 kill, I believe it was, win there is exactly how they wanted to get off to it.
Yeah, not too shabby. Not too shabby for the Na'Vi boys. See Ronan taking a few shots at Honey Badger. Fortunately, Honey Badger will be able to dodge those for the time being. It seems like he's been going down very early for Dignitas quite a bit here, and that's a player that you want to keep up till as late as possible. He is a menace with the gun in his hand. We'll see if he can survive a little bit longer as the circle will cut over to the east yet again. But this time we'll stay a little bit more to the south. This is getting to be a familiar circle, man.
Poro, I was gonna say, for those of you out there in chat who has heard me in Porocast before, you'll know this reference. For those of you who haven't, well, you will after I mention this. How plain of a white bagel is this circle?
There we go. It's a pretty plain.
It is pretty plain, ain't it?
This is like if this was your first PUBG game and that's the circle you saw, that's about the best indicator you're going to get of what PUBG looks like here. As we see a replay from the last game, the madness, including Mad, as Phase 7 finally started to collapse on itself. This was I think we were watching Na'Vi take care of Liquid while all this was going on, and oh no, the pre-nade!
I didn't even see
he
him get the second one.
No way! Are you kidding me?
What?
Indigo's a god. That
is the most heads-up nade bounce prediction I have seen in a very long time. Because what happened essentially is that those nades granted them the spots and the vehicles for cover that they needed. That's hilarious. Like that is wow.
Using the backboard, baby.
That's insane.
Sometimes Sometimes you got to use the backboard. Well, see, those E36 boys, they are looting up in North Georgia. They got Heroic just off to their west, but they had to deal with that last game. So, but this game they gotta get on the move because they gotta make their way into the circle. As we check in with New Happy, looks like HSM decided to go to heaven, but he's gonna have some company in the form of SSR. It looks like he's just gonna go ahead and dip on out. So we'll avoid any early game scrapadoos here for the second game in a row.
I wouldn't like to have those scrapadoos.
Yeah,
I don't think
know
I've
you
heard
don't.
you say that before. I guess
Look,
there's
I'm
the first.
from the South, man. We make up words on a non-stop basis.
Yep,
You know this.
I've realized this. Yep, I've recently become a cowboy myself, so I know the lay of the land.
I love the fact that you're dabbling in Western nowadays. That's. I'd like to think I had a small part to play in that, given that.
Oh, no doubt about it.
So
You're
much
pretty much the
together.
only reason. I was like, in order for me to continue casting with Poro, I need to speak his language. You know, I need to get better at this whole kind of twang thing.
Yeah.
I guess
Get a
I'll
little-
get there eventually. You know, it's it's gonna get good. I'll get it someday.
Okay, just keep working.
Poro can't just throw me under
I'm
the
giving
bus
you-
like
look,
that. I'm trying
hey,
my best
look,
here.
Look, man, that is the best Danish Texan impersonation.
You know what? I will
I've
take
ever
that
heard.
for a starting position. Best Danish
That's-
Texan. I'll take it.
Hey, you know what? It's not a very crowded field, but you are at the best.
You know what? I will rather be the best at something no one else does than the worst at something everyone does. That's just how it is, and there's only one way from here. It can only get better.
It can only go up.
Yep.
Speaking of things that can only go up, Theo not at the top of Everest yet. I'm actually kind of surprised. It's almost 5 minutes in the game and he's not up there.
Yeah, it's we went always to circle that shift.
Uh-oh.
I'm actually. Let's hold that thought for a second, because Na'Vi coming off of a good win. Want to see if they can find some more kills here, going up against Kai Shin. I'm seeing a Torosaurus with Landren on his fantasy team, looking at the timer as well, going, oh no, oh no.
Well, the other duo from Kaishan is coming from the north side. They are in vehicles. They are on the move right now. Lantern and Coben just holding down the fort right now, trying to hope that maybe they can get some support. You can see you're in on that hillside just off to the north, but none of the Navi boys going to creep out on the roadside. They're just too smart for that, or maybe not. You're in spot him out, but doesn't have a bolty. I don't know who is this guy. I thought we knew him.
Let's see, Lambert does find a knock. Let's see if we can get a confirm on it. I like this position from Uran, actually. Able to isolate a player from Navi behind the vehicle. Trying to see if he can find something. Wants to pop his house position, but nope, not going to go for it. Trying to get the... No! Put the body up inside the house. Or kangaroo hopping, maybe more so. Trying to bounce his way on forward. Manages to dodge a bullet literally there in order to get back inside the building. Landman does go down now. Alia from up behind the tree able to find him.
Yeah, Larry, he goes down, but he's got support now. Yuppie has come and become the third member of Taijin, as Uran will still keep watch from the hillside. The grenade is nice. Going to do some big damage on the Cobra. Gets him down to about 17 HP. That's going to pull Kaijin back just a little bit while they do go for that res. The res on Quizzy has come through. So both of these teams shortly will be back up to 4 strong, as Cobra just being a distraction right now while the res can come through on Landry.
I mean, while they all get to pull up, I'm seeing on the map feed here that I was just gonna say attack all around. Actually starting to pull up on the hillside behind them, and Alia, of course, was behind that one tree and with the back completely open. And Django, well, here's the commotion. The compound peeks on over, finds a freebie.
Oh, that feels bad for Navi. Well, they've lost their support from the high ground, but so is Kaijin, as Uran has come up here and provided some support. So it's 4v3 in the compound, but as you said, attack all around right above them. And
Liquid,
do you know what attack all around is going to do when they see this fight happening? Because I sure don't.
Well, I would like to say that I do, but then again, I've seen, Attack All Around is one of those teams where when I finally feel like my analysis on them is like, okay, now I can kind of put myself in the mindset of an Attack All Around player. Then they just do the polar opposite of what I would expect them to. And then, I mean, here, I would not have been surprised to see them pull up on this at all. Maybe not instantly, like, into the compound, but at least aggress further downhill to try and get into more positions. Right now, they only have one on the tree from where they killed off Alia before. Now they back off from this position. And, well, I mean, teams evolve over the course of tournaments, and honestly, I would have expected to see them take the fight. But having said that, They are coming into this with dead 0 points, and they need a hell of a showing if they want to guarantee themselves a spot in the finals off of this weekend's performance alone.
They end up pulling off, and I could see one of them was damaged. I'm not sure if that damage came from Navi or if it came from Dignitas, because Dignitas starting to creep over in this direction as well. But either way, it was enough to pull attack all around away from the hillside. So these teams aren't getting that oversight anymore, really, as they have time to kind of play it out. As we see how much utility they still have left in the bag. Lantern and Cobra working the rooftops here. Navi has to be able to keep an eye out for that. They're going to pull back onto the wall. Going to hop into the vehicle. Melman just see if he can maybe bait somebody to peek, but no peeks coming through just yet. You're in. Oh, that's a good angle to hold right there.
Gotta keep in mind that you still have teams over the hilltop. Those are playing that rooftop. Somewhat dangerous. Landman jumping around up in the one-story building. Cobra is holding a nice narrow angle here as well. Might be able to get shots off. Oh, can't quite time it right. Doesn't find one now. I mean, obviously they knew they were close by before, but now they have the intel. There's one right up next to the building. You have Quizzy with a shotgun inside the house. I mean, Navi ain't in a hurry to peek anything. They just lost a player from up above, and I think they're waiting for an attack all around to charm in again and maybe do them a little bit of a favor in finding a player on the hillside.
Sure are. It's like, yeah, Kaishin gonna send Yuppie up to the top of the hill. Don't they just saw somebody get shot from up here. I don't know what that's all about. Melman taking shots with a mutant from range.
Elliot
Kaishin,
just died from that exact position.
Yeah, it's a little question marks over my head on that one. We'll see if it pays off for Kaishin, as Navi has spotted that out, so that's going to force them to adapt the way they play. But it looks like Kaishin getting a little ants in the pants here. And if they push into this too aggressively, Navi absolutely ready. You can see they got the shotty in hand, ready to go.
They have the numbers advantage, but because Yuppie is up on the hillside now, it would be a 3 versus 3 pushing with shotguns and barrels waiting indoor. Couldn't tell you how that one's going to end out. And now, more importantly, this is a fight for, unless if we get 8 massive hardships to the southeast in a row, this is essentially going to be a fight for unplayable terrain in just a circle from now. So, starting to question whether this was the right decision or not. I'm sure on the side of both teams, and Navi probably wish they weren't here at all.
Oh,
and there you go. Yuppie falls down again.
There you go. He's going to get knocked and flushed. I mean, as soon as that circle popped, you got to know that attack all around is going to be looking to come back around here. As Kaishin will try to go for the push. Cobra goes down. As Example going to land the nice shots here. We'll see if Navi, how they want to push on that, if they're even willing to push on that, really. Is Lanran going to hold from the roof? He's keeping an eye on attack all around as he hears those vehicles moving. Navi, did they just try to use this as an opportunity to leave? That might be the play.
That's not a bad play at all. Oath now Snaker's trying to look from the forest towards the south side as well. More and more teams trying to charm in on this, and Django once again getting into the action. Melman found from behind the vehicle, and I think both these teams now fully aware that we can't get out of here. I mean, at least not anytime soon. So having to sit tight, wait for attack all around, and Oath for that sake to try to start prioritizing different spots. But there it goes the tires. Won't have any other vehicles anywhere nearby unless if they can maybe get some off of Kaishin. Should they be able to win the fight inside the compound? In the meantime, Patulun's able to find one that's elsewhere on the map over towards apartments. Virtus Pro, while they don't land here all that often anymore, they do manage to take full control of the landscape around here. And they get to find the knock on towards GEX. They pull up on the building. It's an early commitment to that building too. The 2-story is it's a dangerous spot to be in because, as we see here, tires, well, they're not long for this world when they're parked next to this house.
Sure not. And yeah, a little bit of reminiscing here for VP as they're in the apartments. They got Donawa just off to their west in the school. GEX should be able to get that res off, it looks like. But yeah, as you mentioned, I mean, the vehicle's going to be taking a bunch of damage right now. We'll see if they have any tires left after this is all said and done. Meanwhile, Kaishin, Lanren's still getting to hold on to this rooftop position. Looks like AAA has just moved on. They've left Jankyu to kind of keep an eye back here. You can see him just barely on the bottom of your mini map there, but he's not really super interested in this. He's mostly just checking to make sure that these guys don't push up behind them, as Navi will try to... Ooh, nice grenade. Do some damage, but won't get the knock.
Throwing the smoke, peeking, like just shoulder peeking out to get the perfect angle up, wait for the smoke to cover the whole area, and then throw the nade through the smoke. Smart play on Example. Unfortunately, as you said, just not enough damage on your end to get the knock up there. Throwing one more smoke now. I mean, this is just... None of these two teams are really gaining a whole lot, if anything, from this at all, other than taking casualties and tossing a game out the window. And
Well-
unfortunate to see. I mean, Navi played it so well last game, and I get the idea of pulling up early, but they should also know when to back out.
Oh, Ibby gonna find an angle on the lantern there. A few shots will come down. It's just gonna force him to pull back. As it looks like VP gonna find another knock on the GEX there. I don't think either of these two teams wanted to take this fight. I feel like if they could have escaped at any point, they probably would have. But you had Attack All Around over the top. Then you had Dignitas. Then you had the circle shift. You had Oath off to the north that was taking shots over it. So it kind of feels like for all the times that they could have escaped, they never got a chance to. And now that they can escape, it's almost like, well, we're down to 2, we're down to 3. Oh, well, let's just fight this out and try to get the points.
VP instantly leaving apartments, thought they were going to maybe stick around for a little while longer, but prioritizing the force position. I would actually not be surprised to see them try and pull up on Gen G here. They're headed in that direction. That's exactly what they're doing. VP loves playing from this compound, but it is taken right now, and obviously Gen G fully aware of this. I think you would expect to see maybe Esther and Pio try and cross back over the rope before it gets too hectic, but no, they opt to stick around.
GEX going to take that opportunity to backfill VP as Oath. Oh, careful, Snankers and Balefrost. That's not where you want to be spinning out, but it looks like they should be okay, and they're going to crash into the apartment as well. As now Kaishin has pushed in. They find Example Quizzy, last one up. He's got the shotty in hand. Don't do it, Kaishin. Quizzy gets 2. Can he get the 3rd? He's got one more. Yeah, he can. What do you push into the shotty, Quizzy? You're nuts.
One by one. I mean, when the first knock comes in, you know it's the pump action. Then you push right next to one another in order to not let him get the reload for the second shot. Wow. The triple kill coming through for Quizzy, and while it might not be the best game for Navi compared to the previous one, at least they salvaged something by getting themselves an additional 3 points there.
Give that man his points. He has earned them. We'll see how much longer he can survive, though, because TL is sent it out here. They want to clean up what's left. I don't know if they even know it's just Quizzy. It's like, is it even worth coming out here for? Okay, James will get him. And Quizzy, well, I got my 3 kills. I got my 3 points. I'm happy with that. That's fine.
Wow. That is, I mean, that's what shotguns are made for. Narrow passages where you can't push multiple people that easily at the same time, and as long as it gets to reload the way that it did there, well, not reload, but get to fire off more rounds without getting punished for it, that's one of the more dangerous weapons up close in that situation.
Damn, it sure is. We've seen that play, I feel like, so many times at this tournament, and yet people are still going fully content with pushing face first into a shotgun. And maybe they'll learn eventually. Donald going to do some damage onto the GEX boys from range, but not get the knock. So it's more just taking out helmets. Actually, it's GBL, not GEX. Adder going to be the one to take the damage there.
Ghibli playing the doghouses up on the hillside there. It's a smart position for now. And wait to see the next circle. You can scout both into apartments and school from there. So even if you know there's a team in school, if you can at least spot that the pool house is open or that there's some sort of an approach you can get should you have to make that move, then rather have it scouted early than go in blind and just hope that there's something free for you to take. Let's see. Next circle. Where are we going? Liquid actually going up close to Ghibli as well. They're going to be playing the forest at least for a little while, but as you can see, Clip on the southeast side still in it. Now the circle. Well, Paul, we've been out here a billion times before, and we head straight into the fields again.
Yeah, and we're heading there early too. I'm curious as to what Team Liquid is going for here. I feel like they know maybe that Attack All Around was here. They left Clip behind for the off angle, and then they send the rest of the guys off to the west. And now I don't know if they realize how close they are to Gems. Look at this. He's got that barrel ready to go. Gems has the MK out looking at range. So I don't know if they know that this man is just proned right here. Gloom's just off to the south as well. So Liquid, I feel like they know people are here, but they just don't know where they are exactly.
Yeah. And Clip is somewhat isolated right now from his teammates. Attack all around. I mean, this is literally what they're doing. They are attacking from all around. Full-on surrounding play here. James up close now. Spotted something clearly, but no clue that Glooms was waiting just underneath the hillside. Instantly gonna punish and take him out.
Good shooting from Glooms there, but now some shots from range, actually, from Uri. Going to be put into Gems. There's another not going to come through onto Ibby. Mexi's been spot out. Glooms, what a play here from Attack All Around. And Team Liquid maybe getting themselves in a little bit too deep.
Not engaging before they had the exact knowledge of where everyone was positioned. Glooms times it well on the the kind of booby trap down the hill, and just perfect execution, honestly. They had them surrounded. That's the first time I've seen them play perfectly to their name, because they were literally attacking from every single position. There was nowhere. Every time one person fired, that would draw the attention of Liquid. Then they would instantly have their backs turned to the next player. And it was just a triple attack coming through from attack all around, and they executed to perfection. Clip now was already isolated before, forced to play on his own now.
We'll see if Clib can snake his way into a couple of points here. Liquid already picked up one off that last player from Na'Vi. Clib, here's the shotty. Oh, he knows he wins that 1v1 against Lambert. Wait, excuse me? Clib?
Oh, that is not shots you see this man miss very often, if ever, and that's not something you see happen very often either, that Tico mates himself. I'm not sure exactly what caused that to happen, but he finds himself knocked, and that nade from Yandy actually might be able to get the double down. Let's see if it's going to bounce underneath the car. Not going to happen, but how did Tebow manage to nade himself? I'm not quite sure.
I don't know either. Maybe he just caught a weird bounce or something, but ZP Young going to flush him out as Heroic will continue to try to harass New Happy. Meanwhile, Oath going to make the crash into the school. Donawa, we remember, was holding that position, but they're going to molly off all entrances as Oath taking a little bit of damage. You can see on their health bars here. Meanwhile, Ghibli, they're going to be the next beneficiaries of an attack all-around attack, as Gems will go down from a nice grenade from Adder while they try to go for the res onto Lambu.
Yep, this is the downside to that position. The downhill slant there really funnels the nades on in. Now phase 5 is going to come in, so if you're Ghibli, you want to get out of the blue as fast as possible. One down to blue, two down. Actually, Adder falls down as well. Snakers from a distance, able to find one, turns around, gets one more. Salute now goes down two, and Ghibli, with a little bit of help from Oath, goes down. Snakers, I love the fact that while they're pulling up on a building, he has the time to turn around, take a fight up the hillside too. Snake kickstart finds one, wants to find the second, but YJ solid position from inside, takes down Rello.
Man, who is this attack all-around team? 9 kills already, and they are looking strong as YJ going to take a bunch of damage for his trouble. GEX, meanwhile, using that as an opportunity to make their way into school. As we come back over to Heroic, still taking the fight with New Happy. Zipion gets taken down. Ming getting knocked really low. Beamy and Corexi still up. And, ooh, barely gets out of the line of sight of HSM there in the nick of time. Zipion, it looks like Ming going to try to go for the res on him, and that's very bold as the push coming through from Corexi. Beamy still holding that high ground. I think he hears, oh no, Nan, what a flank.
Yep, on the backside of the bush there, didn't see him. Beamy, I think it just caught the head of one, but he is a solo player. Unfortunate timing there, turns around, Mink gets to shoot him in the back, and that's Heroic out in 12th place. Heroic, of course, already looking pretty decent coming into this. They don't necessarily find themselves guaranteed to be through just yet, but with 98 points, they don't need all that much to make their way into the top.
Absolutely not. A little feast or famine with those boys lately, but when you're feasting, boy, you eat. And they a little bit low on the leaderboard here today. It looks like Balefrost will get flushed out by that well-placed Molotov by ZP. By Zanon. YJ's still up for Donawa here. Soul has been knocked. The rest of the GEX boys playing the wall, but they're taking some damage for their trouble here. Yanli, seeing if he can land anything into the Oath boys. And you can see this is all going on outside of Circle, and it's all getting overseen by Mad from the north and AAA.
Ooh, timing.
Oh my god.
Forced to commit to the hip fire, doesn't pay off for him, and I'm loving the way GX has played this one. They knew that when Oath pulled up on this, they had to back out. They were inside the school area themselves, but they said, you know what, no, let's wrap out, let's play it from the outside and hold them outside the circle. Incredibly smart play. They did it to one team, now they should be able to do it to Oath here as well, if they're aware that they're pulling out from the south.
GEX creeping into the ditch here. Still outside of Circle, and they're not even going to be Oath not even going to be able to get the res on a reload here, as Snakers and Kickstar are just going to slowly burn to the blue while GEX has them pinned down.
Whoa.
And oh my god, Spiro with the perfect grenade lands right on top of attack all around. That is going to be a 4-man nade, man.
Solid play coming through, able to get the kills on there. Saw all the vehicle explosions to go with it as well, helping the fire of that one. That's one way to eliminate a team, and VP always so wise about these things. Well, of course, this one did play out incredibly well in their favor. As I say that, both do go down. Snakers did do some damage, but will fall down in the end of it. But VP always proactive when it comes to this. They just don't want to have teams next year. And as you said, Paro Circle shifts towards the west side here. Both compounds still, at least to some extent, in playing VP now, having to make a move. But because they took down a team there, that's a perfect example of you got to deal with them fast in order to make a play. And where does VP go from here, though? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they're getting a bunch of loot off of the bodies.
They have
of
to
those
try and wrap around into
around.
the field somehow, but do they just full on pull up on Interforce 36? They can't do that with GX still in play, though. If they're fortunate, they wait for GX, New Happy, or Matt to try and make a play for the circle, and they try to backfill on it. But
I
don't
think
think
they're trying to do.
Yeah, because they don't have to move before them. So we'll see. They're just waiting to see that kill feed light up and then make an aggressive play. By doing this, they're wrapping further away from the edge, giving themselves more time to make a play forward. You can see here, that's what they're looking for. They're looking for a potential play in, and this has suicide written all over it. In a smoking car, 4 people driving it. Yep, this is gonna go bad.
Oh, this is all bad.
What? That was so fast! That was so fast!
God.
And it wasn't even Nate's!
We have seen the fastest team wipes here. Are we going to see another one? Is New Happy 4 deep in the vehicle? Spiro going to get 2. Pure Boy going to find 1. New Happy just going to ditch the vehicle, but it's not going to matter. They are getting popped from everywhere. And all the teams on the north side, now it's Mad's turn. At least they've got 2 vehicles now, as they're going to try to make their cross. Star-Lord going to find 2 tap. As Mad now, I mean, everybody's shooting over in this direction. Where do they even go? Oh no.
Run over your team. Oh, that nade. The second nade. The third nade is going to be absolutely perfect. The Pure Boy hopping over the top with a little help of Spark in there, doing all damage. This is exactly what VP was waiting for. Fortunately, there didn't really turn much of a fight into it. The teams engaging didn't get to do any casualties on the people holding, and now they realize, damn it, we have to fall back again. We need to go back the other way around. There was not enough damage done for us to make an engage on it. They have to take the fight towards Gen G, and this ain't gonna work out for them either. Understandably so.
Oh no, Liu actually makes it to the wall. You can see Perfectix still in the backs with the Bolty, but he's going to take enough damage to go down to the blue. Esther going to come out here and pull, as they want to make sure that they clean up this last member of VP. It has been team wipe central here this game. Lou, at least to his credit for VP, is lasting a little bit longer than the rest of these guys have. He's going to do some damage on to Inanna, or to Esther. Gonna take the damage from the blue, though, does he? Yeah, he's done.
At least he gave him the kill, you know?
He did.
That's something. Being nice. I like it. Thanks.
Look, man, we haven't even gotten a chance to talk about the fact that Dignitas and Fury are 4 strong and have been just vibing.
They just got the circle, too. No, that's true. I mean, I gotta give credit to VP, though, regardless of the fact that they just went down now. Reading, like, understanding the situation that we can only make a play for the field if one of the 2 teams, like GX, Matt, or New Happy in that situation, managed to at least engage in a somewhat more prolonged fight. But because, I mean, GX I've never seen a team get deleted that fast in the vehicle, because they were literally deleted in the car. New Happy managed to make a bit more of it, and Matt blown up to pieces in an instant. There was just no play for them to make. They have to engage while other teams are busy, and there were never anyone busy, because 2 bullets later, the entire teams were wiped.
Everybody went down so quick that they just didn't have enough time to take advantage. I mean, and that's something that VP is so damn good at, is taking advantage of distractions. I mean, we saw it in game number 1 whenever they pushed up onto, I think it was GEX, as they were fighting with Fury over there on that western side. But the distraction game is so big for VP, and unfortunately, as you mentioned, it's just nothing lasted long enough for the distraction to come through. And now Gen G in kind of a rough spot, as Interforce 36 once again finding themselves here in the late game.
Star-Lord, why do you have an urge to aggress on that? I like the idea of him trying to fight an angle, but you know, you have to. I mean, you have to position inside the circle. Of course, you're going to be potentially exposed to Dignitas, but trying to wrap forward and aggress, and we've seen teams try to do it before, and pretty much every time they've done it, they've died because of it. Amanat does peek on over, get down to Sora. PO has managed to get through on the vehicle, tries to wrap on over. Esther with the DPS in hand finds 1, finds 2. Will they get the third? Yes, they will. PO Esther working hand in hand as they take down Interforce 36.
Oh, big damage though has been done as they've taken 2 knocks. Fury going to take a knock as well. Dignitas trying to reposition, use this as an opportunity to take advantage of Fury, as Rona has been spotted out inside his knock. PO and Anonix, they're still up, but they got to get these reses here. Looks like they were. Oh, Dignitas just going to clear out Fury before they turn their attention over to Gen G. This is really well played by Dig.
Incredibly smart timing on their approach as well. They knew there was going to be a team fight on the east side of the circle. They wait for it to kind of blow up, and that's exactly when they make the aggressive play forward. Now, Genji did manage to get all 4 up and alive. Anonix back in the vehicle, Groza in hand, trying to make a play on forward. They are inside the next circle, so they don't have to hurry all that much. Issue is, Sparking is still on the hillside, and as you can see, not able to apply any sort of suppressive fire right now because he's been held back.
The problem for Fury is, I mean, Flood's the last one up, obviously, and he's also outside of circle, you could see there, and Dignitas just kind of pushing down there. They're trying to see if they can get rid of him, and the problem for Dignitas is the longer that Flood stays alive, the longer that Flood distracts him, the more space, the more real estate that Genji can make. And now Flood is actually going to find the knock on a Honey Badger. That is terrible news for Dignitas, as Genji is going to act on that.
Yeah.
Oh
Genji
no,
ain't
Flood.
gonna buy it early, but oh my lord, are they getting helped here in this one? Flood finding the double. Will he find more of it? Shinboy does go down. Flush taken away from Pio, so Flood not really getting a whole lot from all his efforts. 0 kills this game for Fury, despite the fact they've been active, at least here in the late game. Flood, of course, trying to rake this one out. There is placement points up for grabs here. If he can buy his time here, I mean, obviously, oh my lord, the nade on point, same position as before, finds the double, might just be able to, if Sparking goes down first, get these 2 kills confirmed and get himself placement points off it. He's grabbing on forward. He's not going to be seen, at least not initially. Get those flushes, get those points secured. Can't find it. There you go. Finally, one comes through. Anonix steals a second away from him. Every single point, we've seen it before. Every single point matters. Now their focus shifts from one player over to Flood, and still Sparking able to prone it out, at least for now.
Oh no. Okay, Sparking gonna find one. He's gonna get PO, but he immediately gets traded back on Anonix. And now Flood in a 1v3. How can the Australian Snake do? Anonix gonna land the shots. Yes, he will. Genji gets your second victory of the day.
Kills taken away from Flood, but at least Fury able to get 6 placement points out of it. What a game, and what an incredible play from Genji to hold off against VP. They knew they had to wait to leave the compound until VP made a move. They take them down, they push out, they take down Interforce 36 in full control, and then they play very, very passive. They wait it out, they allow for the team to battle off one another. Perfect timing engagement of Genji in that one day.
I mean, is there anything more dangerous to North American teams in the late game than an Australian Snake? We've seen it so many times now, it feels like. Well, let's throw it over to the analyst desk to hear what they have to say about game number 2.
Well, you're not wrong, Poro, but overall, Genji firing on all cylinders here in these past 2 games, and it culminates in a win here in game number 2. I'm with Clover and Froz to talk about this one. And Clover, we have got to address this. Genji now, 6 games back-to-back, double-digit kills. This is scary.
This is the Genji that we know and love, and as you said, the scary aspect of Genji. And you know, remember, Genji really coming in a really bad place on the leaderboard, only with 43 points. They were very far out from the cut line, which as we started today was at 78. So given how they played the first 2 matches, this is the big momentum we needed to see for them to not only have a fantastic weekend, but secure their spot in the final. I mean, I threw out the potential that we could see them have 100+ point weekends. I think if they stay on track, we're definitely going to see it.
Oh yeah, we're on the road for sure for that. Froz looking at this as well. I mean, as mentioned, 43 points in the previous week. Now 2 games down, 38 points already. Genji is looking crisp.
They're just running away from everybody else, and if they keep on going like this, I mean, they're gonna easily win this weekly final here and just grab themselves that spot for the grand finals. And from the look of it, they got 38 points in 2 games, right? We were talking about them having 70 points in 4 games in the weekly survival. This is even better than the performance we saw them in the weekly survival. This is not what we were expecting. This is what we wanted to expect from a team like this, but we haven't seen it yet. This is the first time we've seen this glimmer from Genji throughout the whole tournament, and this is what you want to see. They're on the uprise right now, and it's looking better and better for every game, I'd say.
Pretty terrifying, of course. Of course they turn it on as time is coming short here towards that grand final. Genji, the current defending PGC champions, looking ridiculous in these past 2 games, and of course 6 games in total if you count in those 4 towards weekly survival. But just in general, I mean, this circle as it's narrowing down here, Clover, towards these fields, I liked positions that like Dignitas had and things like that, but didn't quite convert to how they wanted it to.
No, I mean Dignitas, another team that we've talked about has the potential to really pop off, and this game was a prime example of that. They were looking really healthy until their attention got split by Fury there at the absolute end. But they found the scoring chances. They stayed proactive. So even though we didn't see the chicken dinner come out from them, that's a good start for the leaderboard. Because again, remember, they completely missed week 1. They were the ranked 32 team from the ranked decision. And so they've been playing catch up throughout the tournament. And we talk about Gen G getting better as the tournament has gone on, as the weeks have gone. I would say the same for Dignitas. And again, this is going to be the format where they're really going to thrive.
And here come the points. 12 points will also go to Virtus Pro. Now, I think we've got a lot to say about Virtus Pro and how they were playing this one out for us, because some of their positions were cool, but then some of the backtracks were... Yeah, talk to me.
I mean, yeah, it was a little bit different, right? We saw them going to the compound where Gen G resided for a very long time. But also, when the circle closed down a little bit, they were on the south side of that compound, meaning they were on the other side of the road, on the far side from the center of the circle, and they need to move out. They did a really good job. Spyro got that nade on AAA, and that was what I was anticipating, that they would go that kind of way. But I anticipated or thought that they would actually go towards E36. Now we saw, of course, I think it was it Mad who crashed E36 last?
Yes.
There was a few teams, I mean, GX tried to, but they only got to like New Happy, and then New Happy tried to, but then Mad got in the way, and then Mad tried to go for E36, but E36 wiped them out. And because not a single knock came in on E36, I think that's the turning point when VP decided, we're not going to go there. We're going to go back towards the compound instead and take the fight against Gen G, which I don't think was the right move. I still think they should have gone for E36, because even though there was no knocks going on, you have no idea how low they are in terms of like health and stuff. They could still be like, all 4 of them could have been 1 HP for all you know. So I feel like that could have been a winning play, but I mean, at the same time, hey, what can we say? They've been doing phenomenal. Top 5 in both games so far. They got themselves 9 kills in this one. They're doing brilliantly still, so I mean, it's a good game for them.
We saw the tail end of it there. Clover, Gen G greeting Virtus Pro and then making this smoke wall to push up against E36, and with the DBS. I love the DBS, but this was the perfect play from Gen G to push up on that spot.
Yeah, and the fact that they were able to have the breathing room to get themselves back up to 4 strong. I mean, in my opinion, those reses should not have been allowed to happen. But again, Dignitas and Fury, their attentions really split and distracted on each other, and that gave Gen G the perfect opportunity to come back into this full health. And real quick, we didn't get to see it, but I just want to bring attention to it one more time. At the very start of this match, there was that beautiful shotgun play by Quizzy for Navi onto Kaishin. Remember the 3 shots? I mean, we were screaming when we were watching that behind scenes, because it was just such a wild play. So even though a bit of a heartbreak that Navi went out first, they still managed to pick up 3 points for it.
Gen G gets the second win here of the day. Great stuff by them. You're totally right. I completely forgot about that. Actually, let's just talk about that scenario for a moment, because I feel like the Kaishin Navi standoff lasted for so long. We can talk about it after this break. We'll get to it, the nitty-gritty of it, in a moment here as we go to that break. And when we return, we have game number 3 here for the weekly final.
Team Liquid find themselves in a little bit of a struggle here. Oh, he's going back for the res.
In the meantime, Buriram moving up here towards New Haven. They both want to play from the same position, and Ming able to find the first one, almost get the second one, does get the second one. They are ready and waiting for the pull-up, and Edie in a split second, the only Predator alive. He's gonna find the first one, almost gets the second as well, but no, Ming.
But you don't hear the engine, you have no idea he's there. You're focused on another direction. To the best of his ability. He'll find the end. Still alive, Deva trying to work the other side.
Gibble is going to have line of sight. They're trying to run through it. Lambu peeks up, gets a little bit of damage. It's going to be Rimba that gets down. Oh, a little bit of a knock on the other side of it. It's going to be Alo that at least manages to get something out of it. Miramar peeks back over, roll up everything right now. God, now, what can you do? Peeks back into it. Does get the knock on the one, but it's not going to be enough in the end.
From Gen G, you know they will try.
Oh, this is go time for Sonics. And yeah, if they can win this position, absolutely massive for Sonics. And Onyx, though, actually gets the opening knock onto Mime, gets a second one, gets a third one! Shuts down the Sonic stream just like that in one quick...
Thunder 1, the situation has evolved. Saber's rise has caught the attention of other nations. I trust you are ready, but your tools need to be modified accordingly. The armory is open. Any weapon, any option, whatever you need. It's getting dangerous out there. Feel free to get creative. You'll need to, because you won't be the only operatives out there. Don't let them threaten the mission. Secure the sector and repel counterattacks. Extract or retrieve the package. And remember, Thunder 1, put down anything that stands in your way.
So far, so good for a Gen G after 2 games. Looking fantastic here to be able to rack up the points that they need to be able to guarantee themselves a top 12 position at least. I've got Clover as well as Froz to talk about some of the ins and outs of what's been going on so far. And before the break, we proposed a question and situation, of course, going down between Na'Vi and Kaishin in that compound early on, Froz. And talk to me about it, because it was slow.
It was very slow. There is so much to break down from this fight alone, though. But I mean, let's start off with what happened. We saw, of course, Kaijin being there, and then we saw Na'Vi trying to crash it, trying to take over it. I mean, sure, good thing for Circle 1. There's a lot of time to play on that and not too many people around.
Yeah.
So you can take a little bit of time doing that, and it's all fair play. I mean, it's point rule, so even if you just get the kills, you're gonna get a few points, even if you lose someone. Now, Kaijin get the first knock, get the first flush. Navi's down to 3 players, but then nothing's happening. It's just the stalemate between the two of them and Kaijin. They should try to do something, but we see that they're trying to get every angle, but Navi's not letting them. Navi's just hiding. They're not letting anything happen. If anything, Navi's waiting for other teams to come and third party this, because they know that Kaijin is on the rooftops. They're all exposed, and they're just so tunneled into Na'Vi as well. And of course, you had in the start as well, you had Uren in the dip a little bit to the north, so he had a lot of off angle as well, but couldn't really hit the shots there. And we saw later on, of course, UP going uphill to the high ground trying to get another angle, but you know, there's another team there called AAA, and there's just so much going on. But in the end, of course, Quizzy shotgun 1v3, that is what it's all about. That is
definitely
the bread and butter. That's the glory of that whole fight, right? Seeing Quizzy doing such a thing, but also seeing shotguns being so good in that counter situation. That's the perfect situation to have a shotgun.
And Quizzy, of course, was the lone survivor of that situation down the end. And you can be the lone survivor too at home, as coming up here, PUBG Battlegrounds will be going free to play on January the 12th. An important day, I think, Clover. As you can pre-register at pre-reg.pubg.com. So is it I think it's important, Clover, right? Is it a good day?
It's you know, it's a celebratory day for multiple reasons. But on the backside too, I do want to kind of talk real quick about that fight, because there was a point where we did see AAA get involved. I think they actually did steal one of those knocks that had happened, right? And that kind of gave Na'Vi that information of, all right, there's another team here, let's goat them out, let's be patient. The problem is that right as AAA started to get engaged, Dignitas rotated right into them up there on Death Road, and so AAA actually broke away from that fight. They weren't able to help Na'Vi out any longer, and then by the time that fight finished, another team that had actually kind of also stepped out a bit was Team Liquid. And Team Liquid, I think, maybe watched that fight for a little bit too long, because when they finally turned their attention back to getting into the circle, they were punished pretty heavily for it because of the way that the edge of zone was right in that app school area.
Yeah, no, go on first.
I don't agree on that. I don't agree on that at all. I think with Liquid there was actually a smart play because of where the circle was. Of course, it's a high chance they were on the edge, right? So it's a high chance the circle is going to move away from them. But where would they move though? The thing is, we've seen endings towards the app. So if it would go to the apps, they would have been in a good spot. Now, this was the worst possible circle that could have moved away from them to that spot where it actually went, because it went to the field with a few compounds on each corner of the circle that basically was already occupied. So it was very hard for them to try to get in anywhere. But in the end, I feel like they did the right thing, how they played it out. Now, of course, them losing that fight against AAA was another thing. AAA just did a perfect execution on Team Liquid there.
Definitely so. We've got 30 seconds out of this game, but I want to highlight here quickly, Clover, that E36 right now, they need to put up big numbers, and so far they're doing all right.
Yeah, they're finding kills every match. They've made the top 4 2 games in a row. They're not quite at the level of kills I think they need, but if they can keep this momentum going, we could potentially see a big surprise and a big upset from them. But again, this is their first week, and they really need to find the win if they want to have any chance of not going down to the grand survival.
Definitely so. All right, it is time then. Game number 3. It's our final Erangel of the day here as we jump on in, and all of these teams try and find themselves the top spot. We're heading to the drop, and we're heading to our commentators, Porosaurus and Toby, for the final grassy pastures.
Well, hello, everyone. Thank you so much to the Analyst Desk for breaking down that one, and welcome back to PGC 2021, presented by Alienware and Toomey. We've now been 2 games in. We've got 2 victors and 1 final game left on Erangel. You can see your overall point status right now. Obviously, Team Liquid and KPI already securing their spot in the grand finals, but everybody else still up in the air, Toby.
Yep, it's the teams in dire needs of points here who are just exactly scraping their way in right now. Genji and Navi both with wins, sitting right at the cusp of the direct seat to the grand final. So good to see them get started. Maybe Burra, GX, you know, some of these teams. Maybe we'll see a GX or New Happy win next game. I do feel like the way that they were taken down, both those teams in the previous one, it was so fast and they had so little chance to respond to it, that they deserve at least to, you know, get to fire off 1 or 2 bullets before they get instantly melted. I gotta say, before in that game, I was confused when we saw GX go down and we instantly swapped over to the New Happy camera, because I was like, wait, was that? Did I get that wrong? Was it actually New Happy driving that car the whole time? Because we have the camera on GX, and then instantly a camera on another 4 people in a car in pretty much the exact same spot. I was like, wait. Was that just me completely misunderstanding the kill feed there for a second? Or what the hell was that? They got melted. And
oh dear.
So
well, you're not getting away from that one.
He's literally being pulled on the car.
Got him stuck to the front of the hood like a deer.
Yeah,
that's not great. Well, E36 got it. You know, and it sucks that I get reminded by this when I see Indigo going down. But E36 has got 2 back-to-back. A 3rd and 4th place.
Yeah,
like this E36 team is finding the late game here. Now this time around, they're going to have to make a long rotation, as it looks like we might be getting a milli circle on our final Erangel game of the day. Toby, that's exciting news.
It
I'm sure
sure
for
is.
everyone.
It's, I'm not a superstitious person in terms of, you know, oh, this patch we get all these kind of circles, and this patch we get all these. But I gotta say, for this tournament so far, we've seen a lot of similar end positions. There we see the one we didn't get to see in game last time. All of them next to a almost on fire car, just waiting to see the nade come in.
It's okay, guys. The smoke's down. I'm sure we're safe.
It's not like we're standing next to a vehicle. And a 3, and a 2, and a 1, and a boom. I guess that's the only way you can die faster. Here's the GX one.
This is the one I want to see.
I say it's almost instantly as well, because it looked like that way for us on the kill feed. Even the observers jumped away from them for a split second, and they were all dead. Watch this. There's no nades on this. There's no nades, and they're doing it in slow-mo too. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait,
oh my
that's so fast! And it's Yen who gets 3 of them. The same one player got 3 of those kills.
I'm looking at the time here.
Okay, we see it from his angle. 1, 2, 3. That is 1 bullet per head. We don't even get to see if it was Nox or not, because it's happening so fast.
Man still had 27 rounds left in his gun.
13 bullets and 3 kills. That's
Lord. he didn't even need to reload.
No.
God.
Then he would go out and die the exact same way moments later, but
well, yeah, we don't talk about that.
13 bullet, 3 kills.
That's pretty nuts. I mean, in all things considered, we saw 4 team wipes there in the matter of about 2 minutes. As New Happy and Mad scrapping in the north side of Yasnaya? Question mark. Two-Tab gonna go down to ZP Yan here, and Mad is getting kind of picked apart. I think. Is Ian the last player up? I think he might be.
This is suboptimal.
No.
Mad Clan wanted to wrap north around, but got a little too close for comfort. Maybe they didn't like the loot they started with on the north side up there. They wanted to maybe rotate early, see if they could make their way through apartments, but I don't think they knew of the way that New Happy split their looting paths inside of Yasnaya, because they tend to have people up in apartments, and well, there was no free loot.
If only he had a shotgun. If only he had a shotgun, we know. It would be an instant 1v4.
And a helmet.
And, a couple other things
all
probably
the
would be helpful.
All the good things,
But a shotgun primarily. Oh man, does HSM know? There's no way he knows. I mean, he's just running around. Like the rest of his team is left.
He's half HP, so clearly he must have been shot at one point in order to get inside the building. I don't like the angle he was holding there. Now he does turn around. I mean, with where he's positioned right now, you can see the way that he's moving. He wants to get under the staircase, but he doesn't want to make something.
The man's doing the Cupid shuffle under the stairs.
It's like someone has put Legos all over the floor, and he is trying to maneuver his way into the corner. It's going so slow, but it's so painful. But I gotta make it up the staircase.
This is why you gotta wear shoes, man. What are you doing? This is the sneakiest play.
We laugh all we want, but it's working. I mean, of course, if this man comes in and just spots him, it might actually pay off.
Oh no! Speaking of things, okay. Attack all around. Looks like they've spotted Ghibli trying to make their rotation across the bridge here. The shot's coming through from Zhankyu. Gonna be doing some damage, but no knocks coming through. Ghibli look like they'll be able to get through. Yeah, Adder was the last one, so free and clear there for Ghibli as they'll stop and heal up a little bit, and he's safe.
The worst thing is
he jumped from roof to roof.
With all the effort that they've put into getting here, as little as I like seeing a team getting a freebie like that, I kind of feel like he deserves it. You know, I don't want it on New Happy. I don't feel like they deserve to lose a player because they were minding their own business, getting looted on up, all is good and dandy. But with Deva's hard commitment to press W like 250 times in order to move 10 meters, I feel like that deserves at least 1 point one way or another.
Man should be a Zerd player.
If I could, as a caster, reward a point, I would give him one. And in the meantime, Danawa trying to make the transition on over, instantly met by Na'Vi. Na'Vi, of course, fought early in the previous game, went down early because of it as well. This time around, it seems like the hold-off position is a little better rewarded than where they fought last game.
I mean, there's very little chance that Danawa gets out of this. I mean, Na'Vi can just play the angle, play the ridge lines. The grenade's going to fall a little bit short. Salute going to try to push up and see if he can maybe find somebody. He does some big damage onto Example, but the grenade from Melman going to find him as that's going to be it. I think they, I don't know, maybe have gotten them one res. You can see Soul still up. YJ bleeding out, but yeah, this isn't looking great.
This is a situation where Na'Vi tend to not, like, now I'm going to jinx something, I can feel it, but Na'Vi tends to not throw away anything here. I mean, they are very wise about their approach. They have an off angle on the side. They have two people pushing up close. They know exactly where they have them all positioned according to the smokes. The only thing they should worry about is that they have a team with absolutely nothing to lose right behind them in Liquid. So there's got to be one person making sure that their back's safe.
Well, you got the res on the YJ at least, so I'll back up to 2 for all the good it's doing them. I mean, they've got the smoke wall, and that's about it, really, to work with. Yeah. And Melman will find one. Soul gets spotted out. Ooh, gets a knock. There you go. Soul doing some damage. Nice shot onto Quizzy, but Quizzy going to find the head. And Danawa...
Yeah, they saw him.
Yeah, they saw him pull back to the hard cover. But
did they? I think Melman might actually be shooting at the... Yep, he's shooting for the corpse. I mean, if they didn't see him there might be... This is the situation. No, this is what I was just talking about.
Took too long.
Yep, Liquid had nothing to lose. And even when they do have something to lose, they tend to also try and go for these free knocks from the side, sort of third-party positions. And... again, in a situation like this, Na'Vi should have been able to execute it. Wait, what?
Oh no!
What? Boat! What? Did he just become one with the boat?
Oh dear.
What?
He phased through. It's phase Saturday in a different way. Man, he couldn't have lasted one more minute. Come on. Killing me here.
We're seeing everything today, bro. It might not be crazy circles, but we're getting them surfed on a silver platter.
Well, look at Gen G actually pulling up. Heroic is doing kind of a northern bridge camp because GEX was doing a southern bridge camp. So is Gen G going to spot this out in time? Yeah, they're stopping a scout. This is good. Okay. Looks like Pio spotted him out.
Had at least been Na'Vi that did that, then at least we could make some sort of Na'Vi Navy joke about them getting buffed, that they can run through boats. But for Danawa's sake, that was just, I mean, that was a first. After a ton of games casted in this tournament and over the course of PUBG's lifespan, I've never seen someone actually just merge through a boat like that before.
Oh. Well, okay, so Deva and Ian still alive for Mad Clan, and that's a shift. Okay.
Yeah, okay. We're headed far west, and remember, of course, Next Circle can maintain its lifespan with water included as well, so we could easily, I mean, we're probably not hopping up north is a stretch at this point, but we can easily include more water coming into Next Circle, but we are for sure taking away all of Novo, all of the east side, and I actually like this, because we talked about how circles have been repetitive. A lot of military circles, if not all, has gone to the west, and Spiro, despite being the ones in the fire here, actually manages to take down a teammate. Now it goes down because VP tries to push forward, and it does not pay off. That's you know, when you engage your fight by knocking a teammate, that's when you know things are not gonna go your way. And this is so fun for VP as well. For people that know the team, it's so interesting to follow a team that always are so incredibly thorough on doing their prep work coming into a push, but in situations where they don't have a chance, exactly. But in situations where they don't have any intel to go off of, because that position was practically impossible for them to scout from the spot that they were in prior. When they just full speed send it, they look as YOLO-esque as any other team out there, and that stuff tends to happen. So a team that clearly not only relies on, but also are dependent on having that info in the meantime. What's
happening?
It's just it's that's a way to stop your US.
All right. Well, it gets the job done. VP had 2 top 5 finishes in a row in the first 2 games. This is not going to be that way this time around, as they do finish in 15th. Now, meanwhile, Attack All Around has some nice angles to hold here on a new Happy. Nobody really behind them on the west side either, so they can afford to stick around here for as long as they want. You do have the 2 remaining players from Mad that are slowly making their way down here, but it looks like New Happy going to try to play the scaffolding underneath the bridge, try to get a little bit closer. Looks like Bloom's
Is that a
actually
bad
took a little
play
bit of
either?
damage here.
Yeah,
I
not
know.
a bad play either. You can actually get the cars. I don't know if they know. I mean, they probably do know, but you can actually get the cars all the way down the staircase, get it under, and rotate off to the west. I would assume, or hope at least, to see that's what they're going to be doing. Oh, that is a nice spot from PO. Issue is, I'm not sure if PO. I mean, he heard vehicles obviously coming up, but as good as the scout is and allowing for his team to potentially wrap forward, he's in a bit of a pickle himself. You know, PO tends to get himself into PO positions, and this is one of them.
I could just imagine the guys like, hey, there's a guy up there on the lighthouse. There's a team down there holding the bridge. Oh yeah, also I'm surrounded by a whole other team right now. By the way.
Other info, I have become part of Enterthos 36 now, so if you just play a 3-man, I'll play a 5-man. Exactly. And unfortunately, it's gonna be to his downfall. PO, great in-game leader, great player, but again, similar to what we said about Virtus Pro, they're such an amazing team to watch, but they have their downfalls and having to pull up on things they don't see. And this, to me, is one of the biggest Achilles heels of Gen G. That as great of an intel gatherer PO is, as smart he is in terms of positioning, he also sometimes managed to get into situations where he gets knocked in like where he easily could have avoided having had he not gone as aggressive about it.
Yeah, I mean. Oh God!
That is okay. Circle.
Let's go, Liquid. It's setting
you
up.
You say that, but that's a hard spot to play from if they're wanting to contest anything.
It's definitely hard, but I feel like you're going to see so many teams fighting on the south side that Liquid's just going to be able to clean. Like nobody's ever going to really pressure them. We'll see. Yeah. We'll see. I'm just kind of that's what I'm predicting. Honey Badger has been knocked, as it looks like Oath and Dignitas, our only 2 North American teams in this lobby, are going to run into each other in the southern part of military base right here. Balefrost gonna go for a reposition, and it looks like Dig actually gonna be able to get this res off.
Yeah, and Kaishin is starting to wrap in behind all of this as well. Not sure if they want to engage in the fight inside a military base itself, or if they're trying to just find a way out to the eastern side of the circle, which actually is not that bad of a play from them. Fury, in the meantime, trying to make their way over the hilltop. They are inside the circle up here on the very edge, though, but they have Senon just over the ridge line. Not sure if they saw him there.
Yeah, that's I mean, you got GEX kind of creeping in. Anyway, Attack All Around, they were holding New Happy at the bridge, and they've since pulled off and started moving a little bit more into the circle, but they know that New Happy is going to be here eventually, and now it looks like this is where they've decided to set up and take the fight. Glooms will spot out Nan, get him low, but doesn't get the knock, and now Ming going to get the drive-by shots on him. New Happy gonna pull right up on HSM, gonna take the shots into Glooms, get some low. Jayers will find Non. Ming will find Glooms as the 1-1 trade has come out, and New Happy eating a lot of circle damage right now.
He needed to find that knock there. He was on an island behind that tree, and knowing that as soon as they get to wrap around, he's going to be completely done for. Gems in the meantime finds one, but unable to find one in return. Solid damage coming through. Of course, HS with phase 3 damage coming through, being headshotted there. Is going to go down to blue. There is a rest possible, though, for Ming, as it is only phase 3 so far, but that would mean that Yan needs to full-on commit to try and apply even more pressure than has already been done. Navi, in the meantime, we can actually see it in the minimap there on the bottom right corner, shooting towards them as well. Now Kaishin starting to wrap up here too, so 4 teams engaging on one another on what teams thought was only going to be a one-way fight.
Zipion will stay alive for right now, but he's going to wrap down to the south. He's going to run into Kaishin very shortly as you see Ren pulling it up. It looks like Zipion spotted him. Going to take the shots. Oh my God, put some respect on that man's name. Zipion has been doing work for New Happy in this tournament so far. He's going to find another knock onto Ren. That's going to put the Kaishin push on hold, but New Happy still in a rough spot here.
Yep, exactly. And Balefrost, in the meantime, goes down. Oath trying to wrap underneath Liquid, and I like the fact that they're being proactive about it, not allowing for them to do so. Cobra wants to go for the rest here again. Still doable with 20 seconds. You can tank the blue and get the rest up and still allow for him to get his heals on up, but he's actually going to carry him forward instead, and Dignitas is now starting to push into this as well.
Zepion somehow, or New Happy somehow managed to get 2 through. Okay, Zepion will get spotted out by Yuppie. In the end, 2 teams, a little bit too much for Zepion there as the nice grenade will come through. Let's see if New Happy can keep one up. Nope, it's going to be Dig that gets the third party in and actually gets 2 kills off of it too. So big grenades coming out as attack all around. Needs to turn their attention maybe towards Kaijin, but look at Dignitas. They're perfectly situated to take the fight here.
Gets the knock, but in such an exposed position. Shinboy fortunate to get away from that one alive. Shots didn't connect from Kaishin, and with the circle now shifting away from Dignitas towards the west, they can just backfill. This is a perfect position from them. Play it slow, let these teams wound each other on the edge, and then just take whatever is left by the time they make their way into Yoran, able to find Jayers. Janko trying to go for one down the hill, will find one, but Honey Badger able to find him in return, so that's going to be attack all around, eliminated too. And now Yoran, only player left allowed for Kaishin, and Dignitas can find all the flushes in the world on here should they want to, and as I said, then afterwards backfill into the circle. Really wise positioning from Dignitas. They will have to battle off Na'Vi though as they make their approach back on in.
Go get those points, Dig. You need every single one of those kills that you can muster, as it looks like Uran going to try to get the res onto Yuppie. And meanwhile, the longest rotation in the history of ever continues as Mad making their way in from behind. They've struggled so far, so long to get in here, and now they're just going to... Oh no.
Well, they made it.
They made it. They have tasted. They have tasted safe zone air for the first time.
And
ooh, gets a bounce on it. Okay, so David's gonna still be alive here. Dignitas. Oh no, no, not again.
Yeah.
Not like this, Dignitas. Please.
You got
How many snakes? How many snakes is it gonna take?
That hillside, I mean, we saw Shinboy almost get taken down while traversing it. It's so easy for us to say with knowledge of nice shot, Punich. It's so easy for us to say with knowledge of what's going on that they should quote unquote just play the other side. But when you just show Shinboy sit in that position and get absolutely lasered from below, and you then transition that exact spot yourself, you know you have a solid 30-40 meters to the next tree for cover. It seems like an unnecessary path for me to run in order to get the safety. But of course, as you can see with Punich as well, they were trying to get down the hillside. They wanted to isolate the last player. Unfortunately, for Honey Badger, though, just not really working for him. And now they're actually transitioning all the way back into military. That's a head scratcher.
Okay. Well, Punich will get flushed out by Flood. Dig down 2. All said and done, they did get 6 kills, right? And we are in a format now where the points matter. So going for those kills, can't blame him for that. Yuppie going to try to make his way in. We'll see if Dig is in a position to maybe finish him off. Yes, they will. That's going to be another point in the bag. That's 8 in total. Dig now down to 2. And it looks like Waikiki maybe looking over in that direction. Yeah, it's got an angle on him.
Still people inside. Waikiki from up on the high position on the billboard, trying to see what he can find. Does manage to find the first one. Flood actually able to get the flush on him there. So just one left alive. But as you said, I mean, 8-point game, almost a 9-point. They will go out in 10th, but an 8-point game for Dignitas. Of course, you'll take that any day of the week.
Yeah, you take those. I mean, that being said, they did drop and loot military.
Yeah,
base,
true.
so-
And they're also sitting at 40 coming into this game, right? In the grand scale, like in the total leaderboard. If what the analyst has said is right, and that we will have to, like, you have to breach into the 110, 115 potentially.
Gotta start
They
winning.
need a good showing, and I'm afraid
Yeah.
those 8-point games won't be enough here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's become harder and harder as the years have passed to, I feel like, at least in North America, I don't know how it is elsewhere around the world for the most part, but it seems like it's getting harder and harder for teams that drop military to actually win military circles, just because you're getting pushed from everywhere.
Yeah, but maybe that's the thing, right? The island's too big for you to maintain full control of. If the bridges were so slim that you could just sit 2 players and split it and hold off, I'd make the argument that, yeah, okay, you can say, oh, the military team has to win military games. But the island's so big, and here we get the massive western shift. I mean, sure, if you're the military team and all the circles goes to the one spot that you're playing from, then yes, but then you could also say that the team that loots Gatka has to win Gatka games. I mean, that becomes the exact same discussion, and that's just not really a discussion at all.
Oh, okay, Star-Lord. Let's take some nice damage there from grenade from Ghibli as I can pull back E36. No, they're just going to keep on pushing forward as the smoke is starting to fade, though. Star-Lord could be in some trouble here. As you can see, the Reds starting to... Yep, they've been spotted out. It's going to be Alia. It's going to be doing the big damage from range, and E36 realizing the situation they're in. They've got the offensive smokes down to keep Ghibli from peeking, but they can't do anything about Navi's angle.
Oh, it's a tough one to run on through, and I like the fact that Spear is playing this side of the building too, knowing that they have Navi on the other side, playing a prone Groza on the other side, and there is just no entry to that one whatsoever. And to force their first fall outside of the top 3, so solid day for them overall. Of course, unfortunate on this one that they go down.
Well, Heroic still have 4 up. It's we like to see from them, 4 up in the late game in a good position to boot, as they have GEX down to their south, or on the, at least on the other side of this mountain they know about. Gen G starting to creep over, though, in Onyx being the first one in, and we'll see if Gen G wants to get involved in this fight, or if this is just a scouting play. Corexi going to get spotted out by Zanon, and Onyx going to open it up, but he immediately gets spotted out by Paige. And now Asura and the rest of Gen G starting to get involved, as we were expecting. GEX absolutely loving this, as Paige will get spotted in, and just like that, Heroic gets sandwiched and eliminated.
What a timing from Gen G and GX. They were both holding their tongue. They were both saying, you know, we won't engage on this before the other team does. And while I couldn't see exactly who fired the first bullet there, they knew exactly when to do it. They were engaging on the same plane. They knew they had one team in the middle, and they both timed it perfectly. And kudos to Gen G for managing to make it into the circle. They wrapped all the way back east when Pio went down to go over the eastern bridge to transition into the center, and they're now in a good hillside position. They are only 2 alive. They're Waikikamuka in the meantime trying to get back to safety. Will be found by Kickstart.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it. Gen G having a rough sledding this game. Now, the first 2 games, they got some compounds. Of course, they got a little bit of favor. But what a grenade from Asura. We'll find the flush onto SSR and gets Savior down to almost nothing. Zanon will spot out the man behind the tree, takes the shots. Asura gets knocked low. But GEX has to be careful about how they peek this, because they're getting knocked from Fury in the background as well. So Asura going to take a little bit of molly damage. Esther's been spotted out by Zenon. He's hiding behind the rock, and here comes Ghibli. They want to feed on whatever's left here.
And it makes perfect sense for them to do so. If you can get full control of the hillside, there is a great position for you to take. Esther over the top finds Jen Lee. That's one more down, but now they know that there's a team coming in from behind. Spear, Nate, cooked, thrown forward. We'll see if that one's going to connect. Does it bounce off right? Yes, 31 damage. Forces Esther to play it further forward. And Flood, in the meantime, actually, not only did they get the res up onto Waikikamuka, but they're able to push over the hillside too.
Yeah, I think Fury definitely wanted to come in here in third party. They had the same idea that Ghibli did. I don't think they know that Ghibli's on the other side, though. It looks like they are now, as they will throw the grenades over the top, see if they can do some damage. Adder will have to pull back down. Esther, meanwhile, hiding in the Molotov. 4 HP on Esther. And Flood, okay, Flood spots him. They won't get bitten by the snake this time. Spear in a good spot, but Insight will spot him out. And now Flood trying to make the push as well.
Can't get bit by the snake when you are the snakes down from Australia. That's just the way it
Big
is.
facts.
Lambo peeks on over. Very smart playing here has allowed them to stay alive. They came out from the southern side and they've played smart on the west all the way through. That's going to be one more. 11 kills so far this game for Fury. They're down 1 player. Ronan went off early, and now Na'Vi trying to maintain control here. I'm a little worried that their three-way split is a bit too aggressive. I'm not sure if they're not aware of the full pressure from Fury up here, but you have Ali up close that could potentially find one. You have Melman who would want to try and get all the attention towards him and allow for Alia to make a play, and then Quizzy is playing the backstop, trying to make sure that neither Liquid or Oath can make a play on them from behind. But I would much rather see two people on Melman's position than having them split three-way like this.
Be dangerous stuff here, Flood. Take a few shots over Waikik and Mukau. Meanwhile, just looking to see whatever angle he can get. Everybody inside the circle so they can hold their positions while they can. Hey, remember that way back when I said Team Liquid might be in a good position? Looks like it's working out for them pretty well here.
And remember way back when I said they would be, but they're probably only going to get 2 or 3 kills before they get Slate Game. We both were right, Toro! Yay!
Fine. We can all be right. Everybody's happy. Everybody's happy when Team Liquid.
I wasn't trying to take your right away. I was just saying that we work together. You know, we work in
Absolutely.
tangent. We got this.
It's a team effort here, brother.
Sure thing. We got this. We got this. But now, of course, Circle was great. Position was great until this one shifted away. And as I said, Chrissy, the backstop Phil here, he has to make sure that no one can wrap it on the hillside behind them. Na'Vi is playing for the long haul against Fury. If they wanted to, they would have forced the fight early against them. They said, no, we're going to play on Fury's terms. Here comes Alia. He needed to get the first one. He gets it, but he goes for the flush instead of going for the second. Oh! I know it's a point game and all, but you have to wait for it. You heard the footsteps. You knew we were coming over the top, and you have Melman there to support you. You can't get greedy in those positions.
Maybe Resable? He hadn't been fleshed out just yet. Looks like Liquid's going to get their res here. Is Insight going to leave? Go for the high ground once again. Quizzy and Melman in a position now. They're in that weird spot, right, where you've got to decide, okay, do we try to go for this res, or is this too dangerous? Can we win this as 2? Insight going to take shots over towards Mexi. Is he running with that grenade in hand? And now Oath, they've been dug in like ticks for quite some time. And now it is just going to be, can you survive the bombardment of grenades from Liquid?
It's a wait this one out until Liquid hopefully runs out of utility. That's what DB's last nade thrown forward. There are 2 mollies to play, and I like this play from Liquid. They realize that the Quizzy is backed off, but as you can see here, they still have to worry about teams coming, like teams with a high ground position that can hold off inside. Oh, that's a scary open run down the hill. Hopefully he's going to be able to make that. Fury realizing there's nothing else for them to take on the hillside, and they have to try and back off and play downhill. They get there, yeah, exactly. Na'Vi, smart on it. They get the rest because of it. That's a good molly. That's going to be 1 down. Yep, kickstart force.
Yeah, unfortunate for Kickstarter, but Inside going to defend the man a little bit here. As Mixie going to go down to his own Molotov. Unfortunately, I think he was knocked, and then, yeah, spotted as Ibby gets spotted by Quizzy. And now Liquid kind of falling apart as they try to clean out Oath. And Fury and Na'Vi, unfortunately, I mean, if Fury and Na'Vi continued their fight on the top, Liquid probably gets away with this. But since they backed off, yeah, look at that.
Liquid needed to deal with this Oath situation much faster than they did. They tried to get down the hill. EP knew exactly where he was. Unfortunately, they couldn't make the play fast enough, and kudos to Oath for staying alive for that long. But as soon as you said, as soon as that Na'Vi Fury fight on the hilltop comes to an end, you have EP and Mexi caught completely open, and Clip now forced down behind the tree. Not a whole lot he can do. I mean, having said that, of course, very talented player that can easily go out and get kills still, but as a team, gonna be very hard for Liquid to get a whole lot more of this. They needed to execute on it faster, they needed to deal with it faster, and they did.
Na'Vi getting a nice circle. It's looking very, very likely that they could be setting up for their second win of the day.
That'd be huge.
They've got some work yet to do, though. As Fury, you can see 12 kills for the boys, 6 on Insight, 4 on Flood, and they've got Clib pretty much pinned out as he is just waiting for the inevitable, essentially. He's no smokes in the pocket, nothing really he can do except for wait and maybe hope that Fury and Na'Vi get no fight.
He saw Insight make the push on up, and I think that's a good read from him going, you know what, if they're close to each other, there's a good chance that even if I don't get the kills here, I will at least get a point of placement off of it. So just wait it on out, let them take the fight, because as soon as this escalates, if it does now, the nade comes over, that should force Quizzy back, or Alia, sorry, back to help them out. You can see he's instantly making the run back up the hillside. They are still looking for Clip. They know that he's a factor. They know that they don't have the insta-kill so far on him. He's looking for it, but with the more damage that Fury make, the more pressure they apply up on the hilltop, the more they have to focus on him. And this actually allows for Clip to get not only down to this position, but just barely inside the circle. 2 inside, now see, but Clip Misses crucial shots. Fortunately, Ali is there to help. That's the second time today we see Clip not be able to get the spray down. He goes off of it, expecting to maybe have had the knock already. But I don't know what it is today with Clip. He usually hits these easy peasy, but not connecting them today.
Oh, big shots onto Flood that time at least, as Melman will come and he's going to spot him. And now it's just academic. Na'Vi gets their second win of the day, and they are looking so strong.
What a performance. Na'Vi, we talked about them wanting to get off to a good start, because when they do, they can thrive. In EMEA, they've had 3 wins in a 5-game series. Now they get the first 2. Would be insane to see them pick up another. They're strong Miramar team, so wouldn't be surprised to see them perform there as well.
Beautiful stuff so far from Na'Vi, and you got to give credit where it's due. Fury, big kill performance that game around. That's going to do wonders for their ranking as we throw it over to the desk to hear what they have to say about game number 3.
Thank you, Poro. Yes, like a tornado. You see Na'Vi getting themselves 2 wins here out of the 3 games. Shut up, Froz. We've got ourselves Froz as well as Clover here to join. Froz, come on, man. It's impressive stuff here from the boys in yellow and black.
Oh, definitely. It's impressive. I mean, in 3 games, they've been able to get themselves 2 wins. And on top of that, of course, we saw them getting here by winning the first game in the weekly survival. It just shows you how strong they are right now. Of course, we saw in the second game, they got themselves 15th place with 3 kills. But that was because of that stall-out fight against Kaijin, and it just didn't work out. But Quiz has still made a few points for a team there.
I wanted to really quickly touch on that too. I mean, as you said, they won the very first game, and I think that even Claris, when we were talking about it at the beginning of this week, we were worried if that was going to hurt Na'Vi at all by not having a little bit extra time to play this lobby, and that's obvious now. It's not the case. They're playing this confident, and that they're looking to be so primed today. I'm actually ashamed that they weren't even a part of the conversation at the top of the desk today about who we had our eyes on.
They're looking brilliant. I mean, if the situation doesn't go down in the second game as well, where they're just kind of stunted in their growth for the game, as he takes a little point at his PGC hoodie, it could have been a different story if they don't get choked up against Kaishin, but it's not to be the case. Regardless, a lot of points going their way here, Froz, which is going to be rapidly pushing them up the board into that secure spots in the top 12.
Yeah, and you also got to look at how they're playing the game, right? Especially towards the end game there, how they were forcing Fury away from the hill, basically, while actually keeping Quizzy, keeping an eye on Liquid as well, keeping an eye on their movements and what's going on the side there. Basically, they were just controlling the whole game, and they were puppeting all of the other teams and players, make sure that they would just fight each other, and at the same time, now we just have all the control. And of course, they got a good circle shift again towards them as well, so it was all just going their way the whole game there.
Definitely. Military circle finish as all of these teams try to find themselves a position. Here's some of the final moments, Clover, from this. And Na'Vi, as Foz is saying, just bringing the fight quickly to Fury and making sure they can't get that high ground was so important.
Yeah, and honestly, sending Aaliyah wide, I think, was the right call there, because as you saw, they were really keeping every aspect of this in check. I mean, they didn't allow Fury to come up the backside of it first off, which is a good way that Aaliyah had that positioning, but also keeping that pressure and information gathering onto Clib. The biggest thing that I think could have potentially hurt Na'Vi is if they had allowed either Fury or Team Liquid to have get a knock on them. The two teams could then that would have even maybe been the dinner bell that Fury needed here for this push. I mean, you saw Flood was ready to go. That nade from Insight did do some damage to Melman, but it wasn't quite enough for Fury to get that upper hand. And ultimately, as you see, Clib came in to punish there. And so from here on out, this high ground, this positioning that Na'Vi had throughout this late game just came to an absolute perfect bow chicken dinner. And again, so well deserved. This is not luck. This is Na'Vi playing their best game right now.
Yeah, they're looking primed here to be able to continue taking more points. Na'Vi here, 2 wins in 3 Erangels to start off our weekly final. Looking really strong. They get themselves 20 points on the board. Fury, though, 17 points. This is a team that we talked about at the top of the show here for us as one to keep our eyes on, because when they're killing, they can keep going.
I really like the rotation we saw for Fury in Circle 6 when they went from the east side of the circle to the west side just before they got into that fight with Heroic and GX there. And basically they just cleaned up whatever was the rest of that fight and then just took on Gen G as well and took control over that part of the circle there, being able to play it a little bit until Na'Vi just stopped them. But overall, such a good game here from them overall, just like being able to get those kills. But it's a little bit too much up and downs when it comes to Fury. We saw him, of course, in the previous game. They're getting a second place, but only 1 kill. And in the first game, it was just a 15th place with 1 kill. They need to be a little bit more consistent. But overall, good thing they're still on the top of the leaderboard because of a game like this.
Yeah, we got to see Sparking as well there just before, and I think that's awesome to see here for Dignitas here, Clover, considering, quite honestly, a lot of people saw Sparking, especially in that region, as an absolute prodigy of the game.
Yeah, and I think that he really has flourished as he came over to North America. And North America and LATAM did merge regions, but during the qualifying stages, they will still play separately. And so Sparking's really gotten a lot more time with the more North American teams joining Dignitas. And he's been an absolute fragger on that roster. And as we saw there, they didn't get the placement kills. They didn't get the late game presence at all that match, but they still managed to find 8 kills on the board. And that's much needed points because, as we talked about, they are really playing catch up. So even when they have a bad game, they're still finding those scoring chances.
And one of the teams that was trying to find scoring chances as well in this game, but maybe had to kind of do some weaving in and out for us, was definitely Gen G. They found themselves in quite the interesting scenario when it comes to circles, moving about, trying to get to military. It was a journey.
Yeah, we saw him on the West Bridge there trying to get across, but Heroic was just holding him out. Of course, PU, he was up there by the yellow houses, but also, we saw E36, they actually silent pulled up towards him, and PU had no clue that there was 2 E36 members up there. But again, though, they lost PU early, but they're still managing to be able to create things happening. And we saw how Inonix, again, kind of took that role of PU when PU was out of the game, right? Trying to go a little bit more aggressive, trying to make that little wildcard play. And it kind of worked out a little bit, but in the end, sure, they got themselves 6 kills. They got themselves a 6th place. It's still points, a good amount of points that they will need if they want to make it to the grand finals through this weekly finals here.
Sure. I'll never turn down a good bridge camp, though, Clover. Obviously, Heroic were holding on one side. I think was it GEX on the other side? I can't recall, but like, people knowing that people are going to be coming across those bridges, hold them out, cause them problems, I think is awesome.
Yeah, and the other thing too, I mean, obviously with the bridge being a little bit wider now, more maneuverability, people can kind of cross down on the catwalks. I think a lot more teams are now just not discounting them as being, nobody's going to try and take the bridge. The bridge is getting crossed more frequently. We're seeing less boat rotations, less water rotations. And so keeping that pressure, it makes sense, right? Because you want to have control, especially for those teams that like to hold the north or the north, east-west edges. You want to make sure that you're the last team to come in. And so it's been really interesting to see how the teams have kind of been tackling the bridge.
Yeah, and it's been cool to see kind of maybe some of those dynamics at play in this lobby, especially for us. Any other teams that you had your eye on here in this last game of Erangel?
I mean, I think we got to talk a little bit about how Navi actually took out Danoa. Navi was one of the first teams to cross from the north to south with a boat itself. And basically, after they crossed, we saw Danoa coming in, and they were getting shot by Navi, but they didn't turn around. This was the circle, I think 1 or 2, so it was super early. The circle wasn't fully committed yet, and yet Danoa kind of didn't swear off at all. They just kept on going straight towards Navi, more or less. And when you're at the beach there's nothing to play, and Navi just took advantage of that and basically just picked them out. And that kind of something you don't want to see happen. You want to see them like a team like Danoa. You could still go back to the north side. You can still like go more west or east. There's so many opportunities, and just going straight in there, I have no clue what they were thinking about that.
I mean, especially for Danoa, who is kind of right at the cusp right now here, Clover, right? I mean, they're kind of, I think, currently hovering 82 points. They've really not been able to convert in these first 3 games, but we know that they are capable, especially considering that they're usually going for these central drop spots, especially on Erangel. Now Erangel's done, it's when we went on to Miramar, but yeah, 5 points is not that good here for Danoa here.
No, in fact, Danoa had such a brilliant game in the weekly survival. I think we were kind of hoping that they were going to bring that energy to the weekend, but that's our 3 games in. They've only got 5 points to show for it, and that is not helping their cause, especially with some of the teams that have been in the chase that are trying to lock in their positions, starting the big climb. I mean, I think a big concern we even had watching this lobby is that some teams were going to sponge up points and not share, or was everybody going to kind of cancel each other out? We weren't going to see a big growth. I think that the former is true right now because Navi with 45 points, Gen G with 46 points, VP with 22, and Dignitas with 21. Everybody else is in the low teens and single digits thus far, 3 games in. And so if you're one of those teams that's in the chase, you need to start finding kills. I mean, my eyes even go to Oath. They've been playing relatively calm. Erangel is typically the match that we see them have some of the most success in, especially when we get some of these military circles. But they're not playing their style of game. They're getting into the center. They're kind of keeping their heads down. They're not taking fragging opportunities. And so far, I just feel like I haven't seen many moments of brilliance for them yet.
Especially since that central spot froze on this previous game. I mean, it's cool that you're there and you've got at least 2 alive, 3 alive, whatever it was, but sometimes there's those moments where you're like, yes, we're center, but sometimes it ends up being too early. If there's just too many teams that are going to crunch down on that spot, it's very hard to survive where Oath was, I think.
Yeah, it's very hard to survive. Basically, they had a pretty rough time taking the boats pretty early from Milta Power over towards Novo, and then they had a rotation down on the south side of Sosnoka Island, which means that they basically were on the other side of where the circle were going. So they had a really rough time trying to get in. Being able to get in with 2 players, of course, not bad, but at the same time, as you're saying, being in that center position and the most obvious position that there's gonna be someone over by that graveyard, the truck graveyard there, you're just gonna get naded no matter what's gonna happen. It's just a matter of time and a matter of which team is gonna do it. So it's really rough for them. You can't really do much from there, but I mean, despite all this, they got themselves, I think there was 1 kill only, but it was good effort, and it could have worked their way if they could have held out like Liquid a little bit more, making sure that Liquid couldn't push them and push Liquid towards the other teams like Navi on the north side, for example. Then something could have happened, but that's not the case. That's not what we saw.
And there we just saw Navi before. There's got to be a sense of relief, surely, Clover, for them already. I mean, coming in this hot, I mean, they're so close already to guaranteeing themselves a top 12 spot here, which has got to be so vindicating and liberating here for this team.
Yeah, I mean, I think, Fraz, you said that you feel like the cutoff is 110 points. Navi sitting at 103. I think it's very probable they're going to get at least another 7 points between today and tomorrow. But the biggest threat so far this weekend has been Gen G. But remember, Gen G came in so low on the leaderboard. Even if they absolutely dominate this weekend, there's not a lot of people, I think Navi and higher, that are at threat right now from teams like Gen G. Gen G's real main focus right now is just making sure they get in. But, you know, I think for me as well, when you have those 2 chicken dinners, when you're hitting your kills, like you say, we're switching maps, we're putting themselves in situations where maybe things might not always go their way. So Navi do have a little bit of breathing room for the next games.
Seems so. And we're gonna have a little bit of breathing room for the moment. We're gonna go to a short break. When we return, we'll be heading to the desert. 2 Miramars here for PGC. We'll see you in a few.
안녕하세요. 반갑습니다.
혹시 누구를 만날 것 같으세요?
아니 이거 모른 척 해야 돼요? 이거 20살 되면 먹을 겁니다. 아직까지는 못 먹네요. 내년 1월 1일부터. Yao Ming Ming.
Hello, Sluta.
Shoulder peek it, get some info, and then Ming, the superstar for this.
然后你今年多大了？
18살입니다. 만으로 18살.
哦，非常的年轻。我20。
오, 얼마 차이 안 나네.
你出道了多久了？打职业？
2020년 1월쯤에 데뷔했으니까 1년 다 돼 가는 것 같아요.
出道几巅峰？
감사합니다, 감사합니다. 谢谢.
你有女朋友吗？
아, 이 가슴 아픈 소리 하지 마세요.
我有的。
아, 벌써 졌다. 벌써 졌다.
是因为不够帅吗？
아, 밍밍아, 너는 어떻게 있는 거야?
因为我长得帅，我长得帅，身体高。
내가 졌다.
没事，你比赛上也会输给我。
이번 1주차 좀 아쉽게 못 올라오게 됐는데 좀 기분이 어떤지.
我没有什么感想吧，运气差了点。
다음 주에 이제 좀 꼭 올라오길 바랄게.
希望我们下周携手晋级。
오케이, 굿. 우리 둘 다 이제 처음 세계대잖아. 나는 좀 설레고 좀 재밌는데 너는 좀 어떤 거 같아?
我觉得队伍世界赛场的队伍都很强，觉得强是好事，然后也非常的激动。
PCS5 때 기억나는 장면이 하나 있는데 NH랑 DGW랑 우리 팀이 이제 차를 12대인가 끌고 프리모스크 쪽으로 진행했던 기억이 있거든. 너는 PCS5 때 기억나는 재밌는 장면 있었어?
PCS 最后一把的时候，死路特的狗杂打了我们2个。
그때 좀 아팠어?
给我吓到了。没事，下次我会下回去的。
이번 PGC 때 이제 중국 팀들은 전부 온라인으로 이제 진행하게 됐는데 좀 경기장에 못 온 게 좀 아쉽지 않나.
是的，我们觉得非常的遗憾，没有机会和你睡觉。下次一定。
좀 얻어가 좀 오케이 굿. PGC 이제 경기장에 있는 동상인데 이제 이게 키가 밍밍 많네.
这个变成黄金色的一定很帅。
여기는 이제 경기장 부스 내부고 그냥 이렇게 따닥따닥 좀 넓지도 않고 좁지도 않게 설계돼 있어.
在这里打一定很爽。
좀 재밌어. 사람들이 많아서. 이제 경기장 중앙에서 전체적인 모습을 한번 보여줄게. 여기 부스가 한 10 몇 개 있는 것 같아. 정확히 세보진 않아서 모르겠어.
有我们 New Happy 的地方房间吗？
UFP를 위해서 준비한 방이 있었는데 1주차를 못 올라와서 이번에 못 올라와서 없는 것 같아.
我没有什么感觉，我希望总决赛站在中间的不是他们。
아, 1주차는 올라오고 말해. 이제는 우리가 연습하는 공간을 보여줄게. 지금 연습실로 가는 중이야. 여기는 이제 우리 연습실이야. 이 서울 형, 서울 선수, 밍밍, 미야마. 여기 이제 렉스.
뭐야?
밍밍.
밍밍 하이.
哇，好难，男团的男。
해찬 형 아이돌 같다는데?
밍밍도 아이돌 같다 왔어요.
밍밍도 아이돌 같대.
됐어.
알고 있대요.
休闲娱乐的地方。
哇！
这里是我们的前厅，然后这里还有也是打游戏的地方，休闲的。
뭐가 많다.
带你们去看看我们训练的地方。我们的训练室比较乱。我的兄弟，我的兄弟，
谁是你兄弟？
我的兄弟，你竟然不打招呼！
嗨聊。
这个是楠楠，
楠，嗨嗨。
这个是周品言，
周平安。
那我奥利给。然后我们的换人，这是我的位置，比较乱。
哦。
这是我们的奖杯。
아, PCL 트로피. 부럽다.
不用羡慕，你们拿不到的。
나는 상대팀 선수 중 우리 팀으로 데려오고 싶은 선수가 있다. 하나, 둘, 셋.
저희 팀에 밍밍 선수를 데리고 와서 이제 후보 선수로 좀 쓰고 싶습니다.
你不配，
인정합니다.
谢谢。
나는 경기 전 나만의 루틴이 있다. 하나, 둘, 셋.
저는 이제 대회 하기 전에 이제 손을 좀 비누로 깨끗이 씻는 것 같아요. 팔이랑 비누로 빡빡 씻으면 총이 잘 맞는 그런 게 있는 것 같아요.
我们会发微博，微博应该能翻译吧？我们会发微博，然后吸圈，让他多看看女朋友 ，beautiful。 这个好难。
야, 이걸 어떻게 추냐?
응，我会选择第二个。
오케이. 아니 이거 딱 민민 선수가 추면 딱 잘 어울릴 것 같은데 이제.
我觉得我是挺适合的，但是我比较喜欢看你跳舞。
아, 오케이.
让他吧，我让他，看你是个弟弟，我让你。
아니, 너 승부는 공평하게.
好的 ，OK。
가위바위보.
我会现实抽他的。
오케이. 참.
好，枪，哎，他输了。 beautiful， 他这个肚子我受不了了。
이거 계속 하는데요?
看不到他的屁股，好可惜。
엉덩이를 보고 싶다고요? 아, 또 밍밍이 원한다면 또 일절만.
beautiful。 哎呦，不，非常 very good。
오늘 이렇게 여러 곳 둘러보면서 놀았는데 좀 어때?
非常的开心，毕竟 Root 是一位非常厉害的选手。
밍밍 선수도 잘한다고 생각해서 그런 인정 받으니까 기분 좋네요. 굿!
一起努力。拜拜。
바이바이.
I don't usually see people play in phase 2, but maybe it's gonna work. They're pushing forward. They still have their players back inside the garage pub on Jesus.
Liquid pushing on a BBL here already. Again, early fighting from Liquid.
Exactly, and this is the exact same team that were fighting up earlier as well. This is the result of what we saw happen just before. Metralius was the one to run over Mert. Now he had to go out, get the rest.
I don't think be in a lot of trouble, but that's a good grenade. That first place, you know they've already done the math. They know the win phase. Are going to spell on Americano. It's very close. Team takes a lot of damage, but
But here they are, up close.
nice little trade with Ixel. Ming's going to come up over the top. He'll trade. We'll fine clip, but James will return that and go flush that kill out as well. Ice left now. Get on out of there. GNL gonna wrap right around, and oh, there's two in the open top. Mings.
GNL. Vision, there you go. Point. Cook, that is, it's going to fall just a little bit short. Zone is now coming in right back behind them. Oh, the follow-up from Luke connects. Now Na'Vi, they were in a struggle.
Blue up close, but if Luke goes down here, that's trouble brewing all over. Again, let's see that. Again, let's see that nade should be absolutely perfect. Yes, indeed.
Example came to provide some support. Ollie are going to go down to salute, and now Example goes down as well.
My lord, straight to the face, doesn't find the kill, but now fortunately they managed to get it anyway. Early game danger.
Yeah, if a bullet is shot within 100 meters of him, he has a really high percentage chance it's going to hit him. Right now, Donovan trying to make this crash onto GTX. We're seeing if they can pull off the defense. Jan Lee has gone down. Zanon will hold, though. Salute doesn't make his way through. He'll get that flush as well. And now Donovan, Soul inside the building. Zanon just kind of holding for the time being. He doesn't land the shot. Soul
Was the cavalry to arrive, but not gonna happen. Oh my lord, Soul is gonna be fine for days. Shot it, yes, it's gonna be fine for days. Gotta push on it, yes, thank you so much.
Oh, there you go.
Legend doesn't push out the
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PGC 2021. We have got ourselves 2 Miramars on the way here in a few moments' time. Joining me, I have Clover as well as Froz to talk about what's gone on so far. And it has been so far so good for Na'Vi as well as Gen G. Some of the teams, though, that are languishing down towards the bottom of the points here for this week are teams that have done really well in the past. As you can see up towards the top, Gen G and Na'Vi here, Froz and Fury. You know, there's some good points coming in here for the top 3.
Yeah, definitely. And as we were talking about, they're sponging up a lot of the points right now. And the big question is, are they going to keep on doing that, or will it even out as we go on here? Of course, we're going to change map as well, so we're going to move on to Miramar. It might be a little bit of a different story, but so far, it's been very dominant games from Gen G and Na'Vi. And one thing we've seen so far in all 3 games is basically Na'Vi and Liquid going head-to-head. And talking about that, I feel like we haven't really seen that much from Liquid yet. I was expecting a little bit more with the free passage to the grand finals that they already earned themselves from the last weekly finals. But so far, it hasn't been that much damage done yet. We have seen them being a little bit more passive than I expected, especially with them getting Pachinki back, and now they're going to go back to Picado as well. You expect them to be like a little bit more aggressive, you know, taking a little bit more risk, but maybe it's something calculated. They have something in the back mind that they want to do, and they're just waiting for the right time to execute it.
It's felt like a very chilled outlook for Team Liquid here, Clover. And Oath, I mean, they were chilling in the middle of the circle, not getting a huge amount done, but at least a 4th place with those 4 placement points. But Fury, 12 kills in the previous game, and a 3rd. Ooh.
Yeah, it's kind of the story of like a good day so far for Fury that they needed it. Oath, not quite secure, not quite safe, and disappointing. I think that, you know, I called it out in the beginning. I said that Oath is a team that is going to frag out. Oath is a team that's going to pop off. Oath is a team that's going to dominate. We haven't seen any of that. And for all intents and purposes, I feel like these Erangel circles today have been some of the kindest that we have seen for the most part. You know, they've been easier to play, especially if you're a team that likes to play edge. It just seems like Oath has not quite been living up to maybe the expectation I put on them, but the game that we typically expect. I know that Frost pointed out at one point, you know, Oath in that compound, there's not really much they can do, but 3 games in, only 12 points isn't quite the Oath I'm used to seeing.
Actually, there's one big thing with this that you're saying, like there's so many like circle edges where people are playing, but there's so many teams playing the edges right now in the past 3 games that we had that it's a big problem. They're basically just taking each other out on the edges, and even the teams that like to play edge, they are having a struggle because there's just way too many teams on the edges playing it right now.
Definitely so. And you could be playing Edge or even playing Center when PUBG Battlegrounds goes free to play on January the 12th. So you can pre-register now if you're not already involved in PUBG Battlegrounds by going to pre-reg.pubg.com. So if you want to join in all the PUBG action, you can do so as well over at home. We're also getting word that Danawa was making a substitute as Rex will now be coming in from Leclio. So that'll be interesting to see how that fares. Maybe that's just the kick they need in the right direction here, Clover, after having a bit of a rough couple of games, and understandably so, you know, if something's not going right in the camp.
Yeah, you know, Rex has played quite a lot with Danawa, including during this week. Rex was subbed out in the beginning of the day for another player of Danawa, so it's going to be nice to see him come back in and maybe see if things can go a little bit more their way. I mean, as we did say before the break, they haven't quite had a strong start, and they are just on the cusp of qualifying to the grand final. So if they can get the things together these last 2 games today, and of course the games tomorrow, we could see some redemption from them.
Yeah, and we know they can. I mean, they're one of the only teams, Froz, that have qualified for all of the weekly finals. They've not put up massive numbers in those weekly finals with a 44 points and 33. So for a start off of 5 points, yeah, we know that Daniel was a bit more capable than that.
Yeah, they should be able to get more points. So hopefully we'll see them turn this around already coming into the next game here. Of course, we've seen that YJ came in instead of Rex coming in today. Not sure why, but having a new player could have a little bit of knock-on effect on the whole thing, why it's not going too great right now. But with Rex coming back in, hopefully things will work out a little bit, because this is what you want to see. You want to be able to get yourself into every weekly finals. That's why they can perform to, you know, you don't need to overperform. You can do pretty just decent like they've like Dynamo has done when you make yourself getting into every weekly finals.
And here's Virtus Pro. They're chilling. They are safe, I think is fair to say, Clover, and it's going to be exciting to see them in the grand final.
Yeah, I honestly, I was kind of hoping that you would throw Virtus Pro to me because they're playing the game that I think we were expecting Liquid to be playing this week, right? They're really fragging out at the top, even though that they know mathematically they're probably getting in. They're safe, right? But the potential there for them to find a win today is still huge. You know, we talked earlier about Genji, and I think it was the second game where everything was just outside the school apartments. Genji and VP actually kind of had the situation in early mid game where they were back and forth on each other, opposite ends of the same side of the street. Genji managed to get across safely, and VP tried their best to make the moves they could. They made some mistakes that we broke down before, but they're still playing for the win. I feel like they're still finding engagements, and they're not pushing when they don't need to, right? That space that they gave Genji in that situation. And there's been so many other times where we've seen them try to pop off and scoring. The first game with Lou trying to snake even. And so every opportunity that they're given, they use.
And just getting word actually from the other side that we have ourselves a remake, so we'll be waiting a few more minutes before we actually get into that. It's about 6 minutes out in the actual game itself here, guys, so thank you very much for your patience. One of the teams that we just saw at the tail end of all of that, Froz, was Ghibli, and of course they had an amazing this pains me to do this, Froz, this pains me. They had an amazing week one because I love Ghibli, but right now they've only got 9 points in these 3 games. What do you think on the awesome side of Ghibli?
I mean, let's be honest. They got themselves 101 points in the first weekly finals. They didn't make it to the second one, but because they made so many points in the first one, they basically secured themselves a spot into the grand finals, unless they totally bomb out here.
Yeah.
So far, 9 points. That is not what we expect from a team like Ghibli, but they had a rough time. Almost every game they're getting into not just a fight, they're getting pinched down in every fight. So they're basically fighting 2, even sometimes even 3 teams at the same time. And because of that, they're losing people. They don't know where to focus, which fight to take first. And because of that, they're just not getting any points right now. So hopefully they can turn that around with a map like Miramar, a little bit more dips to play with, so maybe they'll have a little bit of an easy time when they rotate in to grab themselves a spot where they're not getting shot by like several teams at the same time.
Clover?
I mean, I really was going to agree with Froz on that final point, right? Miramar is, I think, the right map for teams that are having that issue on Erangel. They're going to have a little bit more room. They're going to have a little more compounds open to them. We do see those crazy hard shifts sometimes where the circle will just completely pull away from a team, and then suddenly you've got 4 or 5 vying for a safe rotation. That's where teams can struggle on Miramar. But on the flip side, I think that especially if you've had a bad start on Erangel, going to Miramar today and then starting strong with 3 tomorrow, it could be the momentum that some of these teams need to start playing catch up. You know, again, Na'Vi and Genji really sponging up so many points in the start of today.
Froz, what's your favorite Ghibli movie?
It's gonna be Ada. Yeah.
No, he's not a movie.
What was the right answer?
No. Have you ever watched a Studio Ghibli movie, Froz? No?
Oh yeah. Now I get it. Oh my God, I didn't get it. Oh.
Oh, save me, Clover. Clover,
you know, I mean, mine's Kiki's Delivery Service, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, I got you.
All right,
Chat
brilliant.
knows. Chat, what's your favorite Ghibli film? Let Caleris know.
Yeah, please do, because they're all great. They're all fantastic. But apparently Froz's is Ada, so I'm not going to let you live that one down.
Aww.
Oh, dear me. I'm a Princess Mononoke guy myself, you know. I like the old school tales, but yeah, we are just waiting a few more moments here. Froz, redeem yourself. Give me a team that you think's going to be doing well here on Miramar for these 2 games.
I mean, coming into Miramar, I want to see more. I'm expecting more from a team like VP. Right now, I feel like it's not really what we want to see from that team.
Okay.
We know that they can do way better, and so far, it haven't really been bad in a way, but it hasn't really been good either. But it's like, yeah, we just want to see more from them. And also, of course, Team Liquid getting their prime positions, their prime spots, their looting spots back where they want to have. They gotta be able to make something else happen. Of course, It's been maybe a rough circle like the last one, going down towards military and stuff like that. But overall, you're having your prime spot. You're having a free ticket to grand finals already.
Yeah.
You got to be able to create something else happening here.
You know what? I've learned something from all of this. Froz, the utmost professional, trying to keep things on point, talking about PUBG at any given moment in time. And now we know his undying affection for Ada as well. I can appreciate that. I can appreciate that.
Yeah.
But Clover, on your side of things as well, looking at Miramar, who are you looking out for? The teams that you're thinking might do well here?
I definitely on to Team Liquid. I don't know what's been going on these first 3 Erangel games or what their priorities are right now, but Miramar should definitely allot them quite a lot of chances. VP has so much success on Miramar as well. I think we could finally potentially see that chicken dinner come out from this match. But additionally as well, I think that there's some potential for some teams that haven't quite shown us too much today. I'd like to see Global Esports, maybe even Mad, see if they can pop off and find some points here.
It would be nice for Mad. I mean, especially since they're in this position right now where they've only got themselves 8 points. I mean, aside from Gen G here, Froz, we haven't really seen a huge amount from our Eastern teams on the leaderboards here. It's very much so been a Western-dominated start to the proceedings here.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, we gotta be honest, right? The EU is looking or EMEA is looking very strong so far in this whole tournament. Not just going into these few games here with Navi towards the top there, but like overall, you keep on seeing Liquid towards the top. You keep on seeing Ends doing really good. Virtus Pro being one of the favorites. And now Navi coming in here, stirring around the pot a little bit. Heroic may even being able to get himself into every weekly final so far. It's been pretty dominant from the EMEA side, and I'm actually a little bit surprised over how good it's been for him.
Don't worry, we'll fall at the last hurdle, Froz, I'm sure. No, it's been impressive to see, I think is fair to say, and we've all been a little bit surprised, but it's been a pleasant surprise, I think. But regardless, Heroic is one of those teams that so far has put up kind of those single digits here throughout this weekly final. Let's see if they can step up as we now head over to the desert. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience. Thank you, Clover and Froz. It's time now to head over to Miramar and our commentators for the penultimate game of the day as we go into 4 of 5. And Toby and Porosaurus are going to be your guides here at the desert.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to PGC 2021, presented by Alienware and Toomey. I am Porosaurus. Joining me once again is Toby. Thank you so much for sticking around through all those technical difficulties and delays. But we are in Miramar. We are back in the plane. We have 2 games left to go, Toby. And I think they hit the nail on the head, man. It's been an EMEA kind of day.
EMEA kind of day, EMEA kind of tournament? Question mark? Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see.
Leaderboard don't lie, dog.
That is true. That is true. Liquid managed to find their way up to the top. VP right behind. And of course, Liquid already guaranteed to hop on through alongside KPI. But you're right. It's looking very, very good if you're an EMEA PUBG fan. Looking at the map here, playing pretty straightforward. Everyone can go pretty much where they want to. Teams not really opting to hop on top of each other. And you know what? I like that.
Yeah, we're good with that. We're good. I mean, it is always fun to see little vehicle teams fighting over vehicles early on, a little bit of action, but it looks like for the most part we're going to avoid that. Although Navi, you can see Esther kind of flying off in the distance away from Quizzy there. They're getting a little close at the bottom, but it looks like they're all starting to spread out just a little bit. Heroic, spreading out just off to the west of Navi. And other than that, yeah, it's pretty easy sledding for everybody. Wait and see where that circle is going to pop for us. Where is it going to go? All right, let's go down to the southeast.
We talked about circles we've seen a billion times before with the course of this tournament, this being one of them. And now, Por, you saw what I put on Reddit earlier today. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Was that a prediction of a lifetime? We'll wait and see. Of course, a few more circles to go until everyone will be swimming and drowning. But until then, as you saw there, Rex back in the mix here. Good to see him back. They have swapped him in. Leklo now gone out. And wait, did I? Wait, no. Did I have Leklo on my fantasy team? God damn it. No, Leklo, how do you do this to me?
Oh boy. Sometimes
Well, at
it
least it's
just
not
be
giving
that
me
way.
minus points this game, so that's something.
That is true. That is true. Yeah, we haven't gotten 100% confirmation, but apparently Leclerc having some kind of medical issues. So hate to see him go for something like that, but obviously Rex a more than capable substitute, and he will join YJ as Donawa continues to move forward. Checking in on Team Liquid, they've been having a great tournament so far. We've been talking a lot about Team Liquid as being probably, man, I'm gonna go ahead and say it, the most consistent team at PGC.
And they have been one of the more consistent teams on the EMEA side of things for a while now. I mean, that's one of the ways that I like to portray Team Liquid. It's just amazing to see them. I mean, while not always getting the best of performances, in general, always getting some sort of performance, right? They rarely ever bottom out on anything. And seeing them always, I mean, they find their way into the top, not by one-off performances followed by 0-point games. They do it by just consistently getting those 5 points there, getting those 6 points there, getting, like a solid average up that boats them into the top. And then when they do get those heavy games, 10+ kill wins, that just makes them look even better.
Yeah, I mean, not messing around with the hot drop stuff either. Really getting a good read on this tournament going into the thing. And to be fair, not a lot of teams can say that. I would, argue that their coach 17 obviously have been with them for quite some time now, but I feel like they learned a lot from PGIS and managed to take all those lessons learned all the way here as we watch Pio and Nan dance around each other here a little bit. Don't think Pio's aware that Nan is here, but Nan is definitely on the hunt.
Yep, he's heard something. The issue is the more people coming into this area, the more I would assume Nan has got to be a little hesitant with pulling the trigger on that one. Unfortunately, should Pio up to settle or come down into the warehouse, I don't see a situation where Nan doesn't go for the shot. He has a level 3 vest. He's going to be ready for this one. And that has him written all over it. Oh, no. And he catches Pio swapping guns as well. Does he get to reload? No. Not going to happen. Saved by Pio. Having to reload, of course, probably would have gone in his favor regardless, but that's, once again, Gen.G losing Pio early on. Same thing happened in the previous game as they wanted to make the rotation on over. And here, I mean, while usually you'd see Pio go down in a split because he's out there scouting forward, this is just him getting caught early, loot phase, him going down. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, that's a little bit different. We're going to cut him some slack on that one. I mean, you can never tell when you're going to get just basically stalked essentially by a hunter, and it also happened to catch him at the worst possible time as he saw switching guns to an unloaded weapon. That is super unfortunate. Here's Uren, a spot out Ghibli making their rotation. He's probably not going to take any shots considering the rest of his team is nowhere near him right now.
Feeding the info across, and this is if you're Kaishin, maybe looking to pull up on Impala in this circle, that's not what you want to see. See Ghibli up to take what is arguably the best position in the city there, the brick building to the southwest side of the city. You got such a good overview of the west side. Liquid, of course, having heard these vehicles too, you have to assume, will now know that Impala is occupied, and they have to think more about their splits. I mean, one of the downfalls, I would say, when Liquid have had poor games has come off of them losing players early. Liquid likes to split. They like to go out for info. They usually don't get to play Circle Center these days because of, obviously, them not playing Pachinki or Picado that often anymore. But now they're back to it. Yeah, but I was going to say, now that they're back in the city, having managed to reclaim that, they get to go back in the center. And I'm a little worried about them splitting out. In the meantime, here, Xavier, when are you going to shoot? Are you going to shoot? Are you going to shoot? There you go.
Staring at that, man. Okay, there you go. That's clean. We take those as that's a free point basically for GEX off of Yuppie, and that's going to be their second one they pick up, I think. There as nope, only the first one. Never mind. Yeah. As Matt is going to find Ronin. Oh no, Ronin going down early again here for Fury. He got caught out in the last game. Now Fury did still find a lot of success in that last game. Obviously, a whole boatload of kills for them as they appear to be heating up a little bit in the late tournament. As we see Honey Badger, well. We've seen Honey Badger in this spot quite a bit.
Yeah, we saw Ronin go down as the first player for Fury in that military game there as well. And now Honey Badger, you said it before this game too, that he's been going out early on, and it's unfortunate, especially now that you not only find yourself alone, but you find yourself alone in the liquid split, not the place you would want to be in, especially not when your teammates over the hillside are behind. I mean, it's clear they're looking to try and see if there's any way, shape, or form that they can go down and pick him up, but I think they're realizing now, even without knowing Adler's looking at them, that it's pretty heavily trafficked, this area.
Yeah, I mean, and to be very safe for the most part now. I mean, as long as he just lies prone, doesn't do anything. I mean, Liquid's not going to push him. I mean, he's probably out of grenade distance right now. Dignitas just off to the north, so they'll just let Honey Badger hold that dip position. I mean, the only way he's kind of in trouble now is if he over peaks or just starts running around like an idiot, or if he gets crashed by another team that decides that they want to take that dip as their circle one position, which crazier things have happened in this tournament.
Yeah, you're right about that. We have seen some pretty wild pull-ups, but I would still go out and say that if anyone opts to play that dip there in phase 1 or even phase 2, to be honest, that'd be hard commitment. Something you would maybe see in Winner Chicken Dinner, but this format, because you just can't do anything from there. Same thing with Liquid on the military game. We knew they weren't going to have a lot of kills coming into the late game. They're only finding 3 because of the position they were in. You don't set yourself up for great success when you are forced to kind of turtle down in the very beginning of the game.
I think slowing down here a little bit in the early game is Star-Lord will hit a tree and then decide to go scouting, because why not? He's got Amanat up to his north. Going to back him up. You can see Perfectix down off to the south, but I don't think they should spot each other out. As looks like he saw Snakers, though.
Yeah, spots one. Looks for info. Tries to see what they have available in the northwestern side of the circle, and with that car leaving, that should be a pretty clear indicator that the Pure Boy and Indigo can indeed go down. And I like this kind of play, similar to the way the Batulans play out of EMEA. Go up, scout forward, say, guys, that's the cue for you guys to make the run on down into the compound, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Safe position for Interforce to play from. At least come next circle, we'll of course have to wait and see where that one is taking us. If that crate out by the island is anything to go by, then because we all know, and especially Frost knows as well, that crates
the crate predicts the next circle.
Crates indicates where the next circle goes.
You can see that little pop up on your right side there. The prize pool now up to a cool 1.3 million with an additional 700,000 off of crowdfunding. So it's getting pretty thick around here as we see what these guys are going to be fighting for once we get to those grand finals. Savior doing a little scouting. He's going to hear Fury pulling up on his south side. Meanwhile, Lash is going to take some long-range shots here. I mean, look, he's way off to the north. Savior. Oh, no.
Spots one in the open circle. Actually shifting back in the direction of GX, and Savior now has to figure, do I want to stay up on the hillside here? I mean, he's got plenty of vision. There's now 2, make that 3 people shooting at him as Kai Shin starts chiming in on it as well. Who is Cobra actually steals it away. He commits like 2 full max to it and still doesn't manage to find the flush. Now this circle going east is incredibly interesting, because not only do we have a lot of water still in play, but there's a ton of teams out on the west side that have to fight their way into the circle. There's simply not going to be enough real estate up and available for everyone to pick, unless if we get like 3 or 4 teams opted to play inside of Impala here.
Oh, this is so rough for Asurug, trying to go up the hill. Lonren gonna spot him out. Will he get the flush, though? Looks like, okay, they will get it. As Gen.G, Esther going to have to try to get back on the move. And now, just like that, man, Gen.G down to 2, Fury down to 2. We're taking some pretty early casualties here.
Yeah, 5 players down already, and pretty much all of it having been transition kills. So teams trying to scout and then getting backstab while doing so. We haven't had that proper, like, solid 4v4 engagement so far. So, of course, circles not exactly being easy, and this one not make things any easier either. We're essentially playing lane 3, or phase 3 land mass in a phase 2 circle, and everyone's trying to transition in, but you got the mountain range, you got the Los Leones to have to wrap through all around for a lot of the teams that came in on the western side. And now, as I said, only so many compounds worth taking here or available, and I'm surprised to see Jan actually stay here now. Get the hell out of here, get to your car, but no.
Oh, they're crashing.
New Happy, they're committing to this. They want to maintain this compound.
Okay, they're going to be able to get the support there in time. Soul have couple of grenades prepped and ready to go. Donowa could really use this fight. They're going to find a nice opening knock there. Non taken down to next to nothing. Salute will have to pull back just a little bit because of how much damage he took. But YJ will find the second grenade. And now New Happy maybe regretting this push a little bit as another Gen.G player goes down. It's down to just 1 for them while Donowa cleans up.
Yeah, solid play coming through for Danawa. They knew there was only going to be
He's
one
done.
spot. They could be playing it from Rex with the molly upstairs. Engulfs the floor in flames, and that's going to be them all down. I was very surprised to see New Happy Heart commit to that position. Of course, it was a little further away from the edge, I suppose, than the warehouses were, but they were just too late on it. When you come in like that, and they knew, like Danawa, whenever they get the east side control of the compounds, and they know there's only one area of approach, you know the rate, like the nade's going to be charming on in. So two of them playing behind the building for that long, it was going to be a death sentence no matter how they played it.
And I mean, it wasn't even a full commit. I mean, they didn't even send Ming down, as Ming's still going to be alive for him. And Onyx, meanwhile, will be hiding out from Kaijin, as they are. I feel like Kaijin's hunting right now. I feel like they know that there's one more from Genji still up.
Yeah.
CP will slowly bleed out here. Genji, or Danawa, meanwhile, will just kind of let him kind of hang out up there, and they know he's done. I think that, well, actually, they might not. They might think that there's one more in that compound. They might still be cleaning that out, but in Onyx, looks like he'll be safe for now, and there you go. Zepion does get cleaned up.
I like to see the more aggressive Kaishin, regardless of whether it like succeeds or not. They know what situation they're in, similar to Attack All Around. I mean, they need a buttload of points in these 2 days of games if they want to have any chance of making it through directly to the grand finals. So, and given the state of points rule and all, you need kills. Yes, wins are great, but if you don't get the kills to back them up, you won't get enough to make your way on through. So knowing that they have to play more aggressive than they usually would, that's been working out for them to some extent. But of course, not quite to the extent they would have wanted it to.
Need the full package.
Yep.
As we saw, Team Liquid was on the move, and that looks like Dignitas will be able to rescue Honey Badger finally, as he's still kind of hiding out in that dip. E36 on the move as well. They're going to pass right by Dig, as Dig will take a few shots over in their direction. I think Ghibli might be doing the same. Navi, meanwhile, coming in from the southwest. We'll see how far up they decide to go. You see Liquid is already posted up. Navi looks like they'll find the dips and just hang out there for the meantime.
Gotta love it when you have like a 200-meter stretch and there's one tree. You know there's some player that will just drive straight into it. It's always the same. You're looking for a potential knock on T-Bone. Of course, having heard vehicles now come in as well, he knows there's no way that's a solo player. And T-Bone, actually, I don't even think if Urent knows that T-Bone knows that he's there. But we'll see now with the nade coming in. That should give him the clear indicator that they know of his position. Second nade comes through. Beamy tries to make the run on down. Damage done 33 to Urent. He is completely isolated here on the rock side. And that one's perfectly thrown. But Cobra has a response to it. T-Bone falls as well.
Yeah, Kaijin not giving up your end without a fight here, as Cobra will find Paige as well. Cobra doing some work onto Heroic right now. Good shots coming through from that SKS. You can see Landrin not even a part of this fight yet. He's down low. He's going to hop in the vehicle, try to come up here and support. They know they've got 2 knocks, so maybe they can turn this fight around. Smoke's coming out for Cobra. He has spotted out Beamy, and he has a real good idea of where those 2 knock players are. Probably might be figuring it out that they're going for this res, and this might be too little too late from Kaijin.
What we just saw off screen. I mean, Danawa opting to split out and take control of the compound side by side, and there you go. What? We're seeing some interesting things with vehicles today. Honey Badger will go down though, as that happens. More vehicle play coming in here. VP saying, you know what? Why drive next to the compound? We can roll towards the compound, and the Kickstarter is going to penalize them for doing so.
And they get the trade though. Get the knock onto Snakers. That's a big knock. Snakers will get flushed out by Spiro as well. Balefrost gets spotted out by Spiro. Batulin's actually Lou going to go down. So that's the second knock here for VP. Oath looks like they're going to send Kickstart out to see if they can maybe get the flush onto it. But he needs to be careful. That's a nasty off angle from Perfectix.
Yeah, good position to be in. We'll see if it's going to pay off to move and extend. Kickstart peeks on out that nade. Unfortunately, a bit too far to the right side there. Not going to hit anything. Spiro drops the smoke on the ground, trying to see if he can grant himself some more common notes now that there's opponents behind him. Rex peeks on forward, spots one, and if they didn't know before, VP now well aware that they're getting shot in the back as well.
Oh, the sandwich coming through. Not too great for them, but at least they have the circle will pop on top of them. They got time to kind of reset maybe. They've got the smokes down. We'll see. It looks like Oath is not leaving the compound, but the off angle from Perfectix enough to keep them pinned down. Is Dignitas now going to take the fight to AAA?
Yeah, they have to make a move into the circle, and this is where they want to go. Shimboy finds one Punich there immediately to find the second. Solid damage coming in early on, spots one over the top. Headshot confirmed as well as he just exactly strafes past him. More damage being done over the top now as well as Punich peeks on over, finds Gems. He's gonna get knocked. Crazy animation there as well. And Janko now all on his own in a matter of seconds. All of attack all around, butchered by Dignitas from behind.
That was really clean from Dignitas there as Janku will try to lay prone. Nice molly from Sparking will land right on top of him. Is he going to take damage enough? Yes, he will. Actually, it's going to be Adder that finds him. So Dignitas earns the dip here for as much good as it's going to do them. They are right on the edge. They are going to have to move here eventually. You would have to imagine. Mad, meanwhile, miles away from the circle on that northeastern side. They may run into the backside of Fury.
Trying to make a shoreline their way all the way into the next circle. It's going to be difficult, but doable, of course. In the meantime, you can see Virtus Pro, they really wanted to take over Oath's position here, but realizing now that the pressure from behind is simply too much, they have to kind of back off. But I was curious to see how Heroic were going to play on this. Obviously, hearing the commotion on the west side of the circle, usually you'd see Heroic be the team to try and make an aggressive play around the edge, but they haven't opted to sweep just yet. T-Bone and Beamy both still playing the shoreline and holding off there. And in the meantime, now Flood, of course, well aware that Matt have made their way into his compound.
We'll see if Flood can take a few with him. We've seen some fantastic plays from solo players this tournament. Flood delivering one of those as he ruined Dignitas's game in game one. Let's see if he can ruin Mad's game, as we saw the knock coming through onto VP in the kill feed. You see Lou is down. Oath, I think, seeing that in the kill feed, they're going to push out just a little bit.
Dignitas can't overcommit on this one. Dignitas are making the push up from behind, so if Oath full commits, which they are doing right now, no one's holding the back, and Dignitas now getting shot at. They might give them the audible cue, but they have no clue. They're getting shot at they're getting shot in the back by Interforce, but they have no idea that their NA brethren are pushing up from behind.
Oh, this is such a sneaky play from Dig, as they read the situation perfectly. Now Oath focusing 100% on Perfectix, trying to get rid of him, but he's not going down quickly enough, and now Dig has taken over that spot. And look at this, Punich has the whole team lined up. He's going to find Rello will go down to Sparking. Bale will immediately switch on to Sparking, though, so nice play from him. Shimboy, though, will find some more damage, and now Oath down to one. And look at this, E36 on the move. They want to try to third party this as well.
Somehow Kickstart got back inside this compound. Did not see that happening. In the meantime, now Interforce trying to make the run on up. They did lose Pure Boy. Punich able to hold off there. But I gotta say, I mean, regardless of the fact that that they surprisingly played with their backs open there, they managed to turn around and actually respond to it pretty decently. Fortunately, Kickstart is left on his own, but they get some kills off of it. Punich trying to hold off here as well. Solo player trying to get to safety, and Pure Boy might just be able to get back on his feet.
Let's see what Punich can do. Oh, Soul's gonna spot him out. Donawa actually creeping down here.
They're
Rex wants to get a piece of this. 9 kills for Donawa. You cannot say enough about the performance this team is turning out today, considering that they've had to play with 2 different subs and 2 different... Their roster has been switching almost every single game, really, and they're still finding kills. They're still finding success. We are rooting for Donawa here, as it looks like Mad was able to take care of Flood, but not without a loss here, as now Insight holding them down.
The issue for Donawa is that they've spread extremely thin on the west side, and while that's been happening, Heroic has started grouping up more, and if they start pushing forward into this, we know how dangerous Heroic can be on the edge, and well, if there's a team that needs a few things going their way, that would be them, and now they come into the kill feed as well. Why? J first wants to go down in the meantime. Kickstart trying to still manage to make his way through this, spots one, Amalot instantly falls down, but he's going straight into the scissor, and no way he was going to survive that crossfire.
That was pretty rough. Mad, meanwhile, going to try to push over across the street. Insight holding the rock. See if he can find some damage onto 2-tap. Big knock. Oh, there it is. There he gets the knock. Mad, Deva is going to be throwing some grenades over Insight. We're going to have to stop down, try to get the heal off. Well, what a well-placed Molotov. 2-tap gets taken down. Now, E-End has been spotted out as well, and Deva could go down to Insight here if that grenade's well-placed enough. Does damage, but doesn't get the knock.
Coming forward, vehicles exploding, Deva's cover getting smaller and smaller by the second. Inside really want to get that kill confirmed. Solo player alive, of course, trying to stay put. Close to placement points as well. T-Bone will help him out just a little bit, find the second kill, and I would assume that's gonna now be Heroic like changing their target or changing their focus uphill. Yep, you can see them starting to look now back up towards Dano on the edge of the circle. And Rex is still completely isolated.
Fury just ruining teams' games, man. If they can if they can get up, keep 4 up into the late game, man, they're going to be extremely dangerous in any full-on team fight. I mean, if their solo players or duos are doing this much damage, you got to imagine that they're going to be a force to be reckoned with in the late game here. As we check in with E36 on that northwestern side. Rex keeping tabs on them while the rest of Donowa is now wrapped down to the south, and they're going to be pressuring Heroic.
Yep. It's tricky with Rex being that far up there on his own. He can't really do a whole lot to help out the remaining players on the bottom side. I would love to see him back off, but he can't really do that either before Interforce 36 has full on committed to a fight on the other side. So pushing into the circle slowly as it centers up on the very hillside. Heroic not really in a hurry to make a move. They're actually gonna wrap underneath instead, it seems.
I mean, Navi is perfect position here to gatekeep Liquid and Ghibli, and depending on what E36 decides to do, I mean, Navi could just have free reign here. As you see, Example holding that Alm in hand as well. The smoke line will come down for Ghibli. They'll all hop in the vehicles. At least it won't be 4 men in 1 car.
True.
At least have 3, so that's got something that we got working for him here. As the grenade's going to find some damage before they even leave the compound. Example will take shots through the smoke. Aaliyah will find Lambu, and he's going to find another one as well. Quizzy will go down. Spear, the last one up for Ghibli, as Navi is held off the push.
I love how fast they're being on this one. Unfortunately, they didn't get all 4 down because there's going to be other teams charming in, and this should have to expect. Yep, Liquid here. They come over the hillside instantly. They're making the run for it. Now they do finally get one instant, but it's not the one they were looking for. There might be reses coming in because all of a sudden now Na'Vi have to change their focus to Liquid on the other hill.
Oh man, Liquid again just perfectly timed, waiting it out. They win the game of chicken with Ghibli. And they, as a result, can kind of move in on foot. They can take better position, take this fight, and sandwich Navi. They actually send 2 north across the street out into the not the safe zone. So going for these off angles with Mixie and Jeems, but it's taking a little bit of time here to finish them off. Indigo's going to find Clib now.
I was going to say they now realize that have Interforce 36 much closer than they initially thought they were going to as well. Fortunately, Mexican teams working together will take down the Japanese/Korean team in Interforce 36. So they will be out. Liquid trying to get the reses back on up and towards Clip should be possible, but now they have a transition to make into the circle too. And you can see as soon as Interforce goes down, that's the instant call for Rex to back off as well. Now Dynamo can go back and play 4 together.
Absolutely, and they already know that they've got Heroic pinned down inside this compound, and they've got GEX in there as well, although Savior looks like he's been knocked. It's going to be Yan Lee, the last GEX player up. The grenades coming out from Navi to try to prevent the push from Team Liquid. 3 kills already for Liquid. They're keeping eyes down to the south to make sure that nobody's going to push onto them. It looks like they may have spotted out Rex. Yan Lee will go down, and that'll be it for GEX. Team Liquid, meanwhile, looks like they're going to be content with letting Navi hold their position for right now.
Tag up to 4 alive on the very edge of the circle, not in a hurry to make a move. Everyone's going to be trying to see where this next circle is going to take them. Soul can barely even see his target through the smoke and the fence there. Wanted to get it. Notes that was not an easy, but a very doable knock that slipped away from him there. Oh, does he spot him? Yes, he does. Finds T-Bone instead.
10 kills in the bag already for Donowa. As they have Heroic pinned down and the circle will shift. It's going to go hard north, so you got to imagine Liquid's going to have to figure out something to do about Navi here. They may be able to wait it out long enough to where Ghibli and Navi end up fighting, but again, both of those teams inside the circle, so they don't necessarily have to engage each other just yet. And meanwhile, Inonix still alive for Donowa as Correxy going to find Salute.
Gotta grind those placement points. I mean, for Gen G, they're sitting at 89 right now, so every single point they can get here, points well needed for them in order to, again, guarantee themselves that spot into the grand finals. And Navi, in the meantime, holding off here. They know there's going to be a push from Liquid eventually, but they really, really want to have Liquid go the other way. Having said that, I mean, Ghibli, they got back up to 3 alive. Remember, Spear was the only one on his feet after they pushed across to Navi, but because Navi had to change their focus, they're up to 3 once more. Liquid now in a vehicle. He'd be trying to throw the smoke zone forward. We'll come to the car as well. And Clown car, is that what we're going for? Nope, he's going to stay behind.
Actually.
Oh, Mexi finds one, but it's traded, of course, as well. EB was down 2. Damage done on both sides, and this is playing perfectly in favor for Ghibli.
I like that from Liquid. They actually smoke off Navi and make sure that they don't have a line of sight onto him. Lambu going to take the shots, but Lambu, the last one up, is Liquid turning it around nicely. Navi down to 1 as well. I think Alia has been knocked. It's going to be just Example hiding in the smoke. So it's Example and Lambu. Last 2 up is Liquid. Try to make the push forward, but Example could do some big damage here. He's going to find the knock on a Clib. Can't get the flush, though. The smoke's too thick.
See if he can find something more. Molly now straight on top of him. That should be him going down. Pretty much guaranteed. Yep, Example will fall. And again, just because they couldn't find
the res
Spear before, they will find the first one at least. Nate's coming forward now as well. Lambo does go down, so just 1 on his feet. And Liquid, no. We want to go for the res on a clip, but we need to apply pressure on the other side. Other teams could focus in on this as well. And if Liquid gets this down, they will have pretty much 50% at least of the circle under their control. Look at the HP on Adam Spear making a run.
I mean, Ghibli has survived through so much here, and now, okay, and Onyx will get spotted out by Page. It'll be him going down. But meanwhile, while all this is going on the north side, Donawa has lost everybody. It's just down to YJ.
Yep.
As, James, be careful. Spear going to find some good shots with the Groza. Mixie going to take some big damage as well as Ghibli not going down without a fight. James extremely low. Clib gets knocked.
No,
and the
Clib's
grenade!
Clip killed both Maxi and James. I saw him drop a nade on him, but they didn't get away in time, and he takes out both his teammates because of it. That is a massive sigh of relief for Ghibli as they can now turn their attention inward and focus the teams inside. They were getting swamped by the Liquid players, but Clip, knocked with nade in hand. James and Mexa couldn't get away in time, and that's Liquid out in 4th.
Oh, yeah, that hurts. That hurts real bad for Liquid there. But man, gotta give credit to Ghibli. How long have these guys been able to survive? They're like on 6 knock, each one of these guys. They've got 5 kills in the bag. Heroic, meanwhile, 12 kills, and they have just been dominant on this south side.
2v1, just 1 mag left for Correx. You haven't had the chance to reload up. YJ trying to sneak his way on in. New player on the field, and he's got the perfect ghillie suit for the situation here as well. It's going to be incognito for a good while. He is inside the circle, and if things play out perfectly for him, Ghibli and Heroic maybe take the fight to one another. As you can see here, his high ground position could easily grant him the win here.
That high ground position, absolutely huge for him. And, I mean, he is about as concealed as you could possibly hope to get. Heroic is looking around to see if any of the Ghibli boys, I think they know exactly where Ghibli is, but Ghibli just not peeking really, and they don't really have a reason to. I mean, they're inside circle. They'll probably wait it out and wait until the circle forces one of them to make a move.
I'm very convinced that Heroic actually knows exactly where everyone is, but because YJ ain't doing anything to make a move on the hilltop, Heroic can't make a play. Because Heroic knows as soon as we fire that first bullet, he's going to be peeking towards us. Like, I mean, at least there's a potential. As soon as the first knock, and maybe not when he fired the first bullet, but as soon as the first knock comes in, there's going to be a player up above us. And if we're full on focused on Ghibli at that point, we're going to get shot in the back. So everyone now waiting to see how can we make this a 3-way fight where we get to be the last team engaging. I don't think, though, unfortunately, for Heroic's sake, that there's any way Ghibli takes the fight to YJ. And honestly, I don't think there's any way YJ takes the fight either. The dot is up the hill. Heroic has to be the ones to make the first move, and now they do.
Yeah, they're starting to push slowly. If YJ can win this for Donawa, it would be one of the most heroic games for a team that has been going through so much today, with roster swaps and teammates getting sick and everything just going against them, but they are managing to persevere. As you see, Heroic finds the opening shots onto Ghibli. Adder going to find Correxy, take a few back in return. Ghibli back on the move. They've got this nice ridge line to work with, but you can see just how high up YJ is. Ghibli has no idea what's waiting for them over here. Heroic, though, they've got a very good idea.
I don't think they know the Page trap all the way around. Now they spot one Page. Fortunately, a few more bullets in his gun than Correxy is available. Correxy has absolutely no spare ammo. Now we found 8 more bullets. Good on you, Correxy. At least that's something. But they've got to be very conservative with how they go about their spray downs here. Spear, realizing they're coming up from behind. And again, YJ not in a hurry to engage on this whatsoever, and understandably so.
Wait it out. This is your best opportunity to get this win here. And you know that Ghibli is just beaten to absolute hell and back right now. All the fights that they've been in here is they're going to try to push up the hill. The flashbang's coming through. They're not seeing it. Will they spot out YJ in the ghillie? YJ's waiting to take the shot. The molly coming through, but it's not going to land. YJ will spot out Adder, or Spear, gets him low, but doesn't get the knock. Adder going to try to take the shots back, and that's opening up the door for Heroic to make a move here. Adder does spot YJ, but Heroic will find the trade onto Adder, and now it's just down to Spear, who manages to get the heal off. Can he get any more damage done before Heroic presses to the top of the hill? What a fantastic game from Heroic so far.
Heroic taking full control of the south side field, knowing that Ghibli had to make the swing around the other side. They knew where the last one. Now Spear, two chunks. Fully flashed, 2 chunks from the blue is not going to do it for him. Heroic, such a dangerous team on the edge of the circle. They needed the win. They got themselves the win. What a hard-fought game for the guys in red-white.
Beautiful, beautiful game coming out from all 3 of those final teams. Heroic struggling, fighting everybody, cleaning up the south. A ton of kills for him. Ghibli, you saw what they had to go through, surviving Navi, Liquid, just the onslaught, the amount of knocks that they took. And then, of course, YJ for Donawa, a ton of kills for that team. They make it to the top 3, and they get a lot of points for their trouble. But let's throw it over to the desk to hear what they have to say about game number 4.
When will it stop? Heroic gets themselves the victory here and waves the EMEA flag once again. Everybody's going to hate me in Twitch chat, but whatever.
Is this a trick?
That's right.
You're just trying to get me to get on the EMEA bandwagon now.
I mean, you've been here for the amount of days that have been really, really good. So, Clover, you might be a convert soon. But yeah, Heroic gets themselves the win. Clover and Frost joining me. Clover, what do you think of this one?
You know what? This was good. This was the single best game Heroics had so far today. Not a good start for them on Erangel. So to come off this win with 14 kills, it's absolutely great and so well deserved. I mean, they were so active this match. They were cleaning up their engagements, really holding down their positions dominantly. And we were wondering if YJ was going to pull off something magical, but ultimately they sniffed him out of the grass here.
Yeah, definitely. Big moves through that eastern side here for Heroic. But, I mean, as things crunch down here, a few just great performances all around for us, especially from teams like Daniwar and Ghibli, finding themselves room towards the middle of these circles.
Finally, those kind of teams are looking alive, right? That's what we've been waiting for. Dynamo, of course, as we talked about, having to sub people in and out. But now, being able to get that 3rd place with 11 kills, yes! Finally, that's what we want to see from them. And I hope they can keep that going for the next game as well, because it was looking really good, but also the control they had. They were doing such huge splits throughout the whole game. Of course, that was also their fall down when they actually got caught out time after time there towards the end and had to go down to a snake play. But overall, I really like what they did here. And also, of course, how they were holding out against New Happy in the early stage of the game there when New Happy tried to crash them, and being able to get those nades going straight away when New Happy was behind that house.
Yeah, just the kickstart that we see really needed here, I think, for Daniwar Clover when it comes to this game. They were really having a rough time, but this game has got to give them a bit more of a brim of confidence.
Yeah, especially, when you have a sub come in, there's always the worry of, is that going to disrupt the flow, the way that the team's been functioning? Obviously, that's got to be a big boost of confidence for them. I mean, up until this point, they had only had 5 kills today. So to get 11 kills that match for a total of 16 points, Donawa's got to be feeling pretty good about themselves. As well as, I want to point out, Ghibli. I'm sure we're going to see their stats continue to show back up on the screen, because that was such a great match up until the end for them.
Hopefully so, but as say that's 24 points coming in from Heroic. That puts them now at, I think, about 124 points actually here for us. So not only is Heroic going to be so happy with that victory, but they're also going to be very content with the position that they find themselves in now to push themselves on into that grand finals without grand survival.
Yeah, it's great to see, of course, that they're getting so many points here after last week weekly final where they only got 26 points. Already here, 24 points. I mean, that is going to be huge for them. And as you're saying, that kind of is going to solidify himself towards the grand final spot with that many more games going as well. And it's looking great. If you look at how they played this one out compared to the other games, here it was more like they were trying to get those trades, trying to get those fights where they had to pick themselves. Meanwhile, in the other games, we've seen them kind of being sandwiched a bit on the edge because there's been so many teams. But this is how they thrive, right? They play the edge, they get pressured by the blue, but they only get to fight one team at a time, and they do really good on that.
Yeah, definitely. And you know what, Froz? You sabotaged us in this game. You sabotaged us. As Clib I'm going to tell you guys at home, as Clib gets knocked, Froz all of a sudden says, "Did Clib have a nade in his hand?" No! And then everybody dies around him. And Mexi's on our team. Clib was on your team, Froz. What do you have to say for yourself?
Clib was trying to earn me some more points.
What, by killing his teammates?
Well, that would be 3 points, 3 kills, right?
If they counted, yeah, I guess. Oh, Clover, save me. I can't believe I have to work with this man.
I don't, I'm just saying, like, Froz's favorite Studio Ghibli film was really popping off that game, too. So...
yeah. No, but honestly, look at Team Liquid though. Great. Finally, we're seeing them being a little bit more awake in here, trying to get something going. And we saw them early on for the longest time of the game. They were actually playing very passive. They opted to take that compound just next to the gas station. And we saw them trying to push towards E36. But then they heard that fight between Navi and Ghibli. And they opted to turn around because they wanted to third party that one instead. And when that happened, E36 tried to push Liquid, but Liquid took care of that, and then they just kept on going. Sadly, that nade happened. If it wasn't for that one, I feel like they could have been a really good game there for them. It was looking really good for Liquid, and finally seeing them being a little bit more alive, I'm liking it.
Sure, I hate you, Froz. Clover, I mean, Ghibli though, great recovery by them for all intents purposes.
Yeah, I mean, losing this fight here to YJ, really hated to see it for YJ, right? Because he had played the end so well, played the cards. I mean, we had so many solos and snakes in the latter part of this game in this area. Nonix, another player that had been in this area, but he was also spotted out by Heroic Page seeing him. And so just Heroic's ability to kind of clear through this area, I mean, again, goes to show how well they played this match. I think it was GEX's compound, another one that they cleared out. So really love seeing the work that they're putting in to get those points up on the board today.
For Dano, YJ was invisible, which was awesome to see or not see, for a while. But then also, yeah, great work by Rex, considering he did, I think, the highest damage in this game right after coming in as a sub. So awesome to see here from Rex. We're going to go to a short break, ladies and gents, and when we return, our final match here for Weekly Finals Day number 1.
Drop back.
다른 팀들이 지금 개판을 당한 아니지만 열망전이 오! 차가! 기가 막혔어요! 차가 화면이 놀랐어요!
Not a factor in what's going on with these fights, but a lot of eyes now being drawn to Oath. Taking a couple of shots, and these outskirts teams are now starting to get vision inside the valley itself, most notably the guy. And you gotta get to Oath, they're finding a way to survive. What is it?
车子一个。一个。哇，头挡。抓右边。
No way. He's just kind of scouting around. He's still way out in the distance. He's even on the left side side of the vehicle and he's going to take this shot. Oh my.
往前走看长条房。哎，卡住了，扣钱。这车停的位置就是为了保车而停的，扣钱啊！翻两辆，
翻一辆，
扣钱。
这个可不能第一把吃了就奖励自己一把，这个没有奖励的空间。
这不会想把它撞出来吧？
这个摩托车能撞？撞这个车吗？
我觉得得撞一下，得尝试一下。
能撞出来，
不然一辆再撞。
哎，可以，车头撞过来了。
能够
山也上不去的。
哎呦，
哪有队友？
我跟你讲，这个没车的队伍在这种赛事下，他都只能选择扎。等会儿扎的队伍，我们不说越来越多嘛？你看 VP 都扎了，就这个厕所，车要扎啦！这里我感觉有点危险。没了，行，太低了。是的，
好绝望，
很绝望。
Oh no, they're gonna. Oh no.
They hear him too.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Here comes the game of chicken, the ultimate battle for the win, and Spiro there to clean it up, gets the kill.
Thunder 1. Saber's rise has caught the attention of other nations. I trust you are ready, but your tools need to be modified accordingly. The armory is open. Secure the sector and repel counterattacks. Extract or retrieve the package. Put down anything that stands in your way.
One more game here for day number 1 of our weekly final, our final weekly final, I should add, as we have all of these teams vying for one guaranteed spot if they're able to win this weekly final, but also all of those points, those juicy points, moving up towards that top 12. I've got Clover as well as Froz joining me here, and So far, so good for two teams up at the top, Na'Vi and Gen.G. Gen.G in particular, Froz, looking at how they've been playing things out. Even when they don't get huge points, they're still able to put themselves at the very tippity top.
Yeah, and it's super important for them right now to grab as many points as possible. Of course, that goes to every team. But them being towards the top right now, they've been a little bit behind in terms of weekly finals points. Now, they're standing there, 1 point behind Na'Vi on the second place currently. They only have one win. Na'Vi got 2 wins, so still being able to rack up that amount of points. But there's one big thing, right? Every game so far, PU has been dead basically 2-3 minutes into the game, and it's down to a 3-man team. But they've been able to make something happen still. And this last game here, we saw, of course, 3 of the members in Gen.G going out, and Onyx was the last one standing. For quite some long time, he was able to snake it out. But one key thing he did was, when he was snaking, he was not actually going for shacks and buildings, which a lot of times you'll see people try to go for.
Yeah.
But being in the open, it's going to be way harder, because it's harder. Of course, you're not going to have as much hard cover, but at the same time, it's also not as obvious where to spot people out. So he's going to be harder for the teams to find.
Yeah, people don't get magnetized towards that position. And here are the overall leaderboards so far, Clover. And these two teams have been really looking impressive so far.
Yeah, I mean, we had the expectation that Gen.G was going to pop off this week. I mean, they absolutely needed to. And so far today, their single best day, 49 points. They came in today with 43. So they're just one slot away. They're actually looking to knock out Oath, whereas Na'Vi really padding their secured spot. So honestly, like, average kills right there, both with 7, average knocks 7.7 versus 5.5. But the damage that Na'Vi is putting through, 1,500. There hasn't been a single match where they haven't had a big engagement. The one match that they didn't find the late game, or the chicken dinners, was that one where they had that very early engagement with Kai Shen. So it's really exciting to see that coming out from Na'Vi right now.
And exciting to see Rex really put up the numbers in this final game for Danawa. They needed a bit of a recovery, and they found it. Rex was able to be the lone proper contributor. And if you at home as well want to be the lone survivor towards the very end, you can be, as PUBG Battlegrounds is going to be going free to play on January the 12th. So you can pre-register for that at pre-reg.pubg.com. So make sure to check that out. Free to play. Good stuff. Daniwa looking awesome here in this previous one. I think it's really cool to see that kind of recovery here for us. Sometimes, you know, you can have hardships as a roster, but seeing Rex, he definitely came in what seemed like very hungry to perform.
Yeah, not just Rex, of course. Rex came in for this game, but he was actually subbed out in the earlier stage today when we saw YJ coming in instead of Rex for the first 3 games. Then, of course, Rex got subbed in instead of Leclos now. And it's been awesome to see that something is happening. Sometimes this is what you need to do just to make things happen. It's just swapping a player out, and all of the teams, they have subs. They could do the same thing, but in the end, you kind of want to have your main roster playing if possible. But doing a swap out, it seems to be working for Danawa. I hope that they can keep this going, because they're going to need a few more points. They are sitting in a pretty decent spot right now. They have 98 overall total in weekly finals points. But they need a little bit more, but another game or 2 of this, and it's going to be all great for them. But what we saw from them with that control, with that kind of split they did, I want to see more of that. Them just taking so much ground, not just hurling all down into one compound, not doing anything. Instead, being proactive and always searching for the opportunity to strike it on another team.
Final thoughts, Clover, before we head into our last game of the day?
I mean, it's been a really exciting day. I think getting a bit of a surprise there at the end with Heroic, Ghibli, even GEX stepping it up a little bit. But obviously all eyes continuing to Gen.G and Na'Vi, as they've had that great presence of mind. So curious to see if they can pop it back off, and curious to see if Team Liquid maybe finally figures out what they need to do wrong and don't accidentally drop a nade for themselves.
Maybe. But the battle at the top here, Na'Vi and Gen.G, let's see if that continues. Again, 1 guaranteed spot into that grand final for number 1 here at the weekly final, but get as many points under your belt as we now head on to Miramar here for the final game of the day with Poro and Toby.
Welcome back, everyone, to PGC 2021, presented by Alienware and Toomey. We have reached our final game of the day after seeing Na'Vi collect 2 wins and Gen G collect almost as many points with 1 win. A lot of point sponges in this lobby, but there's still a lot of room for movement around here, Toby.
Oh yeah, easily. And I gotta say, I mean, with that last game there, had Na'Vi been able to take down Spear faster, they would have been able to set up for the push from Liquid, and that could potentially have been a 3rd win coming in for Na'Vi as well. They were looking real strong up on that side of the circle. But of course, new game, a new plane. This one's pretty straightforward down to the southern side. Los Hijos ending. Let's hope for it. Or if you're a player, of course, that's probably not what you want to have happen.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, you brought it up. Ghibli, they just wouldn't die, man. They were looking almost invincible there for a while. Just could not go down, being a thorn in the side of everybody, and they end up almost getting the win there. But Heroic going to be the one that pulls it off, and they did it with a ton of kills as well. But again, that's that same Heroic we've kind of gotten used to, right? It's feast or famine, it feels like, with these guys.
I gotta say, I mean, the way that Heroic played that endgame is a pretty good indicator to anyone out there looking to improve on how to play. Because we talked about that circle. We talked about how we knew they knew exactly where YJ was. They opted to not make a play on him. Instead, they use him as a backstop. They say, if we can wrap all the way, we know that if we keep pushing, Ghibli are gonna back off. Like, they don't want to take the fight before they can get the 3rd-party opportunity, so they're gonna continue to back off, and they pretty much sheep-herded Ghibli into the solo player. Because Ghibli also knew there's only so many places YJ can be, and then when they were up on the hilltop, they go, okay, at least now we can take the fight to him. But because YJ is YJ, he manages to do damage in return, finds himself the knock, and that sets up Heroic perfectly for the push forward. So had they just waited around, that could have been, you know, Ghibli pushing down, YJ getting a free peek over the top, and then Heroic out. But because they forced Ghibli to back off, they got the win. Oh, and it just rolls down.
And it just rolls
Cue sad
down,
music.
doesn't it?
Sad violin playing. And he even runs into it as well, teams. Yeah. And the corpse just comes rolling down into the end there. That's an unfortunate way to go down.
You know, honestly, like, I feel like that's one of the going down like that is probably a lot easier to get over, because you're like, what am I gonna do? Like,
I mean, hey, they didn't give any points to Ghibli, so that's something.
There you go.
Yeah. I mean,
denying.
They did give 1 point in clip dying, but yeah, still, I mean, that's something.
Yeah. Like, I just, like, what are you gonna do in that situation? It's just like so unfortunate and just unlucky that you got to just kind of laugh and shake it off. And you know, Team Liquid, I feel like, is doing well enough to where that they're probably
easily
laughing that one off.
The thing is, I mean, in Liquid's specific situation, doesn't really matter all that much, because of course they would still want to go out and win this week as well for the extra money and just, you know, playing well in general. But they're already through, so it doesn't matter. But for teams, I mean, looking at Heroic, for example, they're an incredibly momentum-heavy team, right? They need a couple of good performances back-to-back in order to go out and really thrive in lobbies. And had it been them going out in what there was, I believe, 6th or 7th place because of a situation like that, that could throw off a team that doesn't have a strong of a backbone, like a strong of a psychic backbone to just come off of a tough, like an unfortunate loss and then go back. So that could easily put harm into the games to follow, where you can't just laugh it off. So good to see that if it was anyone to have that happen to, it was the team that was already through.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely something that we're seeing from the tweets of a lot of these players, and just kind of keeping track of everything as the tournament progresses. But it is tough stuff, man. It is psychologically draining. You know, especially those weekly survivals. As soon as you get those wins, you just see a mountain of stress just fall away from the face of those players as it just continues to grow for the guys that can't make it through. And it's got to be that way here in the grand finals as well. As little jousting, and Lambu gonna go down in the little ladders down as well. Well, as good as they were doing at surviving the first time, it's not gonna be this time. Well, at least they might be able to get the res on the Lambu.
Yeah, Alia saying thanks for that one. You put a bit of a dent in our rotation last game. Oh, you got hit the last one. There you go, Alia.
There we go.
They put a dent in their rotation last game. This time around, they're going to get a little bit of a revenge coming back. Na'Vi finding the flush one there. Spear trying to be threatening with his buggy. Not going to really happen. Gems peeks around the side, finds one. And honestly, for a tackle around, this is a lot more hurting for them if they don't get these kills fast, because they are in need of a whole hell of a lot of more points than Ghibli are right now.
Man, it almost feels like Spear was sent over there just to distract them long enough to get the res. And they do get the res, and it looks like they'll get out of there with just barely enough health in the buggy. But they're pushing kind of close to Salute in the rest of Donaway here. Spear's gone, though.
Yeah.
As Ghibli down to 2.
Unfortunate start to this one. There should be absolutely no way that anyone's coming for a res in space, even dropping all this stuff. You know, just for the sake of things, you might as well just get Salute a little extra. They'll find him eventually. Yep, there he is.
Hey.
Kill confirmed. Point secured, and they stay alive for 3.
Yeah. Gloom's, I mean, it's not all attack all around's fault, really. I mean, Gloom's just happened to be running across the street as Ghibli decided to drive by, and you don't not take those shots. I mean, you had to do something, so he ends up getting the knock. They end up getting 2 points for it, which is, you know, you take 2 for 1, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, having said that, in attack all around, yeah, well, for sure. In attack all around situation, though, they just need that many more points, and I think, I mean, if you had a chart to look at, looking at how many points you can potentially wrap up when you're 4 in the late game compared to 3, I think is, I mean, it kind of talks for itself, right? And the fact that they need that many more points, you'd rather have 0 points early game to then be able to sponge up that much more mid and late game than having taken casualties early but found a couple of kills.
I was absolutely waiting for Honey Badger to get sprayed down by Starlord here. I feel like
jinx
that's been. I swear, I feel like that's been Badger's tournament so far. Like, the man has had the worst string of luck by himself. Like, if I was him, I would just attach myself at the hip to the rest of the boys and just continue to push forward. But you know what? He's continuing to play his game. He's not letting it get him down. He's going to continue to keep doing what got him here, and you like to see that from Dig. Is they are still, I mean, they're in 5th place overall in terms of points. You know, Navi and Gen G kind of sponging a lot of that, but they're still in striking distance here.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. They got themselves a really good 3rd place in that second game, and then I mean, 8 kill performance, in the 3rd as well is pretty damn decent. Did they see? Oh, they have no clue. Starlord, very patient player. How patient are you opting to be here?
Just let him go.
Wait, is that
what?
Are they taking his vehicle?
I think they maybe hopped in and realized the tire was gone, and Starlord just gonna let him go. Okay.
Well, I guess they get to. I mean, I don't even know if you'd say they get to live with the freebie there of Starlord did, but without any engagement going on, both parts able to stay alive. But look at who's still up on the hilltop. You just had to do it to him, forward, didn't you? You just had to do it to him.
Oh, I had to say something. Yeah, the tire's out. That's the whole reason they didn't take it.
And look who's sitting up on the hilltop all on his own.
Well. Oh, he is just completely scoped in.
And there you go. This is all on you, by the way, Boro. All on you.
I know. Trust me, I know, man.
Cue sad violin. That's unfortunate. But down goes Honey again. And we're reaching a point where I agree with you. It is extremely unfortunate, especially in a situation like this. There is not really anything you could do to know that Starlord will be proning there. You can't really play around having to be able to expect something like that. But I will also say, for Honey Badger's specific situation, 1 HP, still alive.
Oh, we got headshot.
For Honey Badger's specific situation here, when it happens so many times, it can't all just be bad luck.
I mean, the funny thing is like usually he's the solo player going out and scouting, right? Like this time they left him on the mountain to anchor and scout out from range where the 2 that were pushing forward were going to go, and he still gets spotted out. That just, I mean, you just can't write that amount of bad luck.
If you don't have the intel to split out that wide from one another early on, Batul is just on the other side. He has no clue of kickstart either. Everyone's getting caught out solo here. This is does he see him though? He does now because Kickstart didn't hit the shot he needed to hit in order to get the knock. Batulin's gonna throw a nade. Kickstart throws one to back off as well. Batulin's lifts with a scare there. But no, I was gonna say, if you don't have the, because one thing is what you do in your own region, but when you do this sort of stuff on a global stage where there's no way that you can account for every single player because there's just too many random factors coming in, maybe just don't split out that wide.
Yeah, Fair enough. I mean,
It's easy to say.
Had the whole, they had the whole
yeah.
team there. They had the whole team there, and Star-Lord never shot. Like they thought that was safe, and they had no reason to not think it was safe. So I have no problem with leaving the solo player there to serve as your anchor. Like there's no
in
way
that
they could have
specific
ever
angle,
gone,
you're probably right. It could have been any other team, but we've just seen it so many times now where teams split and they get caught off, and I'm like, there's it ain't just all bad luck. There's more to it.
Sure. Yeah. No, yeah, absolutely. Well, let's see with Liquid and Monte Nuevo. They look like they're collecting themselves on the western side. That's going to allow GEX to move in from the south. Perfectix will find Punage and finish him off as Dignitas now down to just one. They've just been getting picked apart ever since Star-Lord decided to show his head. As now Oath will take Red Bricks. That's a free compound.
Yep. Ain't gonna be complaining about that as long as they get the circle. Ooh, Kickstart missed a few early. Perfectix missed a few now. No casualties from either VP or Oath in this what could be skirmish just yet. Perfectix missing a few more there. Again, similar to Clip's situation. I mean, two players that usually hit pretty much every single bullet they fire, but a few ones missed there for sure.
It's a barrier peace agreement between Oath and VP.
That's what
They can't even break it when they shoot at each other. The bullets just aren't going to land. As we still waiting for the first shot to land. Okay, so
eventually.
Yeah. Looks like everybody's made it into the circle for the most part here. We got one from Mad still in the north part of El Pozo, and Genji is kind of hovering around the south side on the high ground. But everybody else looks like they've found a spot already down to 55 alive, as we've had a very active early game here. And, well, that's unfortunate for Dig, as now Spiro's spotted out Shinboy. Unfortunately for Dig, doesn't appear VP has the same agreement with them as they do with
truce. No truce between them and Dignitas. Shows there. And same thing counts for Matt. Not gonna happen. Dignitas out in 16th. As you said, I mean, it's been a decent day overall from them.
Yeah.
25 on 5 games. Of course, I mean, a 5-point average ain't exactly the top of the pop. Still, it's all right. And everything considered, Dignitas coming into this were in a I'm not gonna say a good position, but they're sitting at 55 now. So I know, I'm gonna take that back. They need a hell of a good day tomorrow. I thought they were actually higher up the leaderboard than they are. They need a really good day tomorrow in order to be safe.
They'll need to step it up for sure. But well, there's still 5 more games left to play. They can go back and regroup, as there's a lot of positives that they can take from today, I think, as we check in with Team Liquid. Now you see GEX on your mini map. They're starting to push out on foot, and this is what GEX has been doing all day today. It feels like, is they're pushing in on foot, and they're catching teams off guard because they just have no idea that they're even coming up behind them here. As we check in with Quizzy and those Navi boys who've been having such a great day today.
Yeah, would have wished to have something bigger than a 3x for this one, and now they've seen him as well. Wait, is it them shooting? Yes, it is. As headshot comes through, that should be the confirm that they are
circle for him though
in the scope. Yep, circle goes their way. 4th one will bank off this mountain though, and this is Navi's got a decision to make here, because I mean, obviously right now people probably not at least gonna be opting to commit to this building, but oh, that's a unfortunate spot to spin out. Reverse. Get away from here. We still have to make it up the hill to the compound, but the car ain't going that fast. You might just want to run at this point.
Yeah, I think that's what they're thinking too. They're just gonna smoke it off as Liquid's gonna make their way past Ghibli. The gauntlet is being run, and it looks like Liquid will make it through. Clip the last one. Lambu will land shots on the Murado, but it's not going to find him. As Liquid, well, we've seen him play this spot in the past. As YJ looks like Donaldwood did manage to get to the compound. They're going to send a few shots up there just to make sure Liquid doesn't overpeak. And Spiro going to get spotted. Apparently the truce has been broken.
Finally! Now we can see people start hitting each other. I'm all for it. Kick's not able to find one. Spiro, unfortunately, will go down. In the meantime, more and more teams starting to make their way into that top side of what was the previous circle. Up and around the mountain we go. And again, the circle's going to shift off the mountain to some extent. At least we know that much for next circle. I would assume to see it try and bounce down towards the southeast side, or maybe just straight down south. But with the mountain being so centered, this one, we could also get one of those where no matter where this next circle is posted, mountain is going to be in. Therefore, it can go pretty much anywhere.
Yeah, I think that's probably what Navi is thinking, right? Eventually, it is going to pull down there, but right now they have that high ground. They have the ability to scout everywhere, see what all is going on around them, and they can just kind of wait it out. And HSM very close to GEX as they start opening up the backfill liquid, and they are still hanging out in the northwestern part of Matsudawe, but they're in a little bit of trouble though, as New Happy has a new home here.
Yeah, I mean, I like the fact that New Happy got up here and got to this position. Surprised to see that HS wanted to drive that close past Montenuevo. I mean, have to expect. Also, you coming in from the south, you'd have to expect that there'd be a team posted up on the west side of the city, maybe wrapping a little further out to the open field would make for a safer transition, but doesn't matter. He made it through anyway. In the meantime, the north is getting completely jam-packed with teams.
And they may have gotten baited by the liquid rotation.
True.
Saw them leaving and maybe thought it was empty. And yeah, GEX just making their way on foot. So, but they'll be fine. Heroic though, they're in a little bit of trouble here. Is Gen G just gonna free farm 80R down onto them? Esther lands a few of those SK shots. PO and Asura looks like they're still interested.
We talk about different compounds having certain Achilles heels, and for the dip down here, this is exactly it. You cannot have a team up on the highland up there. Full shot, got to be in nade distance, but it's so hard. As you can see, I mean, as soon as they get up on their feet, PO instantly start shooting at them. So right now for Heroic, lay low, prone it out, hope for a circle. They get a circle south, but do they read that the compound in the southern side is open? Because if they do, that's a good take. But even then, how do they get there? Because as soon as they go for the vehicles, Genji are going to be shooting.
Yeah, and I mean, Genji has plenty of time to kind of sit up here and pepper him. And Onyx went off to the north to scout out their next move, and it looks like he's going to come back and join. So yeah, it looks like Genji really wants to take this fight. They realize that they've got Heroic in a really bad spot here. As we see Oath is going to make a crash onto the AAA compound. Balefrost immediately goes down to Jayers. Snakers takes a bunch of damage as well. Janky going to come back around on the other side. And Jayers going to be waiting for the push. Reload will do some damage, but Jayers will find 3 of Oath.
Holding off single-handedly, denying Oath entry to the compound and kickstart. What he thought, well, I mean, they even scouted it too, probably going, guys, we haven't seen any movement. There's going to be one at most inside the compound. Genji scouted it from above. That is a great read, Genji, by the way. But honestly, I mean, Oath thought they had a safe passage into the first building. They knew which building to approach given where people were in the compound, but Jayers, solo player, holding them off.
Well, that's where we're getting into the nitty-gritty time of PGC, where you need to have your big-time players step up and make big-time plays if you want to find success, and that is a big-time play coming out from Jayers. We'll keep AAA into this. Now, they are still outside of the circle. They've got to find somewhere to play, and they've got VP down to the south, New Happy down there as well, and meanwhile, Interforce and Mad scrapping up on the north side. This fight needs to finish quickly.
Yeah, this is a tough one as we fade away from Star-Lord. We hear the impact to the head. That's unfortunate. One Quizzy able to headshot body shop him. He's going to go down, caught with his back completely exposed. There, vehicle comes on through Eminent, run over. And that's going to be first Oath out, and then Ensaforce immediately there to follow.
And it was Jayers that got the last kill, so I think Jayers might have 4 kills to his name right now onto Oath, as we see Kaijin trying to pull in just above Heroic. They're going to take shots from Donawa though, so that might actually protect Heroic here a little bit, as Kaijin's going to have to pull back. Meanwhile, Navi still have that high ground position. We talked about it. They're going to have to move eventually, but they don't have to do it right now, so they can sit up there and farm all they want, as EN will now find the grenade from Janku, as Janku will get traded back, as 2Tap going to find the shots.
Yep, Nate comes on over. Matt will go down in the end of it, and I'm afraid that rest won't be possible. Phase 4 blue hurts enough, and Janku with the one close can't really crawl his way inside the circle here. The Gems is driving on forward, trying to get in, but Jay is now getting spotted out by VP as well. They heard the commotion, and they want to get a safe spot on the top side of the circle, but Gems over the top wins the peak battle against Batulins.
8 kills for AAA, and they still got 2 up, as VP will lose Batulins. We see it's down to Perfectix and Lou. Up there, the circle will hard shift up to the northeast. That's bad news for Gen G, bad news for Heroic. As, I mean, you could see the south side of the circle. There's just nothing to play.
Yeah.
And it's wide open fields, and Ghibli and GEX in a perfect position to do a little gatekeeping here.
This is probably the worst Phase 5 ship we could probably have. I mean, probably the worst ship we could have is what I was trying to say. I mean, all the teams now have to run south around. You can't really access the mountains, and I'm curious to know if Fury had their vehicles popped or what happened, because they've been in that two-way split. Now Ronan dies, but they've been in that two-way split with Flood and Ronan down the road for a long time, and I would have thought much earlier they would have wanted to commit up the hill and played together once they got kind of a foothold in against Na'Vi up on the hillside. But they've kept two down, and I don't see how Flood can get out from there. It's, of course, been happening off-screen. It's just been very interesting to me that they didn't try and regroup earlier. Then now Kaishin, now finally trying to make a move on forward, should have death written all over it. First one goes down. There's still two more in the vehicle. On Flood actually found. Mid-transition, Yuppie finds one. Solid spray coming through.
Boy, Yuppie keeping the boys alive right now. Is now Lionrain and Yuppie are going to have to push on top of Na'Vi. You see, Aaliyah is the front man here. The rest of Na'Vi, though, nowhere near this. So Aaliyah kind of on his own. And fortunately for him, Fury going to be trading grenades with the Kaishin boys. Insight will go down. Kikamu Cow will go down as well as Kaishin pick up 3 kills, and they're going to survive for now. But Aaliyah wants a piece, and he's going to get it.
What a solid peek over the top, able to get them both down again. Thought there was a play for Fury to make earlier to make the approach on the hillside, but not going to happen, not possible for them at the time. And now Heroic, having heard all the commotion up north, trying to wrap back into it themselves. It's going to be very difficult, but Aaliyah is on his own right now, holding that angle, because you can see here Melman and the rest of Na'Vi are fighting on the other side of the hill.
Oh, Melman, Example getting stuff done on that eastern side. Aaliyah, as you said, holding it down by himself. Example going to live with 1 HP. Attack all around is down again. Meanwhile, Gen G managed to make the push across from that compound, but they will lose PO in the process. Heroic now pushing in from the north side. They've got Donawa just off to their west, but you can see where's the YJs get spotted out by Mixie. Ooh, that's already things going against Donawa here.
This is so fortunate, because looked to me like Donawa was on a full commit push around the backside to get over the top and try and see if they could backstab Heroic, but with the knock coming in, they have to slow things down and can't really aggress that fast on it either. And Clip now again from down below, able to get eyes on one. Once they knew the compound was safe, they could back on out from it, and Salute goes down now as well. So Donawa thought, I mean, honestly, good timing on the push, but they're getting penalized for being exposed on the right side of the hill.
Oh, Heroic now trying to get involved as they see the kill feed. Donawa getting taken down. YJ will get the heal off. Fortunately for both of these teams, Liquid has to pull back as Ghibli started to push into the backside of Team Liquid, and they had to pull off. So now Na'Vi is creeping over as well. Alia with the low wrap, the other two with the high. Grenades coming out from Hero, but Alia gonna find Page.
Not in a position to help out. Has them split those spots. The first one, does he get the audible Q of the second? No, Melman's going to be able to trade it. And unfortunately,
flush though.
I was going to say allows for Beamy to get the flush. That's really unfortunate. But Correxa goes down now as well. Actually, Donawa finally opting to engage on this one as well. But as you can see, they're on the trackers. They're constantly getting shot at from below. Finally, T-Bone Correxa working together will get the death. Will be the death of Na'Vi, I should say. But overall, I mean, 59 points in the day. Solid day one for Na'Vi.
Absolutely good stuff from Na'Vi, and they get another 9 kills in this final game to add to their total. Donawa, meanwhile, gets back up to 3 strong. All things considered, probably the best case scenario for them, given the situation that they were in. Liquid now paying attention back towards that north side as Ghibli has kind of retreated back to their compound, but Rex is going to spot out Ibby. He'll get the knock and the flush.
I was curious if they were going to be able to get audible cues from them kind of crouch walking up above them, but clearly no idea that they were just up there. Clip now looking over the top. Has 5 nade stills, of course. Want to wait with using them until he knows he can get some confirmed kills off it. That nade looks good. It's going to bounce off the wrong side, but actually still, regardless of that, able to find enough damage to get himself the knock. Savior will get the knock on transition back towards safety, though.
GEX was in a tough position, trying to make their way across that wide open field. We know that they were on foot, making their way through Monty. They've been on foot ever since. As Yan Lee, the last one up, you'll be holding down the shed as the circle is slowly pushing in. Grenade will fall just short of Donawa. This Team Liquid just kind of probing right now, seeing what they can find. James does go down, though, so it's down to just Clib and Mixie.
Lee goes down to New Happy, finally getting a little bit of action on their side of the circle. It's not exactly been action-packed. That's their first kill of the game, as a matter of fact. They've been able to chill over in the warehouse while all the action has kind of commenced either north of them or on the west side of the mountain. Now T-Bone, well, he is the king of the hill right now, but solo player left alive for Heroic. I would assume that he's going to play things slow and see how many more placement points he can grind here before taking an eventual fight in the end. But knowing T-Bone, also a good chance he's going to go for a fight.
Very capable player with that gun in his hand. And if you're feeling confident you're rolling, which, let's be honest, Heroic should be after the game that they just put out with a ton of kills. Would not be surprised to see him take it to them, as we only have 17 alive in phase 6 here. A lot of real estate left available, and all of it is the multi-terrain, multi-level. So these guys are getting right on top of each other and not really having an angle. So we can see them kind of make their way. I mean, New Happy, the only team with 4 up still here as well. Oh, look at that shift.
Virtus Pro. I mean, a team that, while only 2 players alive, can still pack a punch. And you can see now they've clearly seen where T-Bone is. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Dano trying to backtrack and get up around the north side of this circle again, rather than having to wrap the southern side, because they know that's pretty much where every single player, except, of course, for T-Bone, are positioned. Mix, in the meantime, hearing steps from Ghibli, is going to be able to feed that info across, that they're making their smoke path on forward. They want to avoid the fire from Dano up above, and I like the timing from it here. Clip, you want some level 3 gear, buddy? Here you go.
Hashtag blessed.
All right. And then he's getting into the shot. Mix is there to help his friend, though. You don't get the crate. We get the crate as he takes down Lamb.
10. There you go. T-Bone actually going to come up over the top. He's going to spot out YJ. Mixie does get the 2 kills on a Ghibli. So Team Liquid will stay alive in this one, as Heroic will keep T-Bone alive on the high ground. He's going to use it as long as he's got it. Salute will go for the res onto YJ. Rex trying to see if he can maybe keep T-Bone from peeking. The res comes through, and Donna was still in it.
T-Bone doesn't have to actively kill them here. All he has to do is buy enough time for the blue to become such a threat that they can't make an aggressive play uphill. But every time they hit those kind of shots, they're going to be able to make the wrap on forward. And this is the issue for him. He needed them to back off down the hill, because 1v3 here, it's going to be very difficult, having said that he finds the first one instantly, but goes down right after. Rex instantly there to respond.
Well played by Donowa. They knew they got a bunch of damage on him. They knew he was going to have to pull off and heal, so they choose that moment to make their push. Meanwhile, New Happy has finally had to leave. They're having to deal with VP. Lou extremely low, though, as we cut back over. Oh, Mixie gets spotted out by Rex. There you go. VP is eliminated. New Happy now with 3 kills, 4 up, and the center of the circle.
Clip able to get a bit of a response in that one. Rex does get headshot, so Liquid not all out of the equation just yet. Gen.G in the meantime, I think they wanted to go up and try and third-party the fight between New Happy and Virtus Pro, but seeing that come to an end fast forces them back on the southern side. Only 1 kill so far for Gen.G. It's been a quiet game, but it's been a very, very well-rotated game for them, and unfortunately, just not enough strength on that throw there. Second one, well, not gonna happen either.
That baby armed it. That's okay, Clib. Nobody's gonna make that throw, as we see the blue slowly encroaching down upon him. Gen.G wants a piece, but Asura gonna find the knock onto Rex. That's gonna force Donowa to pull back here a little bit. You can see, oh no, YJ! What a shot from Non. Gonna get the knock onto him as well. They could possibly get both of these reses up. I don't think anybody can really push them from here.
Oh no, there should be no way, but solid double headshot coming through there from him. Very impressive play. And Onyx in the meantime, now knowing that Clip is over in the corner, spots a helmet there as well. They want to make the aggressive play. They want to get the flush on him. Catches him with the nade in hand. Not able to get him initially, but Esther is there to finish him off. But that is going to be a very difficult, if not near impossible, rest to confirm. As I say that, actually they do have good angle to angle of safety down below, so rest should be possible.
Oh man, New Happy is just perfectly set up for this win, as now Rex gonna get spotted out by Non again. Non is making that mini sing right now, and Gen.G does get spotted out. Asura gonna go down, as well as Salute will get the res onto Rex again, as Donowa is just beaten and busted, but again finding themselves in the top 4, fighting for that first place spot. So great news if you're a Donowa fan. This has probably been the roughest day that they've had as far as swapping players in and out, and they've still managed to find success.
Exactly, able to rag up points. It's exactly what they need to do in order to secure their spot in the finals. They came in a decent spot in the overall standings, and with the points they've been able to accumulate now, they're looking ever so much closer to it. 98 coming into this game, and they're looking at a pretty decent chunk off of this game, regardless of how things go from here.
Let's see how much utility Danowa has left in the pocket. 5 smokes between the 2 of them. And you gotta worry about Non, as clearly he's got an angle. Rex gonna take some shots down towards Gen.G through the smoke. Gonna find a little bit of damage, but no knocks. Ming, meanwhile, he's still got 1 grenade left. Is it gonna find a home? It does find damage, but doesn't find the knock.
Again, this is a very, very similar situation to the heroic game last game. Now, I mean, Navi, sorry, New Happy is making such a good, like, taking so much ground right now. They're forcing these two teams to fight it out, and while it should have that number written all over it, given that Genji are the ones who have to make the move, New Happy are just setting themselves up for a win. Yeah, that's the first one down. Second one comes in for the trade. Smart play. So now casualties on both sides. And he's going to go out in the blue. They want to get the kill. They want to see if they can find him. And they actually do get him. In the end of it, not able to get it. You don't deny points from us. New Happy finally able to get a good game in on the final one of the day.
Hungry for that last kill. Is New Happy going to clean it up? They're going to get the chicken dinner, and they're going to get 7 kills to go along with it. A nice game coming out from them. It was a very low-key game from them for the most part. I mean, they hung out on that northeastern side for the longest time. Nobody really ever pressured them. But when it came down to brass tacks, when it came down to time to actually step out of that compound, get the win, that's about as clean as you're ever going to see from New Happy.
Exactly. I mean, there was the opportunity of let's go out and get a 12-kill win with the risk of going out in 8th place, or we can just sit tight and we'll take the 17 points here instead. Smart decision making by them, playing it back, playing it slow, and playing off all the info. They had to push out late, take full control, and win the game.
Absolutely. Only had 14 points going into this game. They're going to add a nice little stack to that and set themselves up nicely for day number 2 as our last game is done. Let's throw it over to the analyst desk to hear what they have to say about day number 1.
Thank you, Paul and Toby. Yes, that is a very big point gain here for New Happy. They are going to be pushing themselves up just to the bubble and trying to get themselves one of those top spots to qualify directly into that grand final. Clover and Frost joining me. New Happy here, Clover, to start things off in this game. I mean, for a long time, they were in that compound and sitting pretty, and it pays off in the end.
Yeah, I mean, for the longest time, it seemed like everybody else was working on mountain goading, and New Happy waited until the very end, and it worked well in their favor because that final circle, kind of pulling away from the rocks. We saw Donawa get trapped up there. Clib also kind of stuck around the side for it, and it gave them that freedom of movement to control that final circle. So kept their head low, played it a little bit cautious, but 7 kills to show, not bad. And we saw at the very end as well, making sure that they ground salute and tried to do a little denial to the zone.
Oh, indeed. Very kind of ravenous here, Frost from New Happy. Eventually, when they knew that, okay, time to move out of the compound, time to find ourselves the kills, and oh boy, did they towards the end.
Yeah, I mean, that's how you need to play it sometimes. There's no reason for him to go out early from that compound, even though you know that no one else is going to take over this. There's no reason for him to get involved and risk anything. By them not doing that, that means that they are going to get the last few kills if they just play it safely. They play like they did here, but also that chicken dinner. That's 10 points, and it's all about the points. For a team like New Happy, still chasing their way towards that cusp right now, but this is going to be great. We haven't seen too much from them today. I mean, it was like game 2, we saw them with 8 kills or something like that, but except for that, not too much. So great to see them coming in here or ending today with a win here and 7 kills.
Yeah, a trying circle as well, though, as we take a look at this. Obviously, so far west, and when that second circle pops, so many teams are in it, but this situation in general, Clover, I think a hard one to really anticipate. All ball on these rocks, every team being here, there, and everywhere.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, a lot of them did manage to get some good scoring chances out of it. We saw Navi get locked out there with 9 kills at the end, but you know, there's kind of a mixed play, right? A couple teams went up for the high ground, some other teams really tried to take some movement here. Actually, I was amazed that Clib was able to stay alive for as long as possible because there was just so much attention from every angle in here with the rocks. I think even when watching this, I realized I hadn't actually seen a circle end in this specific spot. Oftentimes kind of more in the open areas to the north or south of this where you have some more of that open terrain to work with, but it really could have been anyone's game up until that very moment. And so on the flip side of that too, I do want to say, I mean, given some of the circles that we had earlier today, like you say, in the very start of this, we had so much of that unplayable western area in the zone. Teams were kind of stacked up onto each other, taking some crazy rotations into each other, and ultimately at the very end, kind of having to come into that zone a little bit badly bruised. So
yeah. And New Happy fighting back for the East. They will be able to get themselves a chicken dinner here on the board with a few kills to boot. Very, very nicely done here by them, as we've mentioned before, pushing up towards that bubble position. 17 points go their way. Daniwa, though, after making the substitute, man, did Rex make some waves here for a Daniwa. Another 13 points coming in from them for us.
Yeah, and that is exactly what they need. Now they're sitting pretty good there on the overall leaderboard in terms of weekly finals points. So that's going to be a really good feeling for them, having a few hours to rest until they come in here tomorrow to play the rest of the games, knowing that, okay, we're pretty safe right now, but just keep on playing our game, because whatever they did after that substitute happened, it's just working out for them. Yeah. That is totally what is happening right now. Like, we saw, of course, having the high ground there, and they utilized the high ground to a full extent, I'd say. Being able to just, like, Rex getting himself knocked a few times. Hey, all safe. We have the top of the rock here. Even if we get knocked, we can just get the rest for free, so it doesn't really matter. And that's what you want to do. Keep on peeking. Keep on trying to find those kind of kills if you can.
I actually love that. The fact that Rex has been top damage dealer in the 2 games that he's played. He's like, sub me, I'll show you.
Yeah.
and gets
and
really
Jayers
angry.
too. You know, we briefly touched on it, but Attack All Around really popped off today. This was a phenomenal day. I think the problem obviously is a little too late. They're still most likely going to be relegated into the weekly survival, but they're making the best of it. And if anything, that's going to get them warmed up and primed for next week.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, in this last game here for us as well, Attack All Around, we were saying it whilst the game was going on, all 3 of us. It's like, wow, look at, they're able to take these fights really well, but yeah, as Clover's saying, maybe just a little bit too late.
Honestly, for a team like AAA, I want to see them more playing their winner chicken dinner format already now in these games here for tomorrow. Because sure, they can get some kills. We saw him in the second game getting 10th place with 9 kills, and now in the previous game here, 10th place, 8 kills. They can get the kills, but they can't get the wins, and that is the biggest problem. Of course, they gotta win to get here in the first place, but they're gonna go down to grand survival. They don't have enough points. This is their first weekly finals. So they should start preparing for that already. Start preparing yourself in terms of how you're working, how you're playing, how you want to play as a team to win a game. I want to see them get a win, preparing themselves for the grand survival, where it's gonna be winner chicken dinner format and only 4 games.
Yeah,
you want to set yourself up for that, not for a point rule right now.
Yeah, especially since it can be wild when we get to that grand survival situation. But speaking of winners, for now it really does feel like a 2-horse race so far in this weekly final here, Clover. Na'Vi and Gen G have set themselves apart from the rest.
Yeah, they absolutely have. I mean, they have just been mowing through the lobby. Na'Vi getting 2 chicken dinners, finding themselves up pretty late through much of these games as well. Again, that last match, even though a little heartbreaking, they still managed to get 9 kills. And so that's where all these points are coming from. Gen G had a huge task ahead of them and so far delivering. But as you see, there's a bit of a drop off here. Heroic and everybody else very close together. And we see the other side of the leaderboard, you're going to see much the same situation. And part of that comes from the fact that Na'Vi and Gen G are sponging up all those points, and that's making things so much harder for the rest of these guys that are just as well playing to not get relegated. Danawa playing to take up a spot right now, doing so well, but on the flip side of that, Oath is in a lot of danger.
Yeah, they are, and we'll see them a little bit later on in this. But yeah, Heroic up towards the top there with 39 points. Pretty decent overall day for them. It would be for us if they weren't kind of dwarfed by some of these other teams. But for now, I'm getting word that our interview is ready for the current lobby leaders as Na'Vi doing well.
제 옆에는 나투스 빈체네가 나와 있습니다. 안녕하세요. 승리 축하드립니다.
Congratulations.
네, 먼저 제 바로 옆에 있는 알리아 선수가 저랑 또 위클리 서바이벌 때 인터뷰를 진행을 하셨었는데요. 그 당시에 나비의 팀워크를 굉장히 강조하셨는데 오늘 팀워크 어땠을까요?
Сейчас вопрос к Али. Emphasized on the teamwork of Navi. What was it like today?
Survival на интервью то, что у вас хорошая командная игра. Как у тебя в этом weekly финале? Какая у вас была игра командная?
Да, в принципе, все хорошо, но есть моменты некоторые, в которых мы там чуть-чуть не доиграли, и так мы бы могли вообще еще с большим отрывом закончить этот первый день.
네, 전체적으로 나쁘지 않았지만 저희가 이번에 실수를 적게 하면서 이제 포인트를 더 많이 쌓을 수 있었는데 작은 실수 때문에 덜 쌓은 것 같습니다.
It was good overall, but we had some small mistakes and didn't gather enough points as we wanted to.
정말 누적해가는 모습이 인상적이었는데요. 그 옆에 이제 이그젠플 선수에게 좀 질문을 해볼게요. 나비 같은 경우에는 항상 그 출전하자마자 첫 매치에서의 경기력이 굉장히 뛰어나더라고요. 오늘도 첫 번째 매치에서 치킨을 가져가셨는데 이렇게 첫 매치에서 바로 활약할 수 있는 비결 뭐라고 생각하시나요?
What is the secret behind getting the chicken dinner every single time you guys get into the first match?
выигрывания на первом матче.
Ну, мы просто играем каждую игру.
Мы просто делаем все правильно, провели наработку над ошибками на первой неделе и просто хорошо все делаем по игре.
네, 저희가 첫 번째 주에 안 좋은 성적을 얻었지만 저희가 계속 이제 리뷰를 하면서 서로 이제 실수 같은 거를 이제 보완하면서 이제 더 좋은 경기력을 보여줄 수 있었다고 생각합니다.
뭔가 굉장히
We didn't show good enough
차근차근 올라가는
good skills and performance in the first week, but through reviews and feedbacks, we were able to minimize our mistakes and show good performance overall.
질문을 좀 드릴게요. 오늘 멜먼 선수가 앞선 4매치에서 8킬을 하셨고 이번 매치에서 1킬을 추가해서 총 9킬을 만드셨습니다. 오늘 그래도 킬수를 굉장히 많이 보여주고 계신데 이런 동기부여 어디서 얻으셨을까요?
Where did you get your determination to earn so many kill points today, totaling 9 kill points?
мотивация, которая пробудила такие киллы.
Ну, я просто стараюсь играть, делать максимум, помогать команде, а киллы, они, как правило, приходят в конце, если все делаешь правильно.
네, 제가 우선은 팀을 위해서 전체적으로 플레이를 하는 거를 우선적으로 하고 있고 킬은 그 플레이하면서 이제 추가적으로 더해지는 것 같습니다.
I focused on working for the team, so it was the teamwork first, and kill points came as additional bonus.
그때 당시 상황 설명도 한번
И
부탁드릴게요.
сейчас тебе вопрос. Вот на втором матче, когда ты забрал троих с дробовиком.
Could you explain to us about the 3 versus 1
какая
round?
ситуация была у тебя?
Да, ощущения, в принципе, никакого такого не было, но получилось заманить в узкий проход, отомстить за ребят, и, в принципе, все.
네, 딱히 그런 기분 같은 건 없었고요. 저희 팀원들을 다 죽인 상태에서 제가 혼자서 3명을 닦았기 때문에 약간 복수하는 느낌이었다고 생각합니다.
복수하는
There wasn't any particular feeling, but it was more of a revenge of my teammates.
키즈 선수가 가장 만나고 싶지 않은 교전에 임하고 싶지 않은 팀이 있다면 어느 팀을 꼽으시겠어요?
Is there any team that you do not want to meet or engage in a battle tomorrow?
Да, таких нет. Мы сами себе соперники, на самом деле. Вот и все.
네, 그런 팀은 없고요. 저희가 저희 팀을 상대하는 것처럼 자신감이 있습니다.
There isn't one in particular we are confident enough.
마지막으로 이그젠플 선수께 여쭙겠습니다. 오늘 또 이번 경기 함께 응원해주신 팬들께 한마디 그리고 내일 매치 각오까지 말씀해주세요.
Please have a shout out for your fans and your determination for tomorrow's match.
На завтрашний настрой забрать топ-1 недели и спасибо всем, кто болел за нас. каждому фанату респект.
네, 모든 팬분들께 감사를 표하고요. 내일 목표로는 저희가 이제 1등을 차지해서 상금을 다 가져갈 예정입니다.
Thank you for all the fans, and our aim for tomorrow is to win the prize money.
오늘 그래도 포인트 1등 축하드립니다. 인터뷰 감사합니다.
Thank you for the interview.
네, 이렇게 해서 위클리 파이널 3주차 5번째 매치까지 1등을 달리고 있는 나비팀과 인터뷰해봤습니다. 계속
Absolutely splendid stuff coming out from Na'Vi here throughout the day. Very well done by them. They'll take the #1 spot for now. However, it is still up for grabs going into tomorrow. Clover, it has been quite the day here for the two teams up at the top.
Yeah, absolutely has. Now the question will be, can they continue this run tomorrow, or we finally see one of the other teams has had an off day step it up? A couple of them that come to mind, I'm sure we'll get to talk about it again tomorrow. But for right now, it's great to see both Na'Vi and Jinji keeping it competitive.
Yeah, that's for sure. Froz, final thoughts before we head on out for the rest of the day?
Of course, we have those teams towards the top there, but there's 3 teams I feel like that has been more alive now towards the last few games here. I'm looking forward to see how everything's going to unfold tomorrow. Those 3 teams are going to be Danawa, Team Liquid, and New Happy. Of course, seeing them getting that win, I want to see more from these three teams, and I feel like they got more to give us tomorrow.
All right, and with that, we are done here for today. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in. Thank you, Clover. Thank you, Froz. It's been a fun day as ever. We learned Froz's favorite movie as well, which was really fun. But for now, we are done. We shall see you tomorrow, same time, same place, for more PGC.